Alright, checking if you can hear me. Think you can? Hello? Yes, you can hear me. Good. Before I start, I want to credit this dude, because I'm going to be running this in the background, mostly because I like his stories. You should definitely subscribe to him. I'm just saying. I don't want to get copyrighted, so...
Life in my house had started to become twisted a few months ago. The amount of strange and psychotic incidents that I had dealt with seemed to grow by the day. My 6-year-old daughter Brandy used to be a heavy sleeper before all this started. She would fall asleep on the couch while watching TV, and I would often end up carrying her up to her bed. But lately, she never slept. Every time that I woke up in the master bedroom, I would catch a glimpse of a small face peeking around the door, silently disappearing into the shadows of the house. My wife had the most severe personality changes of all.
There we go.
She wasn't the woman that I married. All of her warmth, compassion, and humanity had suddenly disappeared, leaving some monstrous shell behind. Like my daughter, she never seemed to sleep anymore. She would disappear into the dark forest behind the house at night, wandering in her nightgown barefoot, like a pale ghost disappearing into the mist. One night, I remember waking up from a nightmare. The bathroom light dimly illuminated the master bedroom where I slept. I turned to my wife and found her already awake, staring at me with an insane expression, her eyes bulging out of their sockets. A wide, lunatic grin spread across her face. I sat straight up in bed, my heart palpitating with fear. Is something wrong? I asked. But she continued to stare at me with that inhuman expression, her eyes gleaming. Emma, are you okay? I felt something wet and sticky soaking into my t-shirt. I looked down on the bed and saw a freshly dead possum laying between us, its head twisted around, its torso sliced down the middle, intestines spilled out onto the sheets, staining them. The smell of blood and death hit me all at once, and I jumped out of bed without another word, grabbing my clothes and running to the bathroom. I locked myself in, hyperventilating for a few moments, and then I managed to calm myself down. I checked the lock again, and then I stripped naked and took a long shower, wiping the blood off my skin over and over. No matter how much soap I used, I still felt stained. When I was done, I opened the door a tiny crack and peered through. The bedroom looked empty. I had no idea where my wife was, and I didn't care. I quickly ran to the guest bedroom, locking the door behind me. And for the last couple months, I've slept there every night. A can of police mace on the nightstand next to the bed, a brand new deadbolt on the door. The next morning, I met my friend Richie at a local diner. I had called off sick from work, and as I sat in the booth waiting for him to arrive, my hands shook uncontrollably. I spilled coffee on the table and on myself more than a few times. I hadn't slept since the incident, and was only running on a couple of hours. I saw Richie arrive, striding through the front door. He wore a t-shirt to show off the tattoos on his arms, with his dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a very Irish cast to his face. He looked me up and down quickly and frowning slightly. He saw all of the spill marks on the table, the napkins that I had used to do a bad job of cleaning it up, my trembling hands and sunken, tired eyes. I'm sure I was quite the sight. "What's up, Thorne?" He asked simply, not smiling.
There we go.
Like a lot of my friends, he always called me by my last name, rather than by
Hello,
Julius.
Kaylee.
I shook my head. "I don't know, man," I said. "Some weird stuff has been going on. Like, really. I'm scared, man, I really am." He nodded. "Yeah, I can tell. You know that I'm always here for you. Whatever you need, just call me." "Thanks," I said, trying to smile slightly. "Now, why don't you just tell me what's been going on?" he said. "I'm all ears. Tell me everything, and maybe we can figure out something." At that moment, the waitress came, taking our orders and bringing Ricky some coffee.
There we go.
When she
I'll pick up
arrived, I
and
told
on.
them everything that had
Hopefully
happened.
they have food.
I didn't leave out a single detail.
Yeah, we got food.
By the time that I was done, our breakfast had arrived in 3 cups of coffee. I still felt drained, however. The caffeine seemed to make me feel
Is it the
more
right
tired,
one?
if
No.
anything.
This one.
Richie said thoughtfully,
Okay,
eating a
good.
piece of bacon off his plate. He stared across the room, his eyes looking 1,000 miles
Yeah, I
away,
think it's
deep in
this one.
thought. That is weird. I think it's more than weird. It's
Yeah,
psychotic.
it's this one.
I'm scared to go home. I'm scared to be in the same room with my own wife and daughter. Yeah, he said, nodding, chugging
Yeah.
the rest of his burning
Right.
hot coffee in one long swallow. It is. Psychotic, I mean. What do you think's happening? The
Okay.
question caught me by surprise, and I choked on my coffee, coughing. Me? I asked.
Okay.
I have no idea
Well,
what's happening. All I know is that my wife and daughter have turned into lunatics. If it was just one of them acting weird, maybe I would think it was some mental illness, schizophrenia or something. He smiled slightly at that, but his eyes remained grave. I think the seriousness with which he took the situation freaked me out nearly as much as the situation itself. But it's not one, it's both, he pointed out. And yet, not you. You seem totally fine. So what's your point? I asked. Well, if it was some sort of strange drug in the water, all three of you should be affected.
what's
You
my
all
next
even drink the
quest?
same stuff, right? I
Build a
nodded.
cooking pot.
And
Okay.
if it was mental illness, likely it would only be
I
one of your
don't
family members
have
affected.
the recipe.
I mean, what are the chances that two people would develop a
Tombstone.
serious psychotic disorder at the exact same time?
Peter.
And
Any
schizophrenia
of
is
that.
extremely rare in children anyway.
Alright, I have an egg.
So what does that leave? I asked. He shrugged. I don't know, maybe body snatchers? Aliens, mad scientists cloning people in secret government labs. Who knows? I laughed at that. Hearing it put into words made it sound totally insane. Aliens, body snatchers, I said, scoffing. Yeah, that's all science fiction crap. This is real, man. It's real, and I don't know what to do. You should leave your house immediately. Come stay with me for a couple of days.
You know,
Richie
bro,
said.
you talking shit is
should
the
have.
reason I
I
blocked you
can't
in the
just leave
first
my family
place.
behind, I said, realizing how feeble the argument sounded.
I can put you
I
in
had
time.
just said these people weren't my family after all. But Richie understood.
Okay.
You mean you can't leave until you find out what might have happened? He asked. My head slumped. All the tiredness and fear from the past few weeks leaving me lethargic and bone tired. I just can't leave, I said again, feeling like a prisoner. Things began to get stranger after that. Pets began to disappear all across the neighborhood. I would see signs for missing dogs and cats. Normally, Emma would have become despondent over this. She was an animal lover who often donated to charities for homeless or abandoned pets.
Oh, what
She
just
had an
happened?
ASPCA sticker on
Oh.
her car. But as I knew early on in my heart, it was not Emma that I was living with anymore. During the first days, I thought that perhaps some toxin in the food or water had caused brain damage and personality changes in my family. Maybe
God,
it
I
was an
can't-
intentional release of some chemical weapon agent by the government or terrorist organization. All of these thoughts passed in my head, but my intuition told me over and over that they
He's
were all
got
dead
infant
ends or
stamina,
red
so-
herrings.
Send
The
him.
truth was,
Enrolled.
these people were not my family, and I knew it in my heart from the very beginning. I could see it in the way that their eyes gleamed during the night as they crept around the house, ever sleeping, moving as silently as cats stalking their prey. I would hear floorboards creak outside the doors, one or maybe both of them stood there for hours on end in the middle of the night, and my heart would begin beating fast. Dark bags began to form under my eyes as I slept less and less. The only release that I had was work, but every night I would have to come back to these people who I didn't know, literally identical to my family. I was working stress and I began to smoke heavily. Normally, Emma hated it when I
Even
smoked
murder.
and she never allowed smoke into the house. But now I chain smoked inside and she didn't even seem to notice. She and Brandy barely talked anymore, even to each other. When they did speak, their sentences were short, clipped, and often bizarre. A month ago, I was sitting up in the guest bed, smoking and reading some Philip K. Dick. I had the Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch in my hands, which ironically was a story about a man who had been replaced by an advanced alien civilization. It struck too close to home, and I put the book down just staring out the window. The dim lamp that I kept on through the night, giving the room a yellow glow. And then I saw her. My wife was creeping out the basement door barefoot, an insane smile plastered across her face. Her wide eyes looked around. She looked like a maniac who was trying to keep herself from descending into uncontrollable laughter.
Okay.
I wonder what they find so amusing. I whispered to myself bitterly, feeling cold and spite towards these two strange people who had taken over my house. I saw her start towards the woods beyond the house, taking me down a dirt trail that ran towards a mile away. But at that moment, totally fed up and ready for this madness to end, I resolved I got up out of bed, wincing as the springs groaned. I wondered if my daughter would be waiting outside the door with a bloody knife in her hands, ready to cut me open like what my wife did to that possum. I heard a floorboard creak directly outside my door, and a slight, barely audible sound followed it. It sounded like giggling and a little girl quietly laughing.
Hold on.
I swore under my breath. Screw it, I whispered, going to the window and opening it. The wood shrieked loudly, and I winced looking back over at the door. But I heard no response from the other side. You're afraid of a little girl finding out that you're leaving. You're a grown man, I asked myself, smiling at the absurdity of it. But when I remembered Brandy's cold and insane eyes, the smile went away.
Can I go up here?
Yes, indeed, I was afraid of that little girl. I had no idea what she was capable of. I looked down. I was only on the second story, and below the window was soft earth and grass. I slowly climbed out, hanging myself down from the window and letting myself drop. I felt myself falling for a few moments, and I wondered if I would regret this.
Get up.
Images of my leg bone breaking and poking out through the skin ran through my head. And then I hit the ground, rolling as I hit the dirt. I landed hard on my back, knocking the wind out of my lungs. I lay there for a few seconds, breathing hard, and then I pushed myself up and began following my wife, wearing only slippers and boxers and a t-shirt. I wasn't exactly dressed for reconnaissance work, but then again, neither was she. I glanced at the house, and from my daughter's window, I thought that I saw a small face staring down at me, grinning like a jack-o'-lantern, an expression of barely contained glee and bloodlust, marred her childish face. But when I looked back up, the window was empty.
I'm gonna have to go fast travel near King Pack and go.
And yet it shook
Well,
me
I'm
so
not even
badly.
sure if I can kill it by myself, but I mean,
I could be so afraid of a
I'll
little
just
girl
try.
as I was right then. I
We'll
tried to move as
go
fast
kill-
as I could without making
kill it
noise,
again.
hoping that I could catch up with my wife. The half moon gave some bare light that streamed through the trees. I used it to avoid the rocks and tree roots that jutted up out of the earth. After a few minutes, I heard an eerie sound coming from the
water.
humming. I caught a glimpse of my wife, pale and white, her nightgown billowing around her full frame. She stared straight ahead, her eyes not seeming to blink. She veered off the trail, and I followed from a safe distance, trying to keep myself hidden behind trees. It felt like dozens of eyes watched my every movement, but I brushed it off as paranoia.
Oh, let me try to do
She
this one.
trampled through the brush and prickle bushes, not seeming to notice the thorns and whipping branches. I tried to avoid the obstacles while still keeping her in view. We went uphill for a while, and to me, her choice of direction seemed totally
I
random.
need to plug in my
And then she
phone
stopped.
soon.
The humming cut
I'm
off,
about to
in
die.
and she knelt down, sighing in pleasure. She began to play
Ah,
with something
shit. I
white
should have brought my
lying
fire
on the
type.
ground under a small
fine.
pile of leaves and brush.
Right.
She carefully brushed the remnants of disintegrating leaves and soil off the object. From behind the tree, I couldn't see what it was. She ran it through her fingers, stroking it lovingly, even kissing it.
Well,
After it felt like an
there we
eternity,
go.
she put it back down, turning around to start back towards the house. She passed within 20 feet of me. I hid behind the largest tree in the area, moving around the track she passed, praying for my presence. And I watched her descending in the fog. As soon as I was sure she was gone, I crept forward towards the spot.
Come on. What's the other duck saying? Ew. Oh my god. Jackson bitch. Come on, catch it. Yes, go. Beat his ass.
I turned and vomited on the forest floor,
That is ass.
feeling that I might collapse at any moment. Waves of hopelessness, confusion, and anger consumed me in turn.
Took it long enough, but I did
Staggering,
it.
I ran out of the woods, going to a neighbor's house, and frantically knocking at the door.
I think that's it.
It was 3 a.m. and it took a while to get a response. But finally my neighbor, an old retired man, came to the door. "Al, thank God," I said. His tired, bloodshot eyes looked at me for a long time.
Oh well, got it. Took,
Furious, it's
I don't
too
know.
late for a
Well,
visit,
took a
he said.
while, but I did
"This
it.
is an emergency. Can I use
Oh
your
my
phone for a
god,
minute? I
done
need
leveled
the
up.
police here
Now I
immediately."
can make a penguin launcher.
His eyes widened at that, and he looked wide awake a moment later.
Need the grappling
Sure,
or the
sure,
mega
come on in,
grappling
he
gun.
said.
No,
As
unlock
soon as I
it.
had entered, he closed and locked the door behind me. He pointed towards the kitchen.
Okay,
The phone's
now
in
unlock
there, hanging
this.
on the wall next to the door. I thanked him profusely. Visions of my murdered family members running through my head. And then I dialed the police,
Hungry.
my fingers shaking so badly that it took me a few tries. Finally, though, I heard it begin ringing,
I have
and at that
eggs.
moment, I wondered what exactly I would say.
Your data is more valuable than gold to hackers. They're selling your passwords,
There's
bank
an
details, and
advertisement.
private messages to the highest bidder. McAfee helps.
The
There we
911
go.
operator assured me that vehicles were en route and that I should stay at the house with my neighbor Al until they made sure the area was safe. Under no circumstances should I go outside until the police arrived. It all sounded normal and sensible at the time, and I had no suspicion that things would become nightmarish and lethal within minutes. Al had listened to me
I'm gonna
frantically
fight-
try
wanna
to
fight
describe
this one
the
next.
situation to the 911 operator with
Try to
wide
catch it as
eyes.
well.
His wrinkled old face showing fear and confusion. He had a cup of coffee in his hand, but he never drank any
Oh,
of it.
goddamn.
"Is that fish?" He
Indeed,
asked
fish.
after I hung up. "Brandy and Emma,
Oh,
they're dead. You found their bodies in the forest." I nodded grimly. I hadn't told the 911 operator about the doppelgangers in the house
Hello.
and the bizarre and psychotic behavior.
Hatch.
I
I'm
figured
currently
once the
texting a
police saw
friend.
the bodies, my story would become a lot more believable. But I didn't want to sound like a lunatic over the phone, lest the police come and think that I was some delusional maniac who had just murdered my own wife and daughter and was trying to cover my own butt by calling and reporting it. I had watched more than enough true crime shows to know
Okay.
that whenever a wife or husband is murdered, their spouse is always the first suspect
Alright,
until
well,
cleared by
hold on.
forensics or an alibi.
Okay. Oh, yatch.
It seemed like
Hatch,
no time
hatch,
passed when I
hatch,
heard tires
hatch,
screeching
E,
outside and
hatch,
vehicles
E.
pulling up in a frenzy.
You're caught.
I looked outside expecting
Okay.
to see police lights flashing,
Ow.
wondering why no sirens had sounded. My heart leaped into my throat when I saw 3 black
Aqua gun.
SUVs filled with men in
So
suits.
dry.
They got out holding automatic rifles.
Uh,
Without warning, they pointed the guns at the house and began firing.
Hey.
15 dark
Stop over
silhouettes
him.
lined up and down the street outside, looking like a
Guess
firing
I'm
squad at a military execution. When the first bullets exploded,
What did he
I
do?
was so surprised that I
When
didn't
fighting
even look.
together, fire
I
pals
saw
drop more
Al
items
standing there
when
with his
defeated.
mouth hanging open as a bullet
Ooh, I
shattered his
see, I
coffee
see, I
cup,
see.
sending me
Transporting
steaming out
handwork,
black
mining
liquid
2,
all over the
cooling
floor,
2,
yet missing his hand
watering
entirely.
2.
A second
Yes.
later, another one came
There's
in
a
and
reason.
exploded through his chest. In slow motion, I saw a
Okay.
flower of blood
It's actually
blossom
really
out from the
good.
gaping hole that suddenly appeared in the center of his heart.
Right, I
He
need to
didn't so much
craft
as cry
a
out, but instead fell back instantly, moving his hands up as
cooking
if in
pot.
supplication as he
Now,
clenched and unclenched his
flea
fingers.
organs.
His mouth opened and closed
Flame.
silently as a
Flamey
puddle of
flame.
blood rapidly spread out beneath him
But
on the
before I
linoleum
do
kitchen floor.
any of that, I need to go
And then my
fucking
instinct kicked in.
I'm a fatty.
As glasses shattered and dishes
Easy.
exploded and light bulbs burst all around me, I jumped to the floor, crawling towards the back door, making myself as small a target as possible. At that moment, I didn't even realize that I had dragged myself through the warm, sticky mass pooling beneath Al's still body. His pupils dilated in death and his mouth opened in surprise. The blood completely covered my white shirt and blue jeans.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
cut.
dragged my arms and hands through it as light after
That.
light went out.
6.
Each bulb exploded
And
and
I have a
gunfire
lot of
strafed
that.
across
So
the
I'm gonna
house
cook
over and over. Left to right and then right to left, and then left to right again. After it felt like an eternity, the
Okay,
shooting
so
stopped.
if
I had nearly reached the back door by this point. I also looked
I
like a
want
serial
him.
killer with my clothing, shoes, and skin mostly covered by Al's blood. It made me feel sick to my stomach, and a part of me wanted to rip the soiled clothes off and throw them to the side as I went. I jumped out, flinging the door open and running out into the dark night beyond. Behind me, I heard the front door smash open as the
Wow.
men kicked their way inside. The
well,
last
here's
thing that
me
I
in the
heard from that
flare.
house was them running from room to
Oh,
room.
flare attacks with
Clear.
magic bullets.
And then I reached the border of the forest and I was quickly swallowed up in the
Ooh, I
shadows of the
guess.
trees. As I wandered blindly through the trees in mortal terror, covered in goosebumps and sweating heavily, I heard the men destroy the back door of the house. They had apparently cleared the house and realized that I was no longer inside. Reality felt like a nightmare, disassociated and surreal. I couldn't believe that any of this was happening, but my instincts took over. And with high amounts of adrenaline surging in my
Is it
blood,
not?
I ran like I never had before. The men began to come out into the forest, sprinting, turning on bright LED lights attached to the ends of their rifles. I had the advantage in that I knew these woods well. The men certainly had me beat on physical strength and stamina though. They all looked like gym rats, their muscles bulging under their black suits, their thick bodies striding forward with purpose. They all stood tall and still for a moment as their cold killer's eyes surveyed the surroundings, reptilian and emotionless. I heard more SUVs coming to a screeching halt in front of my house, and soon the sound of many dogs barking echoed across the forest. I knew they were tracking me and they would soon find me and kill me. No one would ever know what had happened here, least of all me, and no one would ever be able to prevent it from happening again. But the destruction of the sole living witness to the bizarre replacement of my family. And I ran towards a large rock formation that I knew nearby, with small indentions allowing a man to fit in the wide crack of the 30-foot tall cylinders of stone. This was a place that I'd like to come and sit during happier times.
May or may not have a human as a
Sometimes
slave.
just meditating and listening
We
to
don't
the
talk
sound of
about
the
this,
birds
we
and
just
breathing in the clean air of the woods.
don't,
Now I hoped in my time of desperation that it would come to my aid again. I heard the dogs getting closer and saw the lights separate into smaller and smaller groups as the agents combed every inch of the forest, sweeping their rifles up to down and left to right as they looked into every crevice and behind every tree. I saw a single light drawing nearer. My heart seemed to stop. I knelt down low, feeling the ground with my trembling fingers. I found a large, flat stone that must have weighed a good 10 pounds. Making myself as small a target as possible, I waited for the figure to pass right by my hiding spot. Even though this happened a couple of months ago now, I still remember the rising waves of anxiety that gripped my heart as this assassin stood before me. As soon as the light began turning to examine the dark corners of the indention I crouched in, I sprang forwards, waves of adrenaline giving me amazing strength and reflexes. The man saw me at the last moment, his eyes widening as his finger began to tighten on the trigger. and then I smashed the rock into the front of his skull. His neck twisted to the side, his eyes instantly drooping as his body went slack. I dropped the rock onto the leaf-strewn ground and caught him in the same movement, dragging his limp body back into the shallow groove of the rock where I hid. I took the rifle off of him, flicking off the light and feeling around in his belt for extra magazines of ammunition. I found 3 extra clips. I fumbled around until I found a latch to release the magazines, unclipping them one after another and shoving them
Increase
in my
player's
pockets.
defense by 10. That's pretty good.
The man quickly started to stir, groaning and moving his head slowly from side to side. His eyes still clenched shut. Ugh, he mumbled, his eyes beginning to flutter. My head, Jesus, what? His blue eyes suddenly opened, and he looked directly at me. An icy hatred had changed his expression in a single moment. No, it's you, Julius Thorne. He spat my name with venom, staring directly at me, even as blood trickled down his cheeks from his forehead. Yeah, it's me, I said. What is going on right now? Why did you psychopaths murder my neighbor and try to kill me? He just shook his head and kept his mouth tightly shut. I waited a few seconds, giving him a chance to answer. When I realized that he wasn't planning on talking, I sighed, steeling myself for what I knew I had to do. Raising the rifle up above my head, I quickly brought down the butt of the gun into the center of his nose. I heard it crunch, a fountain of blood exploding from the front of his face. He started to open his mouth to scream, but I turned the gun around and pointed it straight at his right eye. If you scream, I'll kill you right here, I said. I have nothing to lose right now, and I'd rather go down fighting. He bit his lips so deeply that a small trickle of blood began to stream down his chin. But he didn't scream or cry.
Okay, how do I craft this?
Despite the immense
I
pain
need to go
he
iron.
had to be in.
I need to get iron.
Now maybe we can try this again. I said, giving him a grim smile. Why did you guys want to kill me? Why are you chasing me? We are agents who've been tasked with detecting and destroying anomalies that have arisen across the United States, he said, scowling at me with hatred,
Whole mounted
his
crossbow.
words coming out somewhat distorted as he constantly spat blood.
When do I get an iron
And people
farm?
usually call us the cleaners. Mostly we deal
Weapon
with
assembly
incidents in
line?
small towns like this one. Though sometimes it hits the fan in the cities too. And just last week we
need
were
that.
in New York City. Press thought that it was some serial killer who ripped apart his victims with a knife. But any coroner worth his salt would immediately be able to tell that it had actually been claws and fangs. But we found him and brought him in for containment. He had already killed 3 joggers and 7 homeless people by then. Yeah, so what does any of that have to do with me? I asked, furious. I hated these men so badly at that moment. I had asked for help.
Okay, hold on.
Assassins had come to my side. Your wife and daughter are dead, he replied. But you're not the first one to call and say that you found the grave of your family. In every other case, the police found the people still alive and healthy in the house, and the graves are totally empty by the time that we got there. But there were always indications that the individuals still living had changed. They always began to show psychotic and violent behavior, and inevitably they would kill their own family members and neighbors, anybody in the area. When the anomaly is allowed to proceed, the entire town often ends up being destroyed. We lost over 10,000 people in a single incident last year.
I'm at.
So we come in and continue
I know
by
where I'm
killing
at,
an
but I don't
associate
know,
with the
like-
anomaly to stop it from spreading. Because it does spread, and it seems to spread by association. It starts with a couple people on a street and then the rest of their house.
Okay, what I
And then
need
their
to
next door
know.
neighbors, and it keeps going outwards, like ripples spreading outwards in a pond. By this point, I heard dogs getting closer and closer, and I saw lights flashing through the trees in the distance, aimed in my direction. I quickly ripped a strip of fabric from the agent's shirt and tied his hands and feet before binding his mouth so he couldn't scream. I knew they would still probably find him within 10 minutes or so, but that might be all I needed to get out of here, and now at least I had a gun. I sprinted out of the woods, taking the trail in the opposite direction of the agents. I had to move in the dark, which slowed me down significantly, but I had been on these trails 1,000 times before. Soon the shouting of the men and the barking of the dogs grew faint behind me, and I came out on an empty side road. I knew the area well. Richie lived only a few blocks from here. Without thinking, I began to stagger down the road, the streetlights flashing on and off above me. I saw faces peering out of windows as I passed. I must have looked like a madman, being totally covered in blood with wide and panicked eyes that constantly snapped in the direction of the smallest sound. Yet amazingly, not a single person came out of their house. I wondered how many of the faces were just those who were replaced, doppelgangers with the right human skin, but without any of the human mind, except maybe for its most destructive and insane impulses. Within minutes, I found myself stumbling through Richie's front yard towards his little ranch house, a massive wraparound porch with pillars painted white in front of the light blue siding. He had Halloween decorations all over the place. A scarecrow was crucified in the front yard, fake blood streaming from its hands and feet. A massive painting of a reptilian humanoid with black shining skin and tentacles coming out of its mouth and stood in front of the porch, like some nightmare from an H.P. Lovecraft story. Fake gravestones were lined up row after row of gray foam with skeletal hands rising out from the grass in front of them. I saw plumes of smoke rising from a chimney connected to the fireplace, the smell of wood smoke and decaying autumn leaves mixing in a pleasant scent that always reminds me of Halloween. I pounded on the door until Richie came and opened it. His eyes widened as he saw me. "My God, Thorne, what happened?" he asked. I moved past him, looking back furtively at the streets and the dark forest stretching out before us. Hidden dangers seemed to be everywhere. "Close the door," I told Richie. He quickly shut it and turned the deadbolt. He turned to me, his face pale, a shocked expression on it. "Are you hurt? Whose blood is that?" he asked. "No," I said curtly, shaking my head. "I don't have time to explain it all now. Some men are after me. I think they're from the government. My neighbor is dead and my family's dead." I broke down then, crying. "I need help. I really need your help right now." Okay, I believe you," he said reassuringly, putting a hand on my shoulder. "It's gonna be okay. That's a nice gun, by the way." He gave me a calming smile. I had nearly forgotten about the automatic rifle slung around my shoulder. I looked down at his situation, like I had just discovered a new limb on my body. "Hey, how about we get you a change of clothes and then we'll figure out what to do," he said. "Hey, come with me to my room. I think you're about my size." I gratefully followed him. He gave me an old shirt and hoodie and a pair of jeans. I stripped off my bloody clothes, feeling how the drying, coagulating blood crackled under my dirt-stained fingers as I stripped. I felt a small sense of hope as I put on the clean clothes. I had my friend here with me now. I had escaped. I wasn't alone in this anymore, at least. At that moment, I heard a knock at the front door. It sounded light and hesitant, like the knocking of a small child. I walked quickly out of the room and saw Richie standing there, the front door standing wide open, a nightmarish shape standing on the porch. It looked like a person, but deep, blackened burns covered every inch of their skin. Only their eyes still had any humanity left. Two shining pits of despair with green irises and massively dilated pupils. They constantly teared up and rolled from side to side in agony. The person held out their arms in front of them, as if they were in so much pain that they didn't even want their arms to touch their body. I couldn't tell the race or gender of the person through the immense damage to their body. Yellowish fluid mixed with bright trails of blood seeped from cracks in its destroyed skin. It constantly moaned. The weeping wounds all over its body cried constantly, and the smell of smoking gasoline radiated off the dying person on the porch. "Ugh," the figure said. "Oh God, help please." "Oh my God," Richie said, putting his hand over his mouth. "We need an ambulance here immediately." He furiously checked his pockets, and then he spun, his eyes in a blind panic. "My phone's upstairs. We need to call 911 right now." "No, Richie," I screamed. "When I called 911, those men came and tried to kill me. They're not on our side." I wish that I had more time to explain. Richie heard the note of panic in my voice. His face was covered in a sheen of sweat, and the anxiety I felt seemed to reflect in his expression. "Well, we have to do something," he said, a pleading tone in his voice. He looked like he wanted to turn away and run from the whole situation. But then he stopped and stared at the figure more closely. "Oh Jesus, is that you, Melissa?" With those words, my heart jumped into my throat. I turned to the figure with newfound horror. Melissa and Richie had dated for nearly a year. Looking closer at the figure, I could see that it did appear to be a woman. At least as far as I could tell from the curve of the body under the blackened skin. Melissa was white and thin, about 5'6". This
Okay,
made
my
third-degree burns all
my
over
sister
his body
wants
was
me
certainly
to
the
play
right
a game
height
with her.
and build.
Oh, I shall do
"It
that.
hurts," she said,
After
her
I figure
voice
something
gurgling
out.
out loud. "Oh, it hurts
Okay,
so
so if
bad.
that's
Kill
that,
me,
that means
please
that
kill
this is
me."
here. That
She
means I
waved
need to
her
go down
arms
there.
as if trying to cool them with the
Okay,
open air.
that's not really a good place for me.
"That's it, I'm calling an ambulance,"
Apparently.
Richie said, running past me. I
Right
followed closely
here.
behind him, leaving the
There's
door wide open. We went upstairs and he pulled his phone from its charger and opened it, dialing 911.
Okay,
He
I'm
frowned,
hungry.
listening for what seemed
Forgot
like
to
a
get
long
food.
time.
It's fine.
And then he gave me the
Where is
phone.
it? So
As I
I'm
pressed it
here.
to my ear, I heard an emotionless
What?
message read by a robot with a woman's voice coming through.
Okay, so
Stay in your homes until the situation is resolved. Thank you for your help in
So
this
like-
trying time.
And then it began to repeat, starting at the beginning.
This is a
What?
recording. Emergency services in your area have been temporarily suspended. Help is on the way. Under executive
over here,
order
apparently.
718.
I was in house,
Martial law
but
has been declared in
these
your
been
area.
spawning them a lot
To the
more.
doors, please keep your doors locked and windows closed. Stay in your
We're
homes
actually gonna
until the
kidnap that
situation
thing.
is resolved.
What the heck is that? Richie
my
said,
balls.
infuriated. What do they mean emergency services are temporarily suspended? Why don't we take her straight to the hospital? I asked. His eyes brightened at this.
Let's walk
Yeah,
over the
let's
road.
do it. What other choice do we have? She needs help immediately and she's going to die without it. He said gloomily, his eyes growing moist. But the phone says to stay
Yeah,
inside.
perfect. Very good.
I really hate to say it, but she's going to die.
Maybe I'll kick her out. I'm not too sure, actually. That was my
Melissa
question.
survived 3 degrees.
Okay. Now, I still need to find a way to leave.
Downstairs, phone in Richie's hand. As we
Okay.
came down the stairs,
Currently heading in the right
the
direction.
door still stood open.
Unstable.
Melissa was gone. I ran forward,
Ah, I
seeing
see.
drops of blood and pus on the deck where she had stood.
Oh, I
Yet
see
there
it.
was no sign of her. Where could she have gone? She couldn't have walked that far in her condition. I was amazed that she was still conscious at all. She must have been in some of the worst pain imaginable. I saw a figure walking up the porch stairs. I sighed, thinking
Yo.
that Melissa had
Pick up
come
your
back.
freaking Discord.
She
Oh,
had.
you're on Discord?
Yes.
She stood before us
Bruh.
now, fully healed.
I've been texting
Her
multiple
clothes were
times.
new and unburned.
I just got
She
off
had a
not too
beard
long.
here
Okay, I'm on
across
Discord.
her
Alright.
face, and she kept one hand
Yo.
behind her back.
What's up?
The Richie, she said slowly, as if ceased into words.
Imaginary technique.
Oh, Richie.
Fish.
That is his deck. Pretty hell.
For it.
I can
Richie's
beat it
eyes
without
and the rest of
problem.
his tears began to
Beat
slide
what?
down his face.
His new deck.
Melissa? He said, his voice cracking.
Cool.
Oh my
Playing
god,
Power
Melissa,
World.
it's really you, isn't it?
Invite me.
Of course it is, baby.
Is that New
She
World?
said.
Yeah, it's the one that we did yesterday.
With her left hand.
Bet.
Her right.
I'm
stayed
not
behind her
too
back.
sure how to invite you, so you're
She
just gonna
talked
have I'll
with
just tell you the
Melissa
code.
and even seemed to have some of her mannerisms.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a
But in her
second.
wide and staring eyes, there was a look of bloodlust and lunacy.
Not gonna
Richie, stay the
lie.
heck back, I
Or
said.
give me the code now.
That is not Melissa. But he ran forward crying. His
Where's
arms
the alright.
outstretched.
So the code is
I don't even
4
know if he heard what I had said.
A H.
As he crossed
F
the threshold of the door,
2
Melissa
2.
pulled her hand from behind her
That's the
back,
code.
revealing a huge, blood-stained butcher's knife.
Alright, we're going there.
Raising it high, she ran
What?
forward.
Playing
Her
Power
eyes as
World without
cold
us?
as
That's
the vast
crazy.
empty spaces
I legit
between
just got
worlds.
in Power
Without the
World.
ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly
You
stop.
kidding me?
No matter your industry, Granger's here for
Okay.
you with professional grade supplies. Call, click
Time to
Granger.com,
get
or just stop
grinding.
by. Granger, for the ones who get
Hi.
it done.
Okay. Let me check.
My hands
Hold on.
reacted without my brain even comprehending what they were doing. Raising the gun high and pointing it at her chest. I saw the knife coming down as if in slow
Here.
motion, and then thick drops of blood as splashing in the air as bullets ripped through her stomach and heart. She jerked backwards,
Like,
the knife
yeah.
rising back up as her arm spasmed. Stumbling, she stepped forward,
Here.
slashing at the air 6 inches in front of Richie's neck, with all of her strength before falling face first on the porch. Richie hadn't even reacted as the knife whizzed in the air towards his body. He stood shell-shocked and
we got
dazed,
grinding to
like
do.
a victim from a war zone. So did I,
Yeah.
except with a smoking gun in my hands.
I gotta make a
Screaming
saddle so I can
began
start
to
flying
emanate
through the
all
air
up and down
now.
the street as people started running
And on
out of their
water.
houses. For a couple of seconds, I thought that everybody had simply reacted to the sound of gunshots. Perhaps some of them had even seen me
Go
kill
to my
Melissa.
face.
Though if they had, they would
Real
have known my
quick.
actions were clearly taken in self-defense.
Wait, you're coming
She
to my
still
base?
clutched the knife
No,
tightly
I'm not.
in her right
I'm going
hand,
to my base.
her eyes bulging from their sockets. The
I
maniacal
found-
grin internally etched across her thin, pretty
Okay, I
face
found
in a
2
grisly death mask.
ore
I
deposits.
quickly realized the other people on the streets were not coming out to investigate gunshots, but
But I'm
instead
not
running for
too
their
sure
lives.
which one's better.
I saw men, women, and children chased by
Video.
family members wielding knives, axes, and guns.
What?
Across the street from Richie's house, I saw a little girl no older than 10,
Oh.
running in her bright yellow SpongeBob pajamas.
Okay.
The mother, an overweight woman,
What I
with
need
greasy
to
black
do
hair, held a
is,
blood-stained samurai sword above her head, breathing heavily as she
Oh.
sprinted after her daughter with murder in her eyes. Under the harsh glare of the streetlights, she looked surreal,
Okay,
like a
well-
villain from a cartoon. Mommy,
Alright,
no,
food.
the girl shrieked,
We're going to go.
flailing her arms in front of her. She
Hello,
ran,
Ronaldo.
as if she hoped an
Oh, I
invisible
forgot.
guardian
I'm
angel would grab her and
currently.
carry her away. Daddy, help
Say
me.
hello to your audience.
But I had a feeling
Hi.
that her dad was not coming.
Yes,
Based
you're
on the
very
amount of
excited.
blood already on
I'm
her
very
weapon.
excited, yeah.
I'm very excited.
Richie and I began to run towards the girl.
Let's go, got a new
But the mother
Pokemon.
closed the distance quickly.
You got that cap that
Her
you have?
nightgown flying
cat, the fat
furiously
thing?
around her waist.
Yeah.
What about it?
Her eyes
I got an
wide with
egg,
a twisted grin
and
on her
just-
pale face. She
I
raised
have the
the
not
sword,
fat
down
version.
on the back
I
of
just-
the girl's leg.
Alright,
With
I
a
like
come on
the fat
now.
agony, the girl fell forward.
What?
Her
Yeah,
pajamas
I got the
quickly
fat
turned
version.
crimson with the blood streaming down her leg.
No, do you have the like the
She
big boy?
crawled away, weeping and shrieking
You
for
have
her
the...
father.
Oh, not the...
Behind her,
Not the
mother
boss.
raised the sword again.
Oh, I was about to say. I was thinking like, do you have my fat thing?
With the girl on the ground,
Alright.
had
I
a clear
mean, is
shot
that
out.
What are you
possible?
playing? I'm playing
I had
Cow
been
World.
tempted to try to take her out earlier,
Really
but the
good
girl that
game.
stood right between me and her mother.
I'm starving.
Pretty good
Fuck.
I would
game.
kill them both if I fired.
I mean, truck.
Now, I had the mother right in my
Totally what I
sights.
meant.
The lunatic gleam in her dark eyes, making her seem somehow inhuman, even alien. I squeezed the trigger, watching her head explode in a shower of hair, skin, and bone splinters as a short burst of 3 or 4 bullets exploded out the end of the barrel.
That is nowhere
Her
close.
headless body
Nowhere
stood
close
there
to
for a few
right. Get
moments,
out.
holding the bloody
I
sword
mean,
high.
the like
The
the
mirror.
I mean, it kinda-
gameplay.
Body that
It's
didn't
not
realize
wrong.
that
It's kind of like
it
art,
lost its
but it
life
has
at.
more Pokemon.
She staggered
Assholes.
I know, but like,
forward,
they literally
falling
just said
towards her
it.
daughter.
Is this
The
art?
spurting stump of her neck
No,
soaking
but
the girl in her
the
mother's
stream is a
blood.
bit delayed,
The
so
girl continued to crawl away from this nightmarish figure.
Did
That
I
had
just
once
make a
been her
glitch or something? Like, what is happening?
Running
I don't know.
forwards,
But
Richie
I'm
grabbed
trying
the
to
girl.
crap. Okay, I
Carefully
need
I
to
literally
go.
her
spawned in
behind
2
her knees
weeks
and
in a row.
shoulders.
I don't
Without
know.
having to
As
wait.
mayhem broke down on all the streets.
I just found. Oh
continuously
yeah,
moving the barrel of the automatic rifle in the
yeah.
direction of any nearby
I did that. That was
sounds,
me.
ready to fire at a
I
moment's
fixed the
notice.
egg wait time.
Most of the houses
that's
were
fair.
spaced a few hundred feet apart.
Bro, who wants to
with
wait an
thick
hour for
forests
Uno
that
egg?
stretched behind them for miles.
No one.
Further down the street, I saw
I'm
chaos
from
and bloodshed
Brazil.
as deranged
That's
family
crazy.
members murdered their own sons and daughters.
You're in a foreign
their
country.
Own mothers and fathers.
You're a
littering
foreigner.
the street with corpses.
You know what foreigners get?
Pain-filled screams shattered the silence of the night.
Mexican labor.
Echoing into
Joke. I swear.
Even months later,
It's
I
a
still
joke.
hear them when I'm
I'm
falling
trying not to let
asleep.
my intrusive
The
thoughts out right now.
horror-filled cries of
Whoa,
children
calm
in their
down.
last
Calm down, Daniel.
moments.
Supposed to be a joke.
We ignored the bloodshed and ran back towards the house. The
Why
girl's
would you say my
blood
name?
dripped all down Richie's arms.
Did I?
She moaned and
You
kept
just
rolling
did,
her
yeah.
head,
Well, I
eventually
guess you're
letting
gonna
it
have to
settle
cry.
against Richie's chest.
I guess I will
And she
cry
went
about it.
quiet, her eyes closing.
Supply drop
A
imminent?
peaceful look
Yo.
coming over her face.
So I was talking to
We ran to the open
Xanthus's
door.
brother.
She took the girl to the
Xanthus?
kitchen
Younger
and
brother.
on the table.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed behind, locking
His
the
younger
door
brother.
before
What's
also
that
engaging
noise I'm
in
hearing?
I turned
That is
around,
called a supply
assessing
drop.
damage. The girl's eyes stayed closed as Richie took off her pajama bottoms.
Holy
They both
shit.
had college degrees and a great deal of theoretical knowledge on many subjects.
Where is it at?
But
I
neither
didn't
of
see
us
it.
had any
Oh, you
real
don't get to see it 'cause it
experience
wasn't
in
near you.
assessing or dressing wounds. I took out my phone instinctively.
But there
and
is
YouTube
supply
detected.
drops and
I would give someone stitches, but I noticed that my internet was down. All phone calls and text messages refused to go through. Apparently they had taken down all cell service as well as revoking emergency services. Okay, I said.
Well, where
We
is
have no
this
internet,
said supply
so
drop?
we're going to have to do this blind. I don't
Okay.
think it's that difficult.
Agla
I think you know more
Akbar.
about this than I do, Richie said.
How many clumps
He
can I
always
make?
loved
8?
anatomy
Yeah,
and
it's
dissections and all. I nodded grimly. I went and washed my hands while Richie grabbed a box of latex gloves from the kitchen drawer. I walked back to the girl and said to clean the area with paper towels. A bowl of water and to clean
I need
rags.
2 more.
Chrome figure on the table.
You already got
Wait,
mega nerders.
As I used the
I
rag
don't
to
need
clean
this.
the blood to the
Fuck you.
wound and vital areas. I saw no severed blood vessels spurting bright red blood in time of I sighed.
Low-key not that hard.
It looks a lot worse than that.
if you think this game is hard, there's obviously something wrong with you.
I missed all the major arteries and veins in there. She might have been water, and as long as we
My cat's totally doing useful.
I'm getting fucking pissed off.
I'm gonna put my newborn children to work for a little bit. Have them level
Fucking
up.
attack.
After sterilizing the needles I threaded it and began to stitch the girl's skin.
I'm so sorry.
The girl still lay on the table, catatonic and pale. Richard sat in the living room.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night.
You know what I think, Richard asked. No, but I'm
Oh
sure
my god, I'm about to be
I
that
glanced up
quirky
at
out
the
animatronic, like, bro, like,
Richie's eyes
oh.
gleamed as This was a top.
He said he's at his dad's house, but he sent me his
Other
dad.
than the dozens of bloody bodies strewn across the street, everything looked idyllic. Peaceful street in a small American town. Yeah, you think it has something to do with aliens, right? I said.
Bro, my cat was flying for a second.
Gesticulating crazily with his hands now. I mean, yeah, think about it.
Please just let me live in
That
peace.
doesn't make sense.
I'm not even going the right way.
He put his finger up. It was some sort of genetic engineering. Perhaps they wanted his bone marrow for its DNA.
I don't know why they're so aggressive, bro.
I retorted. You can literally get DNA from any part of your body. Except the red blood cells.
Like, low key,
It looked to me inquisitively.
kinda annoying.
I forgot just how much you know off the top of your head sometimes. He said as shaking his head. Why not the red blood cells? Because they use the nucleus when each other cell creates the whole. So they have no nucleus. I thought that I saw a shadow flicker across the street. But when I turned my head, I saw just shadows. A flag waved lazily in the front yard.
Sorry.
They might have had a reason for using the bone marrow for genetic engineering. Why do you think Adam and Eve's great-grandkids were inheritance of bad parents? Richie asked. I don't know, you tell me, I answered. I'm assuming it's because the story is a load of BS. He smiled at this. Because the kids were genetically engineered too, and probably the grandkids and so on. The aliens likely kept changing each
Holy crap,
individual's
I'm gonna crash
genetic
out.
code, so these few people could reproduce with their own siblings without harmful effects to the children. They probably engineered all the different races too. They made the 2 genders, so why not? Richie explained enthusiastically. I had to give him credit. The
Bro.
whole idea made sense in a weird kind of way. And another weird thing, Richie said, is that you can make a woman from a man, but not a man from a woman. To make a woman from a man's DNA, all you need to do is remove the Y chromosome and duplicate the X chromosome, right? But you can't make a man from a woman's DNA because the Y chromosome would be entirely missing. The Y chromosome would have to be synthetically engineered from nucleotides, which would pose a huge problem. Replicating the X chromosome. There's no way the people who wrote the Bible could have known any of that. I think what's going on now is just demonic, I replied. Aliens wouldn't come all the way here.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
And they wouldn't care about replacing people. What kind of sense would that make? But in hindsight, even though both of us were wrong, it was much closer to the truth.
Low key.
The girl woke up about 15 minutes later.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit clunky at night.
I kept a constant watch. I saw her rise
I have a
into the table, her
hyper
small
ball.
face, a mask of pain and confusion.
Hyper
Where
spear.
am I? She asked.
What the fuck did a
You're
hyper
just
spear
across
do?
the street
I
from
don't
her
know.
house, I said. We brought you inside.
Animatronics do get a bit
Where's my
quirky at
dad?
night.
She said. I just shook my head. I haven't seen any living people in the streets in over 20 minutes. If your dad is alive, then he must have left. There are probably people
Bro.
hiding in the woods until things cool down, I replied. In truth, I thought that there was no chance at all that
Oh
her
my
father was
God.
still alive.
Where?
I walked over to the girl, then put my hand on her shoulder.
Okay.
She flinched back. Her dark brown hair falling over her face
Bro, I
as
need
she
to
rolled away.
become level 19.
I'm not going to hurt you, I said. My name's Julius, and my friend's name is Richie. You already know Richie, though, right? She nodded. I've seen him a few times mowing the lawn and stuff, but I don't really know him. She responded. Well, he's one of the good guys, and so
Just kill it.
that's why we brought you inside and bandaged up your leg. I am getting stitches, though. I don't know how professional you are. We'll do the job until we can get you to a hospital. I think. My name's Alice, she said, smiling.
It didn't drop.
Red spots rising on her pale cheeks.
Honey?
Thanks, I guess, but
That's low-key
you
kinda
know.
get-
At that moment, the lights flickered. They came back to life for a moment and then died again.
Fucking inventory full?
Ah, come on,
Touch
I
it
said.
right now and see how full it
Richie
is.
sprang up from the couch, navigating his way through the dark to the kitchen. I heard him shuffling through the drawers and then he pulled out 2 flashlights. He turned one on and then began to walk over to give me the other. No need, I said, turning the attachable light on the rifle on. Its LED light looked blinding, much brighter than Richie's 2 flashlights. He turned and gave the other to Alice. Thanks, she said shyly, turning it on. I went back to the window, deciding to check and see if there was any movement yet. With the streetlights out, I could barely see anything. I shone my light through the window and screamed when I saw a figure standing inches away on the other side of the window, grinning. Strange white tentacles covered the area where its eyes should have been, writhing and undulating, thick with slime and blood. Underneath it, I could see the face splitting
So in
two
30
as
minutes,
it grimaced
apparently,
red
I have
at
to
the
go to
lighter,
gym.
separating except
Crazy.
for 5 inches of bone and glistening muscles at the back.
I don't mind going to
Hundreds
gym,
of
but
sharp,
like,
serrated teeth gleamed in the
I
light.
just got to the grind.
Its
You have
body
to
looked
understand.
skinned, wet with blood that dripped from its bony fingers. It closed its mouth, the flesh coming together without any line of mark indicating where it had separated. And in a gurgling voice,
Bro, I got oil. This is
Yeah.
truly America.
we will keep the
Land of the
strong
free.
alive. In the end, you will stand alone to us.
You oil up some of your Pokemon?
Do not be afraid.
No, like
You are
a
strong.
gasoline kind of oil.
Why are you doing
No.
this? I screamed.
Oh, that's even
My
better.
finger tightening on the trigger.
The land of the
Dude.
free.
Roll apart this monstrous apparition. But something inside told me to hold my fire. I had a feeling that he had
Sure
not
they
come
are
alone.
gonna
And if I began
make
shooting,
tanks. We're gonna
he might
make
force
jets.
me to leave the house and attack me. You have 3
We're
hours
making
left
nukes.
until the experiment ends.
Yo, if you can help me out catch King
It ignored my
Palka, that would be
question.
amazing.
I watched the muscles on its skinless body contracting as
I
it
need to
pulled
touch
away.
it.
The huge tentacles sprouting
I need
from
a-
his
I
head
got you,
constantly
but,
writhing
like-
like snakes.
That's gonna take some
I saw the alien
grinding.
creature walk over to the woods
You're a
on the
giga,
other
aren't
side of the
you?
street, where
You're a
two
big
men
black
stood
gi-
waiting,
Oh,
both
shit,
naked
my
and
phone.
skinned. A man in a
Okay.
black robe with the hood pulled
Why
over
does my
his
hair
face
feel like
followed
this?
behind
Dear
them as
God.
they disappeared into the
Because it
shadows.
feels
I didn't realize
amazing.
just how massive
It doesn't
they
feel
were until a
amazing.
human
It's like
form
a
stood directly
nice
beside one.
dry feeling.
They towered
You just
over
said
him
it's
at least 8
nice.
feet tall, with their tentacles stretching out
Get the
far
wet.
behind. I turned to see Richie and Alice standing
I got a saddle.
The kitchen.
You
They
pulled
were
a
preparing
saddle.
some of the perishable
Chat,
food by
chat, chat,
flashlight,
chat. He's got a saddle.
making ham sandwiches with cheese and lettuce, drinking milk and orange juice.
Bruh.
I sat down grabbing a sandwich.
Wow, this
and taking
Pokemon's
a bite.
freezing.
Oh, well, Richie.
Can I
What
swim
can
for water?
Giga Spears or Mega Spears do?
I think you're right about them.
Oh, yo, I have a
experimenting
wheat
with us.
production. What
I
does
don't
wheat
know
do?
why or what they hope
The
to
fuck?
accomplish, but something intelligent is clearly using us as guinea
What
pigs.
does wheat make?
Did you
Wait,
hear
does
what it
wheat make
said?
bread?
What's going to happen in 3 hours?
It's like
Is that
Minecraft.
when they plan on killing all of us?
Okay,
the survivors?
flour.
They already wiped out
Okay,
most
what
of
do
the
I do with
town.
fucking
She
flour,
said
mate?
bitterly. They killed my
You
mom.
make wheat.
No, they
What
killed
is
my
wheat?
family too,
No,
I said.
flour is wheat.
And I think we'll
Is
all be
it
dead
like-
soon
like-
if we
like-
don't
Oh,
do
then you make
something.
bread. You make
We
bread.
can't stay
That's
here.
what
We
you
have
do.
to
You
get
make
out of
bread.
town. We have to warn
I need
people what's
flour to
happening
make
here.
bread. Bread to make flour.
You said those government goons
Apparently
already know
bread
about
is
it,
better
though,
than eggs.
Richie said.
I don't understand
Who
how
else
that's...
are we going to warn?
How does that work?
No one would believe us for a
Me
minute.
no
I barely
comprehendo,
believed it.
you stupido,
I
you
felt
fucking
like I'd been
giga.
slapped. I
You
hadn't thought about the men in the
stupid
black SUVs
giga.
ever since we took Alice in.
You nit
Where had they gone? Why weren't they here?
nigga.
Tracking down people
You're such a
associated with the
nigga.
anomaly and shooting them.
Yo, I can make a rush...
Unless they had abandoned the
pork.
town.
Rush
Perhaps it had
for
gone too
pork,
far for
dude.
such measures to be of any
Oh
use.
god. I
Perhaps
love
they
eating
were alive
house.
and disabled 911
You know,
by the
if
time
this
they got to
is
Rich's
what
house.
It's amazing.
it's
A
amazing.
shiver of fear
You know, if
ran
this
through
is
my
what it
body as
looked
I
like
contemplated
and
it.
tasted like in real life,
What about getting revenge for Melissa and your wife?
it'd be amazing.
He pointed
This
at
is
me,
what real
and
life
your mother.
was.
He pointed at
It'd
Alice.
be
I
much
laughed
more
at that.
amazing.
Revenge was what? The 3
But
men
then again,
decided
this
I
is
had left
life.
for this
We
rifle.
eat our own
You guys don't have
animals.
any weapons.
It
and she's
is,
only
it
a
is,
10-year-old
but like...
girl. I want revenge just as much as anyone, but we have to focus
know.
on surviving.
I can make over
Most
1,000
of all,
arrows.
we have
Dear
to focus on
God.
her surviving.
I wanna know how
said
many I
nodding
can make.
towards
I can make a
Alice.
lot of green
We're
pow
the only
balls.
people left now who can help her
I
get
wanna-
out of here alive.
How do you start making a lot of green pop
Richie was
balls?
about to say
Balls.
something
I
when
love
the
go
shooting
balls.
started outside.
Pow
I
balls.
heard a man yelling.
Like balls?
Pow
I
balls.
ran to the window and saw
There,
somebody
are you
running
gay?
towards Alice's house across
No,
the street.
I'm just saying the
Oh
fact.
God, please help me, someone. He
Bro, why
screamed.
can I make so many
When
arrows?
no
I
one
don't need
answered,
as
he
many.
began running towards Richie's house. I figured he had been
We
doing
went
this
from
for
being
a couple minutes,
brokies.
but when he saw the beam of the detachment
This.
and the gun through the front window,
Slavery.
his eyes
Okay, what
widened.
level do I level up?
Oh, thank
What
God.
level do I
Please let
level
me in. They're right behind me.
up? I need 2,000 more
I
XP.
looked at the man
Plus
and
some.
wondered for a long moment. and
Okay,
then
how do I make
recognition
this
came to
rocket
me.
launcher?
This was the agent that I had ambushed in the woods. I could tell by the broken nose and the bloody mark on his forehead.
Yo.
The black suit that he wore even by his
Yo.
cold eyes.
Yo.
Without thinking, I ran to the hallway
Getting
and flung
done.
open the front door. Come in, I whispered.
Wow, great job. You
And stop
disconnected.
yelling. You're going to attract everything in a 10-mile radius with that. And then I saw what was
I'm
behind
doing
him.
alright,
Coming
alright.
up the dark streets and my words caught in my
Yes, I do
throat.
talk about pow
A
balls.
dozen agents in black suits
Pow
walked forward,
balls.
ball-like
What you gonna do about
tentacles
it?
whipping crazily around their heads. Their eyes were
I'm gonna have to
the
go
entire
get ready
top
for
of their
gym.
head replaced
Right
by those
now, I
strange
was kinda
alien
busy, yeah.
appendages. Below it, I saw their mouths gnashing, constantly
Okay, what do I do
biting
with the
air
crude
with
oil?
serrated teeth.
I don't
They were
know.
coming in our direction.
Ask your chat. They might know.
Time to go.
They know
I yelled
shit
into the
about
house
this
at
game.
Richie and Alice. They had been preparing backpacks of food and water.
They know
In a
nothing
flash, they were out
about
of the
such.
house. Alice gripping Richie's hand tightly as her small
Factual
face contorted
fact.
with fear at the sight of the agents. I had to put in a fresh magazine after we got out of the house. Aiming
I
through
need
the
to put this
sights, I began to
stuff in
fire.
there.
My ears
I need to
ringed
crap
as
another.
fire erupted from the barrel. Blood erupted from the chests and faces of the agents, their tentacles splitting apart and spewing black fluid on the pavement below.
Why
Their high-pitched
do
animalistic
you
shrieks
have
echoed off
a
the pavement as they
spring?
ran forward in a blur. I remember seeing 2 of them fall, then 4,
Okay,
and
you're
then
eating
a
onions
stumbled
here.
as the gun clicked beneath my finger. I had gone through all 30 rounds
With
and it wasn't
Monk,
enough.
why do you have a
3
spring?
of them
Get
still
over
rammed us
here.
when a blinding light flashed above the trees. I
Step
heard a
away.
whacking sound and a powerful engine roaring behind it.
Okay, apparently you're gonna go back
I
to
looked up
eating,
just
but
in time to see a Black Hawk helicopter flying
Granted.
overhead. A man
okay,
with a
I need to
machine
figure
gun
out
began
how to
firing,
fix
mowing down all the remaining agents in a matter of
sprain
moments.
because,
He
like,
turned the gun
I
towards
really
those
don't know how to
crawling on
fix
the
that.
ground, still alive and with a flash of bullets. They stopped moving as well. And then he
Yes,
slowly began
okay.
to turn the gun on us. I had started to reload, slamming the magazine in as fast as I could. Without thinking, I raised it and I looked through the sights and fired.
I'm hungry.
As if in slow motion, I saw the man above me in the helicopter jerk before falling out of the side door. With a heavy thud, his body hit the lawn of Richie's house far below. The helicopter kept flying and soon disappeared over the forest. The sound of its blades receding and then disappearing within seconds. I turned to Richie, seeing his sweaty face and wide, bloodshot eyes. The agent stood behind him, his face covered in blood. Richie still held Alice's hand, and the girl had her face pressed against his chest, silently crying. We really need to get out of here, I said, looking
That's
hard
for
at the
real
agent.
crazy.
I wondered how much he knew and how much
Aw,
he would
crap.
tell me. Our
Probably
bedraggled
keep
group,
that,
bloody and sore
probably.
injured, began walking as one towards the trail down the street. One that I knew ran through a nature reserve and came out at the next town over. And as I listened to the agent talk, I realized
Kelly.
just how wrong I...
Okay, Kelly.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands,
What?
you know Harbor Freight.
Oh
And you
no.
can be confident
Well, he's
knowing that
gone
at Harbor
forever.
Freight,
But
you can
what?
get quality
What are you
tools and
guys
prices
talking
that work
about?
just as hard as you do. Because the
You
only thing
guys
more satisfying
in
than a
the
job
pretty
well done
one.
is a job well
Kinda
done,
weird.
well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
had been about everything happening in my town.
Bruh.
The man said that his name
When
was
did I ever
Agent
say that?
Kellerson, and what he told the group mostly lined up with what he had told me when I had ambushed
You know,
and beat him.
Let me just,
Their secret
let me just,
government agency, which he
let me
would
just-
only call the Cleaners, had been alerted to the presence of a potential anomaly in our little town. Whoever had alerted them made it sound like it was only a couple
Charlie,
scattered
it's
cases
okay.
of families being replaced.
You got put in
When we
timeout for
arrived,
10
they found
seconds.
the trickle that turned into a tsunami.
And the reason why I did it?
Townspeople flooded.
I thought it was funny,
911
low-key.
calls around the time
Okay,
that I
I
had
thought it was
called,
funny.
until they had to turn off the
thought it was
service and
kinda
deliver
funny.
a pre-recorded message announcing that emergency services were suspended. It didn't help that most of the police were themselves either replaced or being attacked by psychotic family members. And so we began to contain and eliminate the anomaly
Right
by
back.
any means available.
Back again.
Anytime a 911 call alerted us to the presence of a potential replaced family, we would go and
Gonna put
exterminate
crude
the group
oil.
to prevent a further spread of the
Others.
sickness throughout the community.
This thing.
Yet it got
That
to the
thing,
point where nearly
that
every
thing, this
house and
thing,
every street had become
That thing. This
compromised.
thing.
We began having to go from house to house,
I'm gonna put
still
that.
quickly alerted by any 911
Put
calls in
that.
the meantime, until our
And
agents
put this.
became overwhelmed. That was when
Put
we
this.
found you hiding in your neighbor's house,
That's
and we were ordered to eliminate you
looking
and
pretty
your family
organized.
immediately.
For
No,
now,
we never got
anyway.
a chance to find your wife and daughter
Oh,
due to
look.
circumstances that
Alright,
you already
don't watch
know.
this.
The resources towards tracking you before you escape, and potentially spreading the contamination further.
Kinda weird. Everything someone's coming out. Come on, okay.
Fingers. After you ambushed me and tied me
I
up,
did that right. And I saw Stop assaulting me. Bro was put in timeout. Bro was put in
I
timeout.
began to give up hope on them finding
sorry.
me quickly.
I just caught a human. I
far
love
off
human
trees.
trafficking.
They had stopped moving forwards. I was able to
Okay,
shimmy
what
towards
do
the
I
face
do
of the
with that
cliff and
human?
rub the cloth bindings against a jagged piece of rock until I freed my hands.
He's not
By
doing
that
shit.
point, I knew something
I
had
was
gone
wrong.
wrong with the rest of my group.
No,
For
well,
one, I
fuck
could
you
hear
right
their
away.
screams echoing through the forest, so I looked in their direction.
When you get
Dozens
back
of
to
their
work,
bright
I
LED
shall take
lights
you
still
out.
bounced
Because
around
I
crazily,
affected the humans.
sending chaotic shadows
No.
reaching out everywhere.
No, I need
Couldn't
it.
tell what the heck was going on.
Maybe not.
I heard my team leader yelling orders,
I
trying to
didn't
get the
even
men in
trade with this
line.
dude,
And
honestly.
then the shooting started. All of the guns started firing at once,
Welcome.
spraying
Bye.
hundreds of rounds in seconds.
He doesn't know. Oh, he's behind. That's expensive.
Instantly, everything went deathly silent.
That's expensive.
The agent went pale as he recalled this, walking next to us over the rocky trail that wound up a hill
Still
and down
ammo.
into the next town over, which was located in a valley.
A lock-on laser?
I snuck close to the chaos, trying to see what
Do
was
I have
happening
lock-on
without being
laser?
directly
I think
involved.
I do.
I needed to see so I could figure out the source of the
Fart.
anomaly.
Food.
I thought
Fart
I would
blast.
report it to my superiors and then
I don't know what
to
it
quickly
is.
eliminate it, root and branch. I saw something in the ground half buried. What stuck out at strange as silver and gold spires, as thin as silk.
Whoa,
as
talking
if
about
they had
trans
been
people
spun
in
by
here.
some alien spider.
We're
They
friendly.
intertwined
We're
and
friendly.
interweaved
No
in
friendly fire.
tapering columns,
No
more than a few
friendly
inches
fire,
wide
alright,
at the
guys?
base, rising 20 feet above the ground. The aliens all stood around like zombies, not saying a word.
Friendly fire's turned off. Calm
They
down.
swayed slightly on their feet, like plants blown in a light breeze, their movements synchronized and eerie. It seemed like a single consciousness ran through them,
What?
controlling them like puppets. The
Can
purple
you
light started up again,
Okay.
coming out in rippling waves. It moved out slowly, forming iridescent ripples and fractal patterns with grid-like energy that crawled through the trees and brush. I saw the silver and gold spires also begin to light up, glowing as the purple light formed some
Barry
strange
can't
sort of
continue this
cyclone of
conversation. It's
spires,
wild.
spiraling up around them in perfect circles. The mouths of all the agents dropped open at once as their flesh began to ripple and melt before my eyes. I started to crawl away quickly.
So it is
trying to
my
make as
damaged
little
body
noise
one,
as
and
possible.
I shall sacrifice.
When I last looked back,
These
I
ones.
saw the tentacles growing out of their faces.
I'm so sorry,
like a
but they were
parasite
being
ripping
sacrificed.
through somebody's skin.
You have been sacrificed. Yay.
So what happens now? Richie asked. What is the next step for your organization when all the agents on the ground are dead? Or worse? Well, according to military doctrine,
Give
if
me
the
pow
first
balls.
line of ground offense is removed, the next logical step is to take the
Slavery.
That's the NATO doctrine, and the CIA and all other agencies generally follow the military principles outlined by the NATO generals and leaders. So we can expect airstrikes. I asked, horrified, and he nodded. Helicopters with machine guns,
Getting
airstrikes,
cooked. You're
artillery
not,
shells.
bruh, you're supposed to fucking be working. Get the work,
As far away as
fucking
possible from the
dumbass.
center of town that we can get.
Fuck.
In the past, they haven't hesitated to use biological or chemical weapons on the entire
So I need
area.
to make a cooking pot.
Heck, one time, I remember our group was assigned to a town where the water supply got contaminated
Okay.
by some sort of alien fungus, and it transformed the people into a hive mind. Most of the cleaners got wiped out on that one, and nearly all the CIA agents too. They ended up having to exterminate the entire area with nerve agents like sarin and cyclosarin, until nothing was moving on the ground. The town is
Well,
still
I
blocked
think...
off by military roadblocks. They used
Well, I
the
need to go
old line
murdering
of coal and
Pokemon.
fire underground, and that it'll burn for
Believe
decades.
Pokemon shall be
But
in
everybody higher
a
up in the government knows the truth.
desert.
We had progressed far up the trail by
Maybe
this
it's
point,
small
and I
something.
could see the entire town
I'm
below
gonna
us.
go...
Not a single light shone in any of the houses. No cars drove by on the roads below. The place looked eerie and abandoned. Yet occasionally a scream of terror or pain would rip through the night. Faint but clear, going up to the top.
Imaginary technique. Fish.
Crisscrossing the skies. They used giant flashlights to sweep the roads in the front and back of houses, looking for any sign of movement. Occasionally, automatic weapons fire would begin shrieking above, a sign that they had gotten another one. Murdering to stop wagonders or innocent civilians involved, I didn't know.
Yes, you've been
I wasn't
murdered.
even sure how many innocent civilians could still be alive after the chaos and bloodshed that we had seen. Based on the fact that the helicopter machine gunner had
I
started
need
to target me
fucking
before
fire
killing
type
me, I
Pokemon.
believed they were going around
Pokemon?
murdering anything that moved. Perhaps the
That's a
anomaly had
whack.
spread so fast that they thought they had no other options. As we examine the view under a cloudy nighttime
That's a
sky,
Vinci, or
the
Vixie, I
first
think.
non-human craft began to blur across the horizon. They flew low, barely clearing the tree line.
Stop
and
running.
moved much faster
No, I didn't mean
than
to kill it.
and yet it gave off no sound
damn
and
it.
didn't even make a noise.
Please look at my ball, please.
It moved forwards in a straight,
Get it hit.
jumping from one point to another.
Stay in the
at a
ball.
blur and
Stay in
a
the motherfucker. Get in the ball.
I only caught a glimpse of the craft. A tangle of
Come on,
silver
bro.
and gold filaments that formed a
Fucking stay, or I will have to kill you.
It had the same kind of architecture.
Come on, I'll give you a couple more chances, bro.
Being composed of thin, curving strands that rose up and down the
Took him
line.
long enough, bro. And he's a pacifist.
Glowed a soft blue.
At least I'm sacrificing him, not keeping him.
Emanating a smell like ozone and freon.
Electric. I definitely need a couple.
Moving in a graceful arch, it flew across the town like a great
Oh,
golden
keep killing him.
dragon.
He won't
Behind it, I
die.
saw three
And he
fighters,
died. I thought.
furiously trying
Never
to catch
mind.
up to the alien craft. They fired missiles which
Didn't
just
even
sprouted
mean to
fire
kill
trails
you.
and raced across the sky,
You just so
smashing
fast
into
and
the
weak.
back of the craft's body. A flash
Oh,
of
I'll
light
kill you
pierced
though,
the dark
definitely.
sky as the missile cut in.
Yeet.
Its bellowing explosion echoing
Once
over
you-
the trees towards us a moment later. The craft
Hey, listen.
vaulted in the air, freezing in place. As the smoking fire cleared, it still hovered there.
Not sure. I'm gonna catch one of these actually. I'll kill you though.
Its exterior totally intact. The fighter jets closed in on it. The engines
There you go. And my ball.
the blue light shimmering around the craft,
No,
grew
they're running away.
forming a cloud that seemed to suck in the air around it.
Slacker? No.
Jets of light
Okay, you're getting sacrificed.
Dozens of random streams of energy that hit all three jets in an instant. Pieces of their planes exploded,
What was that?
flames leaping out of the shell,
Runner? That's good. That's good.
and their planes dissolved into pieces.
Electric ball?
And the cloud that surrounded
Sounds
the
good.
craft dispersed.
I hope that's
blown away
good.
by the wind. Slowly, almost lazily, it started to move forwards again, its strange engines humming.
Alright, hold on.
The scent of
I think
ozone
I'm his
as the
circle.
victors flew away. We continued on our way, trying to make good time. Alice had started complaining about her leg hurting her after a couple miles. Ricky and I tried taking turns carrying her, but she was simply too heavy to carry in the dark over a trail filled with roots and rocks that stuck up. Trying to grab her foot like a catcher catching a
Okay, I
baseball.
need fire type. I don't know
Her
where the
leg had
hell
started
they
to
at.
bleed again, and I could see a red spot where these stitches lay. This isn't good. Agent Kellerson said to us as the girl limped further behind. And we might need to leave her behind. There's no way we're doing that. Richie whispered angrily. If we don't get out of this town in the 3-hour timeline, we're all dead. You understand that, right? Should we sacrifice all of us for a girl who would die anyway if she's not out of town? Agent Kellerson retorted. We don't know that they plan to kill us at the end of the time limit, I said, thinking of a strange, tentacled face that had seen through the window in the glimpse of white, staring eyes behind the rioting appendages. I had seen them only for a moment, like a shooting star.
If anyone's
glimpsed
watching,
out the corner of the eye. But the
what stat do I
intelligence contained no
use it
strange
for?
orbs that were
Health.
undeniable.
Oh,
I looked back, checking on Alice. She and I
wait,
conferred
I
behind
don't know.
I groaned, stopping to go and check on
I
her.
don't know. Like,
I heard a
the best
rustle through
one.
the trees as
No,
I
if
circled
no one's gonna
back.
respond, I'm gonna
My
choose
heart
standing up.
leapt as I spun towards the noise, raising the
Which
rifle.
one should I choose? I don't know what's here, so I'm choosing stamina.
I saw myself.
I have to choose them.
I was wearing the same clothes and the same hoodie that Richie had given me. I had the same haircut, the same shoes, everything.
Alright, well, I'm gonna
Except
turn up
the
my
eyes
YouTube
were the
video.
same. They gleamed with insanity, shone with a psychotic rage, powerful enough to dissolve reality. Behind myself, I saw the other members of our group scattered randomly in the distance. Alice, Agent Kellerson, and Richie, all standing behind trees or hiding behind bushes, peering out in the dim light that filtered through the brush. Alice had caught up with me now. She stood staring into the dark forest, her eyes filled with horror as she saw the doppelgangers, still as statues with insane rictus grins, scarring every one of their faces. I remember the words of that tentacled abomination in the window verbatim, even now, months later. He had said, "We will keep the strong alive." I thought that he meant survivors, but something was knocked loose in my mind as I considered the vagueness of it. Perhaps he meant they would keep the doppelgangers alive if they had killed their original. Maybe he had meant the strongest of the two entities, one insane and fearless and one rational and human. I raised the gun to fire on my doppelganger and take him out of the equation for good when somebody tackled me from behind. I went flying forwards under the unexpected attack, my head smacking hard against a tree as the ground knocked the wind out of my lungs. The gun went flying over my head and landed a foot away as I lay there, seeing stars and trying to breathe. In a dreamlike state, I saw Al's doppelganger approaching me, reaching into the back of his pants for something. I breathed fast, allowing myself to move to go for the gun. My head swam and the world seemed dark. I felt blood dripping down my scalp, curving around my ear in a small stream. Al pulled out a claw hammer, the sharp end dirty, covered in hair and blood. He grinned at me. "Time to get some work done," he said in his old man's trembling voice, running at me with the hammer raised. I heard yelling from Richie and Agent Kellerson as they turned and began coming back towards me, but they seemed so far away. I took a deep breath as Al lunged at me with murder shining in his face. I raised my foot up and I kicked him square in the crotch as hard as I could. His trajectory as he came down with the hammer didn't change much because of it, but I saw his eyes widen in pain. But the sharp end of the hammer was still whirring through the air towards my skull, his entire body following its path. I rolled away, hearing the hammer crash into the earth with a dull thud a moment later. Richie reached me then. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small paring knife as he ran forward, something that he must have grabbed from the kitchen before he left. As Al breathed hard on the ground next to me, his eyes unfocused and filled with pain, Richie brought the knife down in the middle of his throat. The entire blade disappeared, slicing through his flesh as easily as a diver slips through the skin of the water. He spasmed and kicked, choking in the blood as he inhaled. I heard a terrible groaning, sucking noise as he tried to breathe. Bright red fluid spurted in and out in time with his breath, bubbling over the handle of the knife. He looked at me, still grinning, slowly reaching over as if he wanted to hold my hand. I had regained myself by then after what was probably a mild concussion, rolling onto my feet and grabbing my gun. I stood up slowly and shakily, feeling like I wanted to vomit. I looked into the woods, wanting to eliminate my doppelganger before he could kill me.
This will be a change.
If I get a King Rushmore and there's an absolute shit, that would be an amazing shot.
But sometime during the struggle with Al, the
It would
whole
be
group of
pretty
them had
massive.
disappeared. I could see panic spread through the group as I told them what Alice and I had seen. Agent Kellerson demanded his M4 service rifle back. "That gun is government property," he said petulantly, like a child demanding a toy. "It is by all rights registered to me." "Well, you lost your rights to the gun when you tried to kill me," I said, raising the barrel and putting it in his face. "If you want it back, then try to take it. I dare you, just come and get it." Richie got in between the two of us, pushing us apart. "Come on, guys, we got enough problems without killing each other. We're wasting time just standing here and arguing, and the clock is running down quickly." He pulled his phone out of his pocket, checking the time. "It's already been over 2 hours. We have a little less than an hour left until the time limit runs out, and whatever they're planning to do comes about. I don't think we want to be anywhere near here when that happens." Alice continuously complained about the pain in her leg. She pulled her pant leg up to show me the angry red splotches that blossomed around the stitches. A small trickle of dark, almost black blood ran down her leg, and I saw that it had already stained her pants on one side. "We'll get you to a doctor as soon as we get out of here," I promised her. "But you have to keep going. We can't carry you the entire way.
What's
We had reached the peak of the hills surrounding the town and begun descending. The next town over was deep in a valley, and we would have to stumble down steep rocky trails to get there. From a distance, I heard the screaming of many powerful engines. I looked up to see fighter jets passing overhead in a blur, breaking the sound
I mean,
barrier.
it might not be.
I felt the sonic boom in my bones as it
God.
passed through my body, vibrating my chest. I involuntarily clamped my teeth down on my lip when it went past, drawing a thin stream of blood. Their roaring started to fade into the distance before being punctuated by multiple explosions. I saw flashes
love
of
me
light
some
exploding
alcoholic.
from the center of town, like the
Back in the
second
ball.
sun rising in the night. A mushroom cloud of black smoke rose high into the sky, mixing with the dark clouds above. Oh, that's not good, Agent Kelderson said, wiping sweat from his forehead as he stared dumbly back in the direction of the explosions. Why
Hey,
not?
sort of
I enlisted asked,
I'm just-
keeping close to my side and limping heavily, trying to avoid her injured leg and wincing every time that she put weight on it. Once they start the airstrikes, it means that they've lost total control of the events on the ground, he said. You don't think they would use nuclear weapons on it, do you? Richie asked. Agent Kelderson shook his head. No, that would raise too many red flags, he answered. Radioactivity gets out and spreads, and it is detected by people all around the world. That's how some people in Europe knew about the Chernobyl nuclear explosion, even before the Soviet government had announced it. No, they would contain it with high-yield conventional explosives and artillery. And if that failed, they would likely spray chemical weapons until the area became uninhabitable for 100 years. They have enough secret stockpiles to wipe out 100 towns this size without even making a sizable dent. They might decide to drop VX nerve gas or cyclosarin from crop dusters and helicopters. And when they do, we want to be far upwind of the target area. And what if we just get to the next town over and discover the same kind of stuff is happening? I asked, seeing a nightmarish vision of empty streets littered with bodies. I think my will would have broken if I had arrived there and found it filled with psychotic twins, especially after the loss of my family, and very likely the deaths of all my friends who live nearby, except of course for Richie. Little did I realize at the time that some of our group would not see the next town. Within minutes, 2 of us would die. I was walking next to Richie when Alice limped along in front of us. Agent Kellerson walked in the rear, continuously checking the trail behind us for signs of stalking. I felt watched from all sides. I wonder what kind of fuel that craft runs on, Richie was saying. Hydrogen fusion or antimatter, or maybe some sort of quantum state that we don't even know about yet. Well, actually, the government has reverse engineered at least one of the craft, Agent Kellerson said. It had an outer
Apparently,
shell
Jim
composed
got
of a
canceled
spinning
today.
substrate
That's
called
great.
Bose-Einstein condensate, a type of superfluid that defies gravity and in the center. But we never got to hear about the engine. In a blur, 2 figures ran out of the bushes, wielding
Chainsaw.
axes dripping with blood. With eyes
Chainsaw.
bulging, I saw my doppelganger swing the axe
Oh,
down
yeah, I'm
towards
here. I'm
my
talking to my
head.
sister.
I felt as if I saw it all
Good
in
for
slow
you.
motion.
Did she ask
I
you that
raised
question
the
yet?
automatic rifle and I pulled the trigger. The recoil made the gun raise up high as a burst of gunfire shattered the nighttime
Did she?
silence. The bullets missed the doppelganger by mere inches, smashing into trees a few inches above his head, and raining splinters down on his hair and face.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to beat a cat.
Realizing that I had run out of time, I tried to lunge
it
to the
called?
side.
Oh,
but
right,
the
it is
axe
called
caught
the
me
same
hard
code
in the
from
right
last
shoulder.
time.
I do not
Sliced through the
4A,
skin, shattered the collarbone.
4A, I can repeat, 4A.
I fell back, my arm
H,
going numb from the
F,
sudden shock of the attack. As I landed on the
Good
ground, wind
boy.
getting knocked out of my lungs.
I know you are.
I
You're
saw
built
Agent
like a boy.
Kellerson stumbling back.
Such a very good boy.
The blade of an
aren't you?
axe sunk
Very,
deep into his
very good boy,
forehead.
yes you are.
He raised his hand to his spurting
That's-
face, smacking
You
his
sound like
forehead
you're
as
saying
if
like
he
good
had
boy
just
to like
remembered
a
something
furry.
important.
Oh my god.
Like a male
His
furry
lips
trying to
opened
be
and
no.
No.
His legs trembling and wavering.
That's literally how you say it.
Impact, forcing the axe
What you
deeper into
fucking
his
get?
skull. His murderer,
Get
his
fucking
identical
pissed.
twin, lunged forward, wrenching at the
Please.
axe and trying to
Please
pull
shut
it
up.
free. With
Why
every
you
jerk to the
masturbating
left
again?
and right, more great gouts
No,
of
sir,
blood
I
gushed
would
out.
never.
Richie
Just
fought
starts
back against his
drinking in the
doppelganger.
corner classroom.
I saw
Totally
his
normal,
lunatic
guys.
twin raising a gleaming butcher's knife. Richie had his hands up as if in supplication.
Bro, I swear,
The small paring knife he held
he
loosely
would do
in one
that
hand
every
as
day
he
in
tried to
class.
back
I'm not
away.
even joking you.
The doppelganger began to swing the blade wildly
The
back
teacher
and
would there
forth.
telling, stop
Two
jerking
strokes
it in the
slicing
corner.
deep into Richie's chest.
Shaking it in the
And then
corner.
Alice began to
Like he
scream
literally
behind
would.
me.
I'd be like right in
Then I
front of the
turned to
guy,
see her
and like I'll look
crawling
back
away
down,
from
just
the
see him like
mayhem.
he has his
A small
hands in his
silhouette
pants.
crouched in the bushes only a few feet away.
That means like
Only
where
the white
his
gleaming
front
teeth
at.
showing in the thick shadows
I'm
of the
sorry,
bushes,
is that too inappropriate?
gleaming like some demonic Cheshire cat. As if stuck in some nightmare vision, I saw our group being slaughtered from all sides.
Okay, so
Slowly,
you want to get
too
the
slowly,
llama palca,
I grabbed
whatever
for
it's
the gun,
called.
seeing
The
the
King
flash of
Palca.
metal out of the corner of
King
my eye as
Palca,
my
gotcha.
doppelganger came
He
in for the killing
increases
blow.
storage.
I raised the gun above my head at the last possible
Cool.
moment,
That's
bracing
very
myself
cool.
for the
That's why I
blow.
want him.
The blade came down on the side of the
Ooh.
gun, sending
Cooking
jarring
pot.
vibrations racing through my body.
Heat resistant.
My shoulders felt like they had nearly gotten pulled out of their sockets, but
Okay, so what
At
do I
least
need
I
to
was
upgrade my
still
power
alive.
station? Or power?
I spun the barrel
whatever.
towards his face, pulling the trigger.
Build
It blew
power
apart his cheeks and nose, and for a moment, I saw into my own skeletal face.
Uncle
I
here.
Gritting
love seeing
teeth,
these
half blown to
syndicate
shreds,
eggs murdering
as the
bacon.
figure swayed like a boxer before a knockout.
Amazing.
And then he fell forwards, landing heavily on top of me,
Take store
covering me
set.
with my own blood. A somehow familiar stickiness and
My
smell
adopted son.
emanating from it as
I'm
it
getting
flowed
shot
out.
at. No,
Then I
dude.
fought
We have a
against the
visitor.
corpse.
Visitor.
The dead lady that pressed the gun down on my chest. I heard Alice's pained shrieks, and even more terrifying, nothing at all from Richie. As I rolled my doppelganger off myself, heaving with a sudden burst of energy, I realized that I couldn't move or feel my right hand. I looked down and saw it, white and pale, laying as limp as a dead starfish.
Then my adopted.
Using my left, I grabbed the gun, turning towards Agent Killer's doppelganger. I saw him standing over Richie's dead body.
What do you mean there's a freaking visitor? I don't see a visitor.
To the meat of Richie's chest.
That's red.
Richie lay there
Skip
staring
mode.
at me, his eyes
Oh
red
yeah,
and
you know what you're
horrified.
doing.
His eyes seemed to become black as his pupils dilated in death. With every blow from the axe, his head shook, as if he were saying no. I shot the agent's
likes
doppelganger.
My cat
vision
wants to
turning
get
blurry
beat
for a
on.
moment.
What's gonna fucking
The
happen?
burst of gunfire made my ears ring. With the shrieking tinnitus
I would love to hear it in
blurring
the
my
background, just a cat
I
can
turned towards Alice. I saw two of
Dying.
them dressed in
You'd
identical
love that,
clothing,
wouldn't you?
Give
both
beat to
covered in
death
blood and
in the
cuts.
background.
They bit and grabbed at each other, and
Are
I
you
had no
okay,
idea
sir?
what to do.
Everything's great back
And then I
here.
realized that one of the doppelgangers
You should be
was
asking,
missing.
is my cat okay?
I heard the
No,
rustling of
probably
bushes
rat.
directly behind me. In the top of my
Oh my
vision,
God,
I saw the knife
220
come
eggs?
down. I rolled, but it slammed hard into my white and dead palm, pinning
Dude,
the
you
numb
guys are
hand to the
fatties. You
ground
eat
as
all
blood
of
rushed
that.
out from the wound. With my other hand, I raised the
most
gun
pals
and
are
pointed
fatties.
it at the grinning figure of Richie.
Yeah, most.
Without
Alright, I'm gonna-
hesitation,
If
I
you can get a
fired,
Nox,
opening
bro,
up
like the
multiple
pal
holes in the
named
center of his
Nox.
chest.
Nox.
I turned back
He's
to
a
the
W
Alice's,
pal.
wondering what I should do. But as
What'd
I
you
looked
do?
over, I found that I was too
So
late.
his pal
One
ability,
stood over
quote
the other,
unquote.
choking her and pinning her to the
Had an
ground.
ability.
So what he
The
does
girl on
is
the
that
top had blood
when
seeping from
when
her
you're
leg
fighting
and
with
died a
him,
surge of hope.
he turns
That had to be
your
the real
attacks into
Alice.
dark type attacks.
The other one's face had turned purple, deepening and darkening into
So
a
if you're
sickly
fighting a
and
normal
suffocating
type,
shade.
it does double
Her
damage
lips
basically
turning blue.
when you're fighting with him.
As she died, a wave of heat and light
Oh, wait,
overtook
W's in
us.
chat.
An explosion rocked the earth moments later.
W's?
Shockwaves passing through the ground.
We ride to the night.
I turned back to the
Tonight.
town, seeing a massive mushroom
We
cloud
ride
rising up in
into
the air.
night.
It seemed that nothing was left of it.
Yo.
In front of the massive ball of fire and smoke that emanated from the center area, a large blue cloud glimmered
Charge
in the
into
air.
battle.
Soon I saw the alien craft speeding towards us in
Just
a blur,
watch as my uncle comes into my
leaving the
room and just
area
starts
that they
complaining.
had
What are you
just
doing?
obliterated.
Get off the
They
game.
came right
coming,
towards
it's coming,
Alice,
it's coming.
she hovering above the trees.
Whoa. You can't be
Moments
talking
later,
like
the
that.
humanoid skinned beings faded into existence in front of me. I still stood on the ground with a gushing wound in a dead hand, stunned and in agony. Alice looked no better, covered in blood.
Can't be
Her leg
talking at
wound
that
ripped
side. I
open
don't
again.
care.
her face white and
It's
pale.
coming up.
She was breathing fast and trembled, looking
Holy,
like she
how
might
big is this
collapse.
freaking station?
I
She
don't know.
stared at
Like
the
your
three
mom
beings that manifested in front of us with a
I
I'm
blank
just
look on
finding
her
random,
face. You two are the last
dungeons.
ones left alive. The one in front said,
and doing,
bone-white
I'm
tentacles
telling you,
writhing
this
like
thing is
snakes.
too massive.
Behind the massive
massive?
tentacles on its face,
you know what else
I caught
massive?
glimpses of two intelligent round eyes, pure white and luminous. They looked moist and glistened like opal, shining with rainbows and colors. Barely,
Amazing,
I
big,
whispered.
massive.
The being took out a strange black vial. With a reverent stare, he held it before me, cradling my head in his long, twisted hair. And then he took some of my blood from the wound. He stood and walked over to Alice, repeating this strange ritual. And then he talked to the others in a strange, guttural language with clicks and hisses mixed in randomly.
The
The
animatronic
cadence
characters
fast and
here
excited.
do get a bit
He turned
quirky
back
at
to me.
night.
You
The
are a
animatronics do
survivor,
get a
you
bit
both
quirky at
are.
night.
You have proven yourselves worthy. You are worthy of life. When the cleansing comes, the time of renewal, we will exterminate all life unworthy of life, and start your people anew from the blood of the survivors.
Memes
A
indeed
second
massive.
Adam and a second Eve. Perhaps this time they will actually be
Up the
created
tree
in
already.
the image of God,
Good
the
boy.
true God, ourselves. I saw at that moment that the two aliens behind him held small black canisters in their hands. One walked over
There's
to me
a,
and another walked over
DJ's
to
Dungeons
Alice,
open right
spraying
now.
us both in the face.
I bet.
The world spun and then
You
my
wanna do
vision
it?
went black. And I felt myself
Yeah, you're gonna give me a
being
second. I'm trying to
lifted
build a
up
power
before I was
workstation
gone
here.
completely.
Or pallet expedition station.
I woke up in a hospital
thing's
in the state
indeed massive.
capital.
It is really
Alice was in
massive.
the
That's
next
why I
room.
built mine on the
We
side
had
of a
no
hill.
memory of how we got there or who had dropped us
If you
off.
saw where I built mine, you
After
would
all was said and
understand.
done, I ended up losing most of my right arm in an emergency surgery. The injury from the axe wound had severed nerve endings and caused severe
Honestly,
blood loss
dungeons
to
are
the
really
entirety
good,
of
but
the
like
limb,
after a certain level
causing
point, they're not
irreversible
as
oxygen
not as
deprivation
massive.
and permanent tissue death. The surgeon said that I got to them just
Holy
in time.
God, this thing is taking so much space.
But as the
You know
months
what else is
passed, I
massive?
felt I lost something much more fundamental.
Oh yes.
Something greater.
Taper fade.
I've been in contact with Alice's foster
Yeah.
family. And
It's
they
nice
said
when like the
that
video
she's
plays, but
acting
when DJ
strange and
sings
not
it, it just like
talking.
Loki gets annoying after
I
a
wonder
while.
if I made a mistake.
DJ?
Yeah.
The entire experience was a nightmare that I want to erase from my memory forever. It led to the death of my
Risk
family
low.
and friends and the crippling of my body.
Oh wait,
I can
think that's
only
a-
hope that I never see those writhing bone-white
what does the
tentacles
pallet
again.
expedition station do?
You can send pals on expeditions and get shit.
But so I can tell them to get to work.
With Verizon, when you bundle mobile
Cancel
and home
home.
internet, you save $15 a month and can get the entertainment you love included on us, like Netflix and Max. That's up to $300 a year in savings from your bundle and entertainment included on us, only on Verizon.
Why is my mother sending me TikToks?
Why TikTok of all things? TikTok is scary.
My mother's scary.
That's true.
It was an 8-hour drive back home. I had been visiting my dad for his birthday, but I had to get home.
Alright, I set
I
them
hadn't
off.
been able to
Go,
get
you
time
peasants.
off of work the next day.
Get to
Die
work.
I was
trying.
gonna be
Die
infinite if I
trying.
didn't get back by morning.
Get to work
The
or
weather
die
wasn't on my
trying,
side
mate.
either. What had started as a mild wind
Don't
had
come
escalated to an
back
incessant howling,
unless you have
rocking my car
something.
with gusts of wind that nearly knocked me off course.
Bro, can you imagine
I
like
could
back in
barely hear
ancient
the
times, like
radio
if you
over
failed
the
your mission,
raindrops
like you'd
knocking
be
on my sunroof.
disrespected.
I was 6
Like,
hours
you had no
in when I
respect
came
for
across
others.
the fallen tree.
And,
Another
like, you have to
car
fight,
had
like,
stopped at that
armies,
and called it
too.
in. But I didn't have time to stick around. I took a detour
Let's be honest, you and
onto a
me couldn't
smaller
survive.
road.
Let's be for real.
It was rural Minnesota. What's the
you
worst
know,
that could happen?
Probably not.
The road was more
Not
pothole
even
than
close. It's not
asphalt,
gonna happen.
Low
but my
key.
GPS was still on
Low-key.
point.
Not even
I
gonna
chose a
lie.
20-minute detour, but I figured it would still
Probably
be
not.
quicker than waiting for that
$100
tree
a
to
month.
clear. I rounded a corner and came across a long stretch of road overlooking the
Low
countryside.
key, chat, low key.
There was a wheat field to the left and a pine forest to the right. It was dark, so I couldn't see anybody up ahead. No lights. I kept going straight, leaning back in my seat. All of a sudden, a car. It was parked by the side of the road.
I captured one of you
I
wondering traitors.
swerved, but ended up smacking
you haven't
it
got
and
one yet?
cracking a taillight.
No, all my
Maybe a full stop,
the entire
20 feet
like
further down the
clan
road.
just like
Looking
jumps
back,
him.
I bit my lip.
Alright, every time
I
they
could
come
keep
near
going,
your
and that
fucking
would be
base.
that. Or I could leave my insurance information. I dug around in my glove compartment and found a slip of paper, tucked it under my jacket, and I got out.
You're
I made
gonna
my
get
way over
in
to
the
the
ball
back
if I
car.
tell you to.
It was a dark, beige sedan that looked like it had been dug out of the 90s. I didn't want to pry, but I
Don't make this
couldn't
hard
help
on
but
yourself,
see something
please.
odd.
Wow.
There were at least 3 duffel
Fucking
bags in the
Dina.
back seat.
57%? Oh, we
I
caught
got
it. Oh my
papers out
gosh.
and
Where
I
are you
slipped
at?
them under the wipers.
I'm at my
Along
base.
with $20
Low
as an
key kinda
apology.
crazy.
I was walking back
We
to
caught the
my
water
car when
merchant.
I noticed someone approaching.
Took
We're
you
good.
long enough,
I
bro.
noticed a couple of details. They had a
Alright, now I
dirty
need to build
shovel
a
flung
cooler
over their
box so I
shoulder,
can
and
upgrade
they were
my
holding another
town.
duffel bag. That made 4 in total. I
Low.
had this
Oh my
uneasy
god, it's
feeling.
massive.
I was looking at something that I wasn't supposed to.
You know what else is
This person had
massive?
been digging something
we
up
did
in the
indeed
middle of
know.
a storm.
Low.
I couldn't imagine they wanted someone to see them do
This looks
it.
artistic. Look at this.
I got out
Well,
of the
mine
rain
looks
and
autistic.
put
It's
my
on the
keys
side of a
in.
hill. Have you seen
I put
mine?
the keys in and I fired
No,
up
we
the
should go
engine.
check out yours. Hold up.
It made a bit of a huffy noise, as if wanting to stall, but it didn't.
Yeah, go.
And then someone knocked on my
You're a
window.
peasant.
What
I
are you
could've put
doing?
my foot
Oh,
on the
right.
gas,
You,
but
you
I
Go
have
into your
to
base.
walk.
Check out your
What the
Pegasus
walk?
position.
Instead, I turned my head.
Imagine having to
and
walk.
see a stern-looking man in his
I don't
early
have to walk
50s.
anymore. I'm
He
not a
had a
peasant
thick
like that.
mustache and a black
I could just
baseball
teleport.
cap.
Peasant.
A look that made me think of someone
wait.
trying their best to be forgettable and
I
neutral.
found the dino song.
He was holding
Finally.
a gun.
So what?
He made a rolling
The
motion
big
with
old
his
grass
hand.
and dragon type Pokemon.
Let's have a short conversation before you go running
Dragon.
off, sir. It'll just
He
be a couple
angry.
minutes. I rolled down the window. It was dawning on me just how bad this could get if I wasn't careful.
Oh,
We were
him.
alone on a small
Yeah, him.
nondescript road.
Nice
during
Pokemon you got
bad
then.
weather, and nobody knew that
Yeah,
he was
I
there.
know.
And he didn't.
Naturally, dear
Person
God.
who was eager for
Why aren't you
passion
doing
for
shit for it, bro?
Sorry about the taillight, I said.
Dear God.
You mind lowering that pistol there?
Why is my where's my
Forced a
Pokemon?
smile.
Call back your Pokemon.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep
He
beating it
reached his arm
until
in
it gets
the
low.
open window and unlocked the door, opening it.
It's low
he
enough.
motioned for me to
Go,
step
get
out.
it.
I looked back at the steering wheel.
Oh,
not
back
sure
to
what
reach.
do. Maybe I could get away if
Come
I
on.
did something
Yup,
sudden.
yup.
He's ticked.
I got
Let's
you.
go. We
let's
got it.
go.
We caught it. Let's go.
Go get
GG's.
messy.
We get more
I didn't
labor.
see anything.
I got you like that,
I'm
bro.
only passing through. I'm sure you didn't.
Look at you.
Now step
What a
out.
peasant.
Looking down
You don't
the
have a
barrel
fat
of the gun,
Pokemon to
I was
ride on.
inclined to listen.
Hey, let's get a
I
nice
stepped
skinny
out.
Pokemon that can actually hit his
My mouth
shots.
went dry as my senses
Bro, mine can just
like
land on you. Check it out.
feel the blood rushing to my head.
My man is massive.
I
think
don't
you
know what
missed.
you think I saw. I saw
Or at least yours like
it was only a
looks
duffel
less
bag and
goofy.
a shovel.
Mine's
don't
on the
even
side
know
of
you.
a hill, though.
Just step right this way.
What
He
about
said,
it?
pointing me to
What
the side
about
of the
it,
road.
bro? It's
That looks
hard.
I
goofy. Are
didn't
you
see
kidding
the
me?
license plate. Heck, I can
Nah,
hardly even
bro,
see
mine's hella
It's
goofy.
raining too much, you know. Fair enough.
I wonder how
He
exactly
pointed
this is
at
gonna
Unlock
something
look.
up in
the
the
Probably
feet.
perfect.
The free
Can you see
palace
that?
tower.
Yes.
I need to
I
beat
leaned in
towers. That's
closely.
low.
We can
key
beat
crazy.
towers.
Nothing up there, just pine trees.
No, we
and
have
We
to.
can beat their meat.
And then I realized
someone
what
here?
he was doing.
Okay, buddy.
He was making me stand still. I didn't have time to turn my head before he fired the gun. Now, a lot of stories would have ended here, and that
Pretty
would
sure I
make
caught
sense.
way too many cats.
Even though I
Did
barely
too much
knew the guy or what he had done, he wasn't taking
That
any
means they're
chances. He shot me point
massive.
blank in the head. I had no idea what happened next, but I figured out a couple of
Okay,
things.
you're doing nothing, so I'm just
Let
gonna put
me
you.
be-
Pushed my car into a lake and buried me in a shallow grave just east of
That's
that
right. Get
road.
work done.
And a
Get
field
work
Get the
up
done.
the
fucking
hill.
wet blood. You
Writing
say
it
you
out
should
like
stop
this, it seems
working.
almost detached,
Get
like
back
it didn't
away.
really happen to me.
I keep having the
Like it happened to
difficulties of
someone
accidentally
or
killing
something
Pokemon
else.
at this point.
But I can't say it any other way.
Seriously?
He killed me, and I didn't
But
even
it's not
understand
that deep.
why.
It's not that deep.
In
No, I
terms
know,
of
but these like
time,
level
it felt
4
like
Pokemon that I
blinking.
keep trying to catch
One
because
moment,
I need
there's a
them for
flash and a
sacrifices,
bang. The next,
I
I'm
accidentally keep
inhaling
killing
dirt.
them.
I almost choked then
What do you
and
mean you
there.
sacrifice him?
At first,
You
sour
can
breath
sacrifice
bitter with the
Pokemon for
salt of
shit.
the earth.
That's
I
I
flailed
love
around
that
until
actually.
the air touched
Low
my
key?
fingertips,
Good.
and then I dug.
That's awesome.
I
That's right. I
gasped
need
for breath,
iron.
but all I got was
Me
muddy
too, and this my
grass.
fucking Pokemon isn't ironing.
Finally, my face
No,
broke the
you
surface.
fucking boner
Wait,
boy,
I
get the
wheezed,
fuck.
sucking
Pokemon
it
can
up.
do iron.
Only then did I
Can't.
realize that my
Oh
heart
my
was still
god,
beating
I'm
in my
not
chest.
assigning you to the
I
campfire.
was still surprised
Burn
at
it.
the sound.
Wait, what Pokemon does all the
Gunshot.
iron work for you?
The rain
It's
had
my
seemingly cleared up, but it
Arsock.
was
My
like
Arsock.
I was out in a field. It was a
Let me-
small
you should
glade
send me
in
a
the
picture
middle
of
of
it
a
so I
pine
can
forest.
understand
Come up
it.
here, it'll
These
take less
strange
time for you to
colored
walk.
sunflowers. They were probably white, but they had painted blue in the moonlight.
I guess I'll just do grinding
I just
then.
had the clothes on
You
my
need to
back.
walk up here, bro.
He had taken my phone, my car keys, my smartwatch, everything.
I got grind to do, sir.
He had
I
buried
can't
me
afford
alive.
wasting more
I
time.
You
thought.
fucking fat. I'm just kidding.
But the strangest thing about it was that right where I had been lying, there was a
I mean, if you want to talk
cross.
about that, let's talk about your
It
giant
was
cat.
crude, a couple of
My
broken
ginormous
2x4s
cat.
nailed together.
Your
It looked more
enormous
like
My
a
cat.
class.
massive cat.
But what kind of murder
Almost
at
messes
least
with
their
the low
victim
taper
alive
fade,
and marks
yes.
their grave?
Lolo dipper
And that's when it hit
pain.
me. He didn't
That's right.
leave me
Get to
alive.
work.
He had shot me in the back of the
Lolo
head.
dip.
I touched my skull back to front, but there was
Bruh.
nothing wrong with it.
I'm gonna crash out.
Not even a bruise. Physically,
Okay, I need to
was
craft
perfectly
a,
fine. That just didn't make any
hatchet
sense.
so I can
And then what had
sacrifice.
happened? How could I be okay?
Not sacrifice, but murder.
I had
my
no
pals.
idea where to go, so I just picked a direction and
Okay,
hoped
we're gonna
for
build
the
a
best.
mega shield, so we
It
can
was
stop.
dark
Mega
out, but the
Giga.
moonlight helped a
I
little.
love Mega.
Looking back at that weird
Joke.
glade, I couldn't help but feel
Yo,
why.
calm down,
As
Saya.
if those
I'm
creepy
sorry.
sunflowers were all
Jokes.
turning my way.
We.
First things first, I had to get to the police. This man
I
was
need
a
to catch another
menace.
deer so I can
I
put
had
it to
the
work.
time and
Start
the
having to chop
description in my
trees.
head. The rest
I'm gonna
would work
enslave
itself
my human
out.
real quick.
It took me about 20
do you have
minutes
another
to make
deer?
it to a road. The
How
same
many deers
road
do I
where
have?
I had
Multiple
run into
deers.
him, I figured.
I
Or
have the
maybe
wandering
that's just
trader as
what all
my
the
slave.
roads look like in rural
Me too.
Minnesota.
I
Is
love
it the
that.
trader
Hours,
or
and
the
not a single
merchant?
car passed me on that
I don't
road.
Oh wait,
think
hold on.
And they
I don't
weren't
think
too
it's called a
eager to stop for
trader.
hitchhikers.
Merchant, that's what's name.
I could
Yeah.
see where
what
the
I
guy had
thought.
picked the spot. It was in the middle of nowhere. That I had ended up there was just bad luck.
That's right, both you two.
Wrong
Get
place
to
at the wrong
work.
time, apparently. Astronomical
I can build a
odds.
cooler box,
I had been
finally.
following the road
Bro,
for longer
honestly,
than I
it's the
cared to
worst
admit
list-
when
like,
a
it's
couple
so-
of headlights
Like,
slowed down
it doesn't
behind
do
me.
crap for you, honestly.
Looking
It's so
back, I could see a
worthless.
middle-aged woman driving a pickup. You lost? She called out.
I just
Sort
do
of,
these
I
quests
said,
so I
turning
can
my
just
pockets
upgrade my
inside
base.
out. Robbed. Are you okay?
Really? You don't
She
get any
asked.
credit. You finish
Not
it
really.
at the last second. I don't want
Are
to
you
hear
on
it.
drugs?
Nickelodeon.
She scoffed
They want
at me
us to
and
build a
leaned over,
mill?
opening
Nah,
the
that's
passenger
crazy.
side door.
Honestly, it's actually
We
worth
get
it.
in.
If you,
My eyes went heavy the
I
moment
mean,
that I sat
it's
down.
not
I felt the heat
like
of the car melt
good,
in
but
my
it's not
bones
bad
and
'cause it
turning
makes you
my
bread.
body into butter. I almost nodded off then and there.
Hey,
It looks like
that
you've
means
had
I'm
one crazy night, she said.
That means
Where
I'm
you headed? The police, I guess, I said. Can you call them?
Bro, I can hear
I
myself.
can, but there ain't nobody around until
Build
the
cooking
morning.
pot. Build a wheat
Unless it's
plantation.
That
urgent,
means
she
I'm
said.
mad.
It's kind of urgent. Look, you're not on
LCC
fire,
want
no one's hurt.
Cooking pot.
They're not coming out to get you until the
My
morning.
controller
That's all I'm
died?
saying.
Nah, I'm disconnected though.
I wiped some dirt off my face and nodded.
Mill.
The nearest motel then. Nonsense, she smiled. You can have my kids' room, just for the night. I appreciate it. Her name was Marianne. She worked at a water treatment plant, not too far away, and was coming home from a night out with her work friends. As a single mother to a now-grown kid, she didn't mind lending some empty nest space out to a stranger in need. I feel like between Marianne and the man who'd shot me in the head, I had managed to find the two kinds of people that you might run into in rural Minnesota. I got to borrow a room next to a garage.
Command
for the
pounds
night.
to work on various
I
things
took a
inside a
shower and I
base.
threw my
You
clothes
can
in
allow
the washer.
prohibited individual content work.
Marianne didn't have much food to share. but
What
she
kind of
microwaved
work
me
you
some
talking about,
leftovers.
buddy?
Lasagna. And we talked a bit about what had happened. but I didn't have much to say. It was so hard to
Sir, did you
describe.
die?
I couldn't just babble on about how I had crawled out of a hole in the ground. So I said that I had been mugged and had my car stolen at gunpoint. It was an uneasy sleep.
I can't hear you.
It's like my heart
If you're
wouldn't
talking.
settle down no matter how comfortable I was.
What? I'm not even talking. What's going on?
Kept
Oh,
feeling
there we go,
like
there
I was
we go,
on
I
the
can
edge
hear
of
you.
bursting into a sprint.
Oh.
Like there was still
Alright, time to
immediate
slaughter
danger.
Pokemon.
It
I'm
was like I kept hearing the
sorry.
click of the gun, anticipating
On
the
the
painful flash of the
minute.
bullet, burning past the
I
hairs on my
have
neck.
to kill you
The
now.
following morning, Mary
Oh, that's right, I was gonna read DJ's
She was
die.
ready and making breakfast. Brought
Watch
up the
as I
Waiting
slaughter my
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
That road is trouble.
My God.
She
I
said.
swear, that deer eats
But I
so
guess
much
you're not the
food.
worst thing
The
that we
deer is a
found
fatty.
there.
It
Yeah.
truly is a fatty.
Alright,
Yeah,
I
she
have to
continued.
come.
Did you see the hold on?
Alright, so I'm gonna go to
She
DJ's
wiped her hands on
dungeon,
a
beat
towel
it,
and let me
get the
alone.
heck out.
No,
Or
She had a
kills
social
I have
media post
to-
up about a dead man. I recognized him. It was the man, the one who
No,
shot me.
I'm so sorry.
There wasn't
Oh,
a
I'm
lot to
killing my
it. A
Pokemon.
small post talking
Oh
about
my
how he had been a couple
God.
of weeks from turning
You're
7
killing your own Pokemon for
and
food.
how he had passed
Some
away
here-
suddenly in his car.
Oh, yeah,
There were
man.
dozens of posts talking about how much they were
Oh,
going to miss him
man,
and how great of a guy
hurt
he had been.
you. I'm
I
just
figured
mad
that
to
they hadn't
eat the
known much about
flesh.
his extracurricular activities. Good people
Sounds like
don't
the
shoot
same
other
thing as
people in the
herding.
head.
No, it's not. It's definitely the
Before I
same.
handed her the phone back,
Definitely
I noticed
the
something
same.
odd. Right there by the time. The date. 31 days had passed.
Okay, after the
I
dungeon,
almost
I think I'll
choked
just
on
finish
my
some
orange
other
juice.
stuff and like
This was beyond explanation.
I'll
Oh,
try
yeah, let me
to.
repair all my shit and I'll go to the dungeon.
31 days.
Oh, you're
I
going to
handed
dungeon too?
Marianne her phone back.
I think I went the wrong way. I
Multi-options
think
over in
pulled
my
up.
head. I wanted to
I
call
definitely
my
went the
mom,
wrong
but I
way.
couldn't
Bad
remember her
boy.
number. It was saved on my phone, which was
Okay.
gone.
Oh, there's another egg. Let's go.
Besides, what would I tell her?
Woo!
Again, you just can't tell
Autism.
people that you've crawled out of a hole in the
You're
ground.
Down syndrome.
I figured I could do a little
Bro, if I
research.
ever had to be
Try to
downstairs
figure
around
out
this,
what
I'd
had
just be
happened
dead.
before I went to the police. Maybe
What
there
are
was a
you doing
logical
down there, bro?
explanation for all of this. Maybe I
I'm looking
just
for a
missed it.
dungeon, sir.
If so, a little
Oh, you mean
research was
DJ's
a small
dungeon?
price to pay.
Yeah.
It sound insane.
Okay, give me a second so I can join you.
Thanks.
Do you get the Pokemon or you
You
get the
know where this
chest?
guy lived at? You know him.
I mean,
She asked.
I don't know.
Sort of.
He's
What's
now-
better?
An acquaintance.
I don't know, it's up to you.
I mean, yeah, I can show you his place if you want.
Because it
I had to know
depends.
more.
You just.
There were too many
Yeah.
questions in the air right now, and I had to get a couple of answers before I started.
Wow, as soon as I just hit one person,
If I
everyone
could
just starts
figure
going
out
after
why
me.
this guy had shot me,
Agua
maybe I
agua,
could go
he
to the police
says.
with something concrete. Yeah, that's a good start. Finding
I
out how
shall.
31 days had passed.
Free
would have
pal
to
spheres,
wait.
ammo box.
Marianne drove me downtown. I don't remember the name of the town, but
Why is
it
there a
was
full
small.
squad? Dear God.
Basically just a collection of houses by the side of
It's a full
plaza busy
squad, get
street.
down! They got the high
It had gone
ground.
from late autumn to early winter in those 31 days. that it showed.
Hello, you've been murdered.
The morning frost was just melting off the sleeping trees.
You're eating a rock?
She
Where do we
turned
go?
into a small
You
road
just got
just off
killed.
the main street and up the town. The house we looked for stood out like a sore
Okay.
thumb. The only white house with
Where
the
are
white
you, sir?
detailing.
Are you at your base?
It looked like a
No, I'm
big
fighting an
shed
entire group of
swallowed
thugs over
everything.
here.
Where the
Hideous.
folks at, man?
It was clear that nobody had been there in a while. Some kids had broken the
Dude, I got so many
windows.
pal spheres
A
in
couple
that.
of trees in the
There's a
yard
fox.
cast long shadows
Uh,
across the bare dirt,
Sparks at your fucking
accentuating
base.
the Midwestern
What
morning
did the
sun.
fox say?
It was that small
about to
town smell.
die!
Mud, melted frost, and diesel. I thanked Marianne and she handed me a 50.
I said I want to
It's
ride
down
you,
the street,
not
she said.
run with you.
Ought to be a couple
Get
of
that
rooms
right.
to
One of the
keep some
Pokemon.
space.
He killed one of my
Bless that
Pokemon.
woman.
No, I'm
As she
joking.
drove
I was
away,
asking
I
him.
walked up to the front door. The lock was broken.
That would
and
mess
there
up
were
my
a couple of
progress.
Spray tags on the side.
Really
The
badly.
door was barely holding on.
Bro,
to
I'm
hinges,
trying to kill your fox.
having been rocked back and
I've been.
forth by the harsh
Jesus
winds.
Christ.
The
Why are you
inside
trying
was
to kill
pretty
animals?
lackluster.
Dear God.
Because I
guy
didn't
was
know.
clearly
It doesn't
alone.
say it
No
belongs to
pictures on the
whatever.
walls, no pets,
It just
barely
exists.
any decorations.
I'm
A couple of
sorry.
polite postcards
I
with
never
photos
meant
of
to
the home,
kill you.
empty
Come on.
plates
Are
on
you
the
in a
kitchen
dungeon?
table. Checking
I'm
the
looking for
fridge,
one.
There was half a
Go to the
six-pack and a jar of
DJ's
pickles. That's
I'm
it.
trying to look for DJ's dungeon.
It was empty.
Did you
I
already
found
go
the
in?
you know,
Sky was turning
I found
71.
abandoned mine
There were
shaft.
no
Hold
signs
up.
of a long life.
Did you go
In
into
fact,
the dungeon?
there were no signs of anything.
No.
You could
Then
tell
come
that
here
there would
and go
be
to
people
DJ's
going through the
dungeon.
place.
Hold up, it's
Furniture
pretty
had
dark
moved
in
and
here. I
broken.
can't
You're
see.
fucking
There were
black as a
scratch marks
blackguard,
in the
aren't
floor
you? You
from where
fucking.
somebody had tried to break the floorboards.
You're such a blacker.
There was also some cigarette smoke.
Oh my god.
Maybe the guy was a chain smoker, but the place didn't smell like it.
Damn
I
it, how
wandered
many
around,
isolators
not
do
really
I
knowing what
have?
to look for.
Why is there a black
I had
marker
this
in a
feeling
pitch
that
black area?
somebody
Kinda
tried to
racist.
kill me might shed
Low-key.
some
No,
light
it's
on
like
it,
a sketchy.
but it
That
really didn't.
there's a bunch of like,
It's like
you know
the
that
puzzle
thing where like you chop
It
people's
just
heads
tipped
off, like
over
you
and
lock
died.
it,
It was hard to
And
explain,
you have them like
maybe,
sit
just
down,
maybe. I had just been in the
No.
wrong
and
place
then like
at the wrong
you
time.
let the
Maybe I would never know for
knife come
sure.
down and chop their head off.
Still, the guy had it coming.
You mean
Whatever
a
the reason,
guillotine?
you just don't kill people
Yes,
in
a
cold
guillotine.
blood.
There's a bunch of that down
Leaving
there.
that
in
house
That
Oh
with
abandoned
yeah,
mine
I've been
shaft.
down there. That's the one green
That's
trader.
sketchy.
That or
Why
the
me?
black merchant. I
What
mean,
did I do?
The
There was no point
Niger.
in repeating it
That's
over and over in my head. I
That's where
you
you-
lives.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm at DJ's base.
My family had to be worried sick.
That's a
I felt
long way
little bad
back.
for spending this much
No,
time
it's
running
just a
around with
teleportation.
this nonsense.
Not that hard.
It bothered me to no end.
I don't have
You
that.
don't forget waking
Then
up
go
in a
to
shallow
one.
grave.
They're not that far.
You just don't. I followed Marianne's
Low-key,
directions
bro,
and
just
came
lock
across a
in.
gravel path. A long
Not that
winding
deep, bro.
path over a
It's
I have
not
hill
that
right.
through the pine
I'll be
woods.
okay.
I spotted a peculiar tree in the distance.
Bro, it's not
A
that deep.
dead, leafless oak. I decided to stop there to rest my feet for a bit.
It's not that
It
deep.
had a root that curled around
Low-key, I
itself,
really like my
making it
hat,
I'm
even though
sorry.
I sat down to
even though my
ponder
hat doesn't even
options.
do anything.
Let's see, I do this thing when I'm in deep
Oh, it
thought.
gives me.
I scratch something over and over with my left
Oh,
index
that's
finger.
cool.
There's something about the
It gives
sensation
me,
of running
heat
your finger over
resistance.
something textured.
My hat
It
gives me
just
heat
numbs my
resistance. That's
mind.
wild.
And so
Your
as I
height
sat
gives you
there
heat
considering my
resistance. That's
My
crazy.
my
I
hat
did just that. I scratched a bit.
heat resistance.
Right in
It
that
gives me
exact
heat
spot,
resistance.
something had already scratched
My
the bark
big chilling
off.
hat gives me
I
heat
pulled my
resistance.
finger back.
Okay,
and
where are
stuck
you
it
at? I'm at
aside.
DJ's base finally.
Somebody had been sitting
Okay,
here just
I'm
like
right.
I
I'm up
was.
the hill.
They had been scratching that spot just
Do you
like I
see
had
me?
The
done.
hill.
Odd. Following the trail, I ended
Oh,
up next to two
massive.
Oh, I
buildings
see.
down by the
You
main
can't
road.
miss
Oh, I
me.
saw
There it
ya.
was, the
Oh, I
main
saw ya.
town of
I'm
the
on my way.
supermarket. There was a woman
Look at
outside
my
the
massive
motel
Pokemon
smoking
bounce.
a cigarette. She kept looking my way, and so I waved at her. "You here to pick up your stuff?" she asked.
I'm
"What?
sorry.
Your stuff," she repeated.
I
throw it
never
away if you
meant to
don't."
hurt you.
"No, yeah, I'll get it. Sorry."
That's
I
crazy.
had no idea what she was talking about.
Shots
but
fired.
She clearly intended to talk to me. There was no mistaking it. She had seen me before.
Entering
She
dungeon.
was very
Let's go.
comfortable in that fact. So much so that it made me question if we had history. I joined her.
I'd say
outside
I'll
the
just get the
motel and waited
Pokemon.
for her to finish
Yo.
her cigarette. I got
Okay, then I get the
talking
two
to her
chests.
about leaving things behind.
I'm fine with that.
Apparently, there was only so much space in
Okay.
the lost and found.
Yo, there's
I
sulfur. I'm gonna take
apologized,
this.
which eased the tension a bit.
What's sulfur?
Maybe she was
done.
expecting some kind of entitled big city folk talk from me.
I already got ammo from
She
killing all
said
those
that she'd give me
traitors.
about 20 minutes
Or not
to
the
finish
traitors,
her
We're
those-
not gonna need more later, bro.
I hurried
Better
down
to
the
have
hall
it-
and up the stairs.
It's better to have it now than
Standing
later,
outside
honestly.
that room, I didn't know what
True.
to expect. I had never been there before. I had never seen this woman, and yet she seemed to know me. Or at the very least, she had seen me before. When I entered,
Oh,
I
well,
could
there's
see
people.
somebody had been living there.
Up to you.
There were some clothes and a couple of items scattered across the nightstand.
Being murdered.
It didn't take long until the chill crawled up my spine. The
W.
clothes in that room were my size.
Where's my grappling
There was a
gun?
toothbrush in a green plastic case in the
I'm waiting
bathroom,
to like
just
the
I
mega
always keep it.
grapple.
I have the mega grapple. I can make it. I just haven't made it yet.
Then don't make it, then make it, then grab it, then touch your ball sacks. I don't really know what you
If I
want
had
me to
been
say.
there before, my phone would
Alright,
be
I'm out.
tucked away and hidden in the ground.
Is this supposed to be now?
Stealing my
Where
electronics.
are you, bro?
So I leaned over
right behind
and
you.
fumbled around for a bit.
Bro's gotta chill it. Ride it, ride it, ride it. We best buds.
I found
We
my
best
phone
buds
nestled between
indeed.
the wall and the bed.
Look at his
But
boat.
more than
Oh,
that, I found something hidden.
Look at
We
his
write the
boat.
battle together. Okay,
Unlocked
what's the
by
Rock the
Pokemon type?
battle!
Never mind, this is
tested
not the boss
first
right now.
key to decode, and voila, off they went.
Wow.
In it, I
They
found
died.
a gun, 6 bullets, a stack of about 40 $100 bills, and a notebook.
What's the
There was an
other
hour
attack?
before I could
Dragon
explore a
Bust.
little further.
Dead.
Finished, the lady asked. Sorry, I said. It's it's gonna be alright.
Dude, they don't stand a chance.
Fan? Of course, yeah. Alright then. I sat there for a moment to take it all in. How could I
Are
have
you,
known
is your,
it would
oh,
be
we're both
there?
got females.
How would I know the code?
Oh, you both have females?
How could I
Darn.
have been in that
I was
room
about to
without
say,
really
you know what we
thinking
could
about
do
it?
now.
It didn't
You
make
know.
sense, but I was holding the proof
You know,
in my hands.
I have a boy,
There
you
had
have
to
a
be
girl, like,
answers.
we can make things work out,
Yo.
right?
I paid for a couple of
Yo.
days and I locked myself in that room.
Oh, low
I
key?
gathered
This
all
isn't too
close and
bad.
checked
You
all
can
the
catch that
corners to
big
make
one.
sure there was nothing else hidden in there. It felt
Okay,
strange, like
I'm
I
gonna
was
choose a good
following
Pokemon
in
for
the
this.
footsteps.
Let's
I
go.
had never been there before. I had woken up in that field like no time had passed.
Alright, let's start the fight. Go.
Okay.
I put the TV on in the background just to fill the empty space. I checked the phone.
Why are you attacking me? Dear
There were a
God.
couple of outfits.
Attack the Pokemon.
A few of them short, a couple of them a little longer. Some of them were dated from about 10 to 15 days after I was a cat. In the empty space,
it's low, it's
I couldn't
low.
account for it. Those were 30 days of my life
59.
just gone.
We got it.
It's something
You got it?
that happened.
Yep, we got it.
There were a couple
Hold
of
on.
tests.
I get those
too.
chests there.
Most of them were just people being worried.
I don't care about the
asking if
chest, I
was
just want
okay.
out of here.
There were a
Get the
couple of
fuck
replies
out.
on his phone, but just a few. They were short, just saying, I'm fine.
Yes.
But one text stood out. It was
Leave.
from my younger sister. Why are they saying you're dead? She wrote. There had been no response.
Oi! It's
Nope.
I immediately tried to call her, but my
Okay,
phone
Hey,
you
was
wanna
disconnected.
go
You wanna
Orphan?
fight? Wait.
Either
You wanna
the
fight the
service wasn't disconnected or I
the
hadn't paid my bill.
dude with the minigun real
Either
quick?
way, I wasn't getting through.
dude with a minigun, where's
I
that?
decided to check the notebook.
Well, he doesn't.
Oh,
have
right
it.
here, yeah, the boss.
Yeah,
Yeah, the boss.
yeah,
Here,
yeah,
yeah,
the
let's do
article?
it. Let's do
Yeah.
that.
2 days after my
Let's
supposed
For
go.
XP, guys. Let's do it.
It's for
For
the
some
XP,
XP.
honestly.
Waking up in a field of blue sunflowers.
We're just
I was
bored.
disoriented and looking for help.
Honestly, it's for the
It mentioned
XP. Hold
getting
on,
a ride
wait.
to
Hold
town
on.
from an old
Hold on.
man in a blue van. Other entries mentioned talking to people about my assailant.
Let's
only to
go,
find
Mario.
out that he had already died.
You fucking fatty.
It seems that my first
Fatty,
instinct was
can we
always to find
fight?
the guy who killed me, and always finding out. that
Bro, have
he
you
was
seen the
gone.
Mario movie?
I skipped.
Honestly?
Spoke about an
I skipped it
experience
too.
that was almost identical to mine. About waking up, about getting to a motel, about looking up the house.
How do you have multiple Pokemon out? I don't get it.
That's what they had found
Because
out.
like,
Maybe it hadn't been kids.
But seriously though, how do you get it?
Maybe it was me. The notes also mentioned the letter left behind. I just said, sorry. The note read. There were more notes,
I'd say we're gonna win this.
and so I flipped
Low-key
the
good.
empty page, grabbed the pen, and tried to put it all into a convenient timeline. It
High key,
seems that
guys,
about
we're gonna
10
win.
days after getting shot, I had woken up in a field for the first time. I had tried to find a man who did it, but he had already died from a building fire. According to the notebook, the man had died the same night that I did, or the day after.
King
Then
Pucka!
on day 20, I had
Hold that.
Big boy! Oh, big boy!
Big boy. Big boy, come and pick up the phone.
The next few days, I
He's a
had
big
locked
boy,
up in
not
this
gonna
van
lie.
trying to figure out
Nah,
what
my
was
big boy's
going on.
bigger. What are you talking
I
about?
had
Get
made
out.
numerous calls.
I know, he is mean.
emails, only to be told that I had been declared dead. Apparently, I walked into the police station on day 19. Complete organ failure, according to the coroner.
Oh,
The
I'm
notes
gonna
warned
be
me about contacting friends and family, telling me that I would just
Bro, my
cause
Palka is barely taking any damage from this.
for all they knew, I was gone.
He is indeed a big
It's
boy.
too strong. It's literally too strong.
But I wasn't dead. I was right there reading that notebook. From all I could gather, there seemed to be a pattern. Every 10 days,
So we can fight this
I
guy
would
as much as you want to.
witness a significant pattern.
I
would
think we
believe
should find a
that I just
different
hadn't
tower to
killed
fight.
that man, and I would seek to either get help or die.
I'm getting electrocuted.
I think you should switch out from pals.
But the notes didn't speak of me.
Yeah. man.
seen any other versions of myself. So what exactly happened to every version? Did they all drop dead?
Why is it going for my Pokemon?
The final
Seriously.
entry
Because I'm riding my Pokemon.
It's simply right. I can feel my heart slowing down. I haven't been able to
Oh, wait,
relax for over a week.
We got it pretty low. I'd say we're gonna win
Dry
this.
my fingers
Just fine.
with my teeth. My toes have turned black. I'm seeing things. I see the land before me. I
Massive.
see you reading this. I
Huge.
know what is about to prove it. I will
Bro, I don't think I
prove
even need to switch my alpaca out of this. Like, I keep it in this entire fight.
the
Or out.
cross. The old man hadn't been the one to put that up. I had. This was the working period. In 10 days I would wake up in that field, and every 9 or 10 days after that I would die. Only for a new leaf to wake up in the cycle. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I turned everything in that notebook in and out looking for answers. There were a couple of notes
It may
about
be
checking
small.
the library,
It may be
talking
massive.
about local legends, mentions of those strange
He does massive damage with that
That's what she
fucking.
said.
no answers. It was all dead ends and vague nonsense. I didn't know
I wonder
what
if
to
he
do.
just.
The first version of me had fumbled around, confused and
Oh, it's like
scared.
a sexy Zoe.
The second version I tried to figure things out with a silver eye. What can I do with those?
Yeah, it's not gonna work, darn. I tried.
And did this mean that I was
I
going to
tried
die?
it before.
Every idea that I
I'm
had was
beating
that
him with my fucking baseball
it
bat.
was already there.
George!
I got Bob. You suck.
We got him. Nice, nice,
I
nice.
had researched a similar miss in
Push you off the
legends.
edge.
I tried burying myself
Push
in
him off
that
the edge,
soil
guys.
again.
Push him off the
As
edge.
if I could go back.
Darn. We gotta push him off
But
the edge
no,
next
I'd
time.
been killed and
Next
buried
time
in
you
my
kill
most
him, push
flowers,
him off the
and
edge
they refused
immediately.
to stop bringing me back.
Huh?
They did so about every 10 days.
I don't level up, like, at all.
I wasted that entire
Cool.
day trying to piece it all together.
I'm very sad about that.
I fell
I got, like,
asleep
no.
somewhere around
I got
9
no
in the evening,
XP.
still holding that notebook.
I don't think I leveled up from that
Falling
either.
in and
Oh wait,
out
I'm
of
level
sleep,
17. I'll
having
take that as a
these
win.
thoughts.
You were level
I kept
17
imagining
before.
that first breath as I breached
Beaver.
the
Okay,
surface,
I want to keep exploring. Do you want to
digging
explore with me?
myself out of a shallow grave.
I need to
The
find my
confusion,
pals. So
the
let me go
ringing
get
in
some
my
food
ears
and I
from
shall
that
come.
gunshot.
Bustin'.
Okay,
There
I'm gonna
were
get a
other
head start.
things in the dark of
No,
my
you can't do
dreams.
that!
The sound of my feet.
But I
rushing
just
down the
did.
steps,
I just did.
desperately
I have the
digging for a home,
cup!
only to find a gun and a letter.
Still catching up, sir.
Scaring off a few kids and
I have
making
to
them
come, I
drop
have
their
to come, I
spray
have to
cans as they
come.
fled.
Whoa.
And then
Whoa.
there was the
Really get the
sound of
food
people
pot, bro.
crying and screaming in my ear.
Yeah,
Questions
bro.
I can't answer.
this is
Desperation on a
massive.
lens. Building into this tight knot in my chest that no comforting word could
Oh.
untangle.
I'm fucking fat.
And then a leg. Aching joints.
Okay, I'm gonna keep exploring.
Final swim
Just
as my
keep
bones
exploring, just
fossilized
keep
and decayed.
exploring.
I
Don't
was
stop
at peace,
touching
knowing that I was about to
people.
go. And I
Oh,
chose
don't
to do
stop
it in a way
touching
where nobody would
people.
be bothered.
Don't stop
And now me
touching.
here,
Don't
alone
stop
in a
touching.
hotel. Trying not to hear the ticking
Touching
clock.
people.
Trying not to
Whoa,
think
don't
what
stop
happens
touching.
when my 10 days were
Wait,
up.
build a weapons workbench? When do
The
I
next day, I
unlock a
sprang into
bag?
action. I washed the cold sweat
Yo,
off my
level
brow and
20.
decided to answer
We're
what
not that
questions
far off,
remained in
Jack.
that notebook. I would do anything. There had to be
How
a
many people are in
solution.
your live stream right
Things
now?
always work out.
Oh, I don't even
one
know. I'm
way or
not even
another.
looking at chats.
Checking recently used apps, I found out that my previous
We had already
iteration
descent
of
in
second
progress.
Pokemon used a map.
Where the flip is he coming
There's
from?
0
They had
people in
searched
chat.
for nearby lakes.
So we can say
There was
the
that
goofy
one
all
lake
things
called
that we
Frog
ever
Lake nearby,
wanted.
and they had just
Like
walked into
Nick
it. That
Lodian
must have
plays.
been the way they chose to end things, out of sight, out of mind.
Like Nick
the
Lodian
biggest
plays
questions
9/11.
Why had that old man killed me?
If you know,
Yeah.
you know, bro.
Yeah, I know.
fell
what
into
you
a
know,
vicious
no?
cycle of
If you know,
anxiety,
bro. If you
desperation, and
know.
failure. I tried to find his car, but it
Sulfur.
had been destroyed.
Found a bridge.
I
I'm
tried
gonna
to
cross
find any
it.
of his
Hey,
relatives.
go
Oh, there's a
border
bus.
hopper.
All who
There's a
had posted
boss
had been
at the end of this
acquaintances and
bridge.
friends
I
that
shall
had
find
made.
it.
I messaged a couple
bridge
of
is
them
it?
using the motel
I don't
Wi-Fi,
know,
but
it's
they
really
didn't
out there.
respond or had
Is
nothing
it
to
the
say.
king of the Twin Knights?
I tried to check for prior convictions,
It's
but he hadn't.
Alphidrin.
I tried to find out something
Alphidrin?
about his gun, but it was
Yeah.
unregistered.
The fuck is
And the serial
Alphidrin?
number had been
I don't know.
I
It's a
couldn't
new
even
one.
find out where he got the bullets. And
Opportunity.
why that he had apologized.
Opportunity.
Why leave me money too?
Wait, what's the boss's name?
But the only thing that I could think
Alphidrin.
of were those duffel bags of his he was digging.
Children.
There had to be a reason. The
Yo,
nights
dude,
were
that's a
getting
cool
worse.
bird.
I was seeing little
Oh,
I
girls
want
Alpha
that
in
bird.
the
Train? Is he
bed,
level 30?
crying in the motel room.
Oh, that's a level 20
rushing to the
bird. I don't
police
want to mess with that.
station,
I'm good.
tearing
Don't
the
fuck with
notes
the
from the
birds,
notebook
or
and
they'll
clawing
fuck
at my
you
face until it
instead.
bled. Frustration,
Honestly,
hopelessness,
don't
and
fuck with the
desperation.
birds, they'll fuck with
And
you.
with every glimpse, every dream,
It's
I
not how
started
this,
to realize how
not how this
futile
works.
this was.
That's not how this works.
Every idea, every thought,
You
everything
F
I
them.
tried,
You
I
F
hadn't
them.
done it.
No,
I was just
the
repeating
birds fuck
patterns.
you.
I was in
Not
a
the
race
other way
against
around,
myself,
mate.
Then you
and
F
nothing
them.
would
Then you
change.
F them next.
No, the
On
fucking
day
birds
5,
fuck
I made
you,
my way
not the
back
other way
out to that
around.
glade.
No, I
Retracing
don't
my
want them to touch me
steps,
first.
I found that it was
Too
surprisingly
late.
close to where he had parked his car that
It's
night.
too late for you.
What's wrong
Most of the
with us?
ground there was gravel and
Too
rock,
late.
but the soil in that glade
You
was
fucked
soft
up.
and malleable. To me, the only thing that made sense was that he had been digging for
Inappropriately.
something up there.
Why would you do that?
The cross was still up there.
Why
I couldn't
would you
stop
touch a
looking at
bird?
it. What had I thought as I put that up? Did I still have hope?
Only
That
lies.
night, I started
Ain't
seeing other
nothing but
things.
a
Tell
Not
me
just
why.
things that had been, but things that would come. Years from now, waiting
What do you mean I
for
need
the
more
same
wood?
way.
Are you serious?
The
Yeah, I need a
cross
rock hard
long
wood,
since
bro.
faded by age.
I need to get hard
What do you
bigger.
mean you need more wood for what?
Aside.
Peanut?
A welcome package. The sunflowers would still be
Man,
there.
my peanut pretty
The
hard.
cars would look different,
You're a beaner?
quieter,
My
cleaner.
I knew it.
my
Over
peanut, my
time,
peanut.
the roads would deteriorate. The sun would be warmer. I would
Bro,
draw
this is
thousands upon
Fortnite.
thousands of the same
We have
first
the
breath
grappling
over
gun.
and over. I would ask myself the same questions.
1982.
I would try the same things, and I would come to the
Minding
same
the wall.
conclusions.
Build in the
I forced
wall.
myself awake before I went too far.
What was I gonna build?
I didn't want to see.
What
I
do I
didn't
need to
want
build
know.
for my mission?
The clock was
Hey,
ticking.
build a lab
On day
research
6, I had
laboratory.
completely given up. I just
Ow.
lay there in the motel room watching daytime
A
TV,
laboratory?
eating
How do
stale
I...
chips
Bro,
from
I
the
need level
supermarket
20 for
across
both
the
of those
street.
things.
I juggled 10-minute naps with bouts of panic, feeling my heart race through my chest.
Oh, it's a
as my
hostile
lungs
boss. Hold up.
I
Chat.
could hear it in the back of my mind.
The boss
That's a
is
hostile boss.
hostile.
It was
That
almost
is
Dude, there's nowhere for me to
crazy.
run. There's nowhere for me to run.
I
That's
tore my hair
wild.
out.
There's
I crawled
nowhere
into
for
a
you
fetal
to run,
position.
Ooh,
buddy.
wow,
I
you
showered
hurt. You
into
hurt.
water
Hold
turned
up. You
cold.
hurt.
There's nowhere for
Whenever I
you to
closed my
go.
eyes a little too long,
Yeah, where
I would
are
hear
you?
myself drawing that first
I'm really
breath
far out.
Well,
again
okay,
and
tell me
again.
where far out.
Coming to the
Like,
same
is it
horrifying
what
Like,
boss?
realization.
way past the tower.
And before I knew it, it would be
Cool.
over.
I have
And it
checkpoints
would
way
be
past the
over and
tower.
over and over.
Tower 2.
And I would
Where?
never really know what had happened. to
It's
me
in the
when it was too
Greenlands.
There's multiple
By the
Greenlands,
night of
but
day
is it in like a
6,
big
I might
circle
as well
place
have
on the
been
right?
dead.
It's a blue
I
Pokemon.
just lay there
Why is
naked.
it
Why
a
is
blue
everyone
Pokemon?
to touch me?
Disassociating.
Because they love your feet, bro. It's okay. It's okay.
I don't want to
They
talk
love
about
your
day 7.
feet.
It got worse, and I
Okay.
did a lot
Bro,
of
get away
things I
from
wasn't
me.
proud of.
If it's
So
in the
I'm
green
skipping ahead
area,
to
who are
day
you
8.
fighting?
On day 8,
I said
took a walk
Alpha Dran.
downtown.
That's where I was
There
near.
was a corner pub
Alpha
where I
Tran.
decided to have
Get
lunch.
away.
Can you
By
go to
happenstance, 2 police
Peltilia?
officers walked in.
Hold up.
They were having a
I'm
I'm
discussion,
getting
and I
touched.
couldn't
I'm
help
getting
but overhear.
touched. I said, I'm getting touched.
That doesn't make any
Stop getting
sense.
touched.
One of them sighed. How
School
can
if you
the
want to
guy
go in
have
there.
his own bones?
I
in a
found another
duffel
egg.
bag?
I'm gonna get the egg. I
Well,
call that
that's
as a
the
W.
thing, the other one said.
Chat.
He
Is that a
must have had a
W?
twin. They were identical.
Okay,
So
I'm
all
at this
these years, there had
old
been 2 of them,
castle
and nobody knew.
area.
Yeah, it's like some
Castle, that
parent
tells you
trap
so
stuff.
much, dude.
The officer laughed. Can you imagine?
I think I know where you're at.
Bones,
Actually, hold on. Give me a second.
Biggest
There's something
fear.
there. They had to be
Giga
talking
nigga.
about him.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I have a
heard
Okay,
hyper
ancient-
spear.
Motel.
It's called an ancient
My
ritual
killer
site.
had been digging the night
Ancient
that he
ritual
killed me.
sites.
He had left his gun and bullets in a box.
Yo, I'm
telling me
transferring
that he
there.
was sorry
Let
for
me
all
do
this
this thing.
money.
How you
They had
young
found
Daniel?
bones in his
I'm
duffel
here.
bags that were identical to his own.
I'm
What
here.
if they weren't an identical
He's
twin?
here. He's
Where are
What
here.
if they were a
He's
copy
here.
of him?
He's
Where are
here.
you?
He was the
Here.
copy.
Where the fuck are you, fat?
I bought a shovel of my own and made my way back out to that
No,
glade.
like actually, where are you?
Checking the
Oh, there
soil
you
where I had been buried. I dug and dug deep.
Hold on, I need to keep my
Maybe
team.
there was a reason I had been buried in a shallow grave. Maybe there was
Okay, I
something
felt
else
this. You're
further
just doing
down.
that.
I dug until
Okay,
my
what are we doing?
muscles ached and my lungs
Okay, I don't know. I was just
I dug all
exploring.
afternoon in different places
Wama
and
wama
finally,
wama wama wama
found
wama
something.
wama.
We should go back there to fight the
about
dragon.
5
to be
foot
honest.
deep,
Dragon,
there was a
dragon.
body bag.
Oh, you mean the alpha
It was
thing
covered
today
in
thingy.
chemicals, but the
Yeah,
smell was
I've encountered him. He
unmistakable.
wants to touch my balls.
There was a corpse in there. I knew what I would see before I even
I want
opened
to go to my
it.
mining site.
The zipper struggled, but it
There's a
rolled
bird
open
out to
and
touch me.
challenging
That's
every
cool.
sensation
That's
in my
Low key,
body.
that thought
It's a
my
strange
controller
feeling
keeps
to hold
disconnecting
your
every
own
so often.
face, to see your own closed eyes.
I need to grab up
stroke your own
my
hair in comfort.
bow.
Little quirks and scars that only you
Stop
know of,
touching him.
except for that
He's my
one
bestie
thing,
friend.
a bullet hole. I collapsed to my knees. I had figured it out.
You gotta hit my
From a
shots.
stray thought mentioned by a passerby, I figured it out.
You're just letting my
There was a
Pokemon do all the
reason
work.
that
That's
man had
crazy.
Such a bare bones heart.
What? Me?
Why he looked
Yes,
50
me.
although he was
Yeah,
70.
you go do that. I'm
He
gonna
had
go
gone
on.
through this. He had been in the
I'm gonna
cycle
go.
before me. Killing me
Okay, I'm
would
gonna-
take his place in the
He's gonna
ground.
touch me.
Broken
He's gonna
cycle.
touch me.
There was
got
an
you,
end
bro.
to it. That's
Don't
why he
worry.
apologized. That's the reason he just killed a random person.
Does everyone,
outside the road.
everything out here have like the
It wouldn't
urge like to
end
kill
until
you?
Someone took
Yes.
his place. If not me, then someone else.
Yeah, I've been here. At least
So that meant
you have
that
to
I
be
had
a
two
higher level to
options.
them, or they'll
I could
start
go through this
assaulting you.
nightmare over and over, or I
That's
could
it.
end
That's all you have to
I
do.
could
Yes,
cut
just
those
be a
who would
higher
come
level,
after me out of
or
the
they'll
equation,
just,
and
or they'll
spare
touch
them
you.
the horror that I had felt. I could do that.
It's either one.
Now
Holy.
I had options.
Oh, yo, purple chest.
That night.
Oh, wait,
after
my
I had
Pokemon's
washed the
dead.
dirt
Hold
from
up.
my hands and
That's not
knees,
cool.
The dreams were different. I felt
Oh, you
myself
Pokemon
drowning
died?
with
That's
the
low-key
first
kinda funny.
breath, only to wake up under a starless sky, where the sun had gone dim and the moon hung closer
Right,
than
what was
ever.
that?
I could hear rumbling earth as towering.
Okay, I'm
monolithic
gonna
beams
make a
reached for the
waypoint
horizon
or my
sky.
That was
house.
crazy.
Vaguely
What the
humanoid
flip was
shapes
that?
roam a desert wasteland, stretching towards the
Yeah, I'm not
heavens,
coming back here. I'm gonna get my
crying
stuff
for
and
death,
get out.
He's
crying
never
for an end
coming
to the
back.
cycle, like me.
He won't
there would
come
be
My
more
other
back.
just
first
got
breaths,
killed in like
ones
in
where
a
I would
second.
wake up in a firestorm only to burn to death.
Alright, I'm gonna
Ones
get my
where I
water.
would
back.
wake up
I'm gonna be
chilled
right back.
under
Come
solid
back.
ice. Ones where I would be pulled up
Where are
by
you going?
inhuman scavengers, only to be torn apart and eaten. Farmed
Big
and
boy,
cultivated
big boy,
like
come pick
wheat.
up the phone.
And the cycle would continue, turning
boy,
life
come
into
pick
a
up the
grotesque
phone.
broken mirror image of what I had
Big
been
boy,
told it
big
would
boy,
be.
come pick up the
Lies and
phone.
hopes made manifest by church, estate, and peers. This was real life. Uncompromising, uncanny, raw. And then there would be no air. Then there would be no soil. There would be black. An impossible cold would snap across my crystallizing skin. My eyes would be open, but there would be nothing to see. No sound to hear but the popping of my eardrums.
Yo, please.
I would fail to draw that first breath of air once every 10 days. Again and again and again. I woke up screaming on the
Yeah.
9th day. I had no choice. I had to break the cycle. Someone had to take my place in that void. I could see why he had done it, and I would do so myself without hesitation. I grabbed the gun, the bullets, the shovel, and I made my way to the glade. While the old man had just been bones, I had a whole body to take care of. It didn't matter. I could leave it out in the open, and it would make no difference. By the time that it mattered, I would be gone and the cycle would be broken. And so I waited by the side of the road like he had done. My body had been dug up and was ready to be moved. I didn't want to do it in the daylight though, but time was running out. I didn't even care that I was going away. I just had to avoid that pain that would come.
Chat friend, kill it.
A lot of cars passed me by. Some honked at me, others went out of their way to splash me with blood I collected in the many pockets. It wasn't until
Attack me, penis.
the car slowed down to help. A good Samaritan.
I'm sorry.
Marianne. No, I muttered under my breath. Just keep going, not you. But it was getting late. Could I risk waiting for someone else? She rolled down the window on the passenger side, smiling at me. Her radio clicked off. You back here? She laughed. What kind of trouble you looking for? I'm fine, I said. You can keep going. Fine, she scoffed. You're right back where you started. Don't tell me that you got robbed again. Not this time, no. So why are you here? I had my hand on my gun. There was no one else around. She was leaning forward and I had a clear shot. I would just raise my hand to click and that would be it. It was simple. Would I risk missing this chance just for her to get some more time? In the grand scheme of things, what would it matter? And what if the next copy of me came to the same conclusion? What would stop them from pulling the trigger? It was either me now or me later. And if not her, then someone else. Did it matter who? I wouldn't be around to care. I could barely keep it together. My hand trembled. She leaned over, looking out the passenger side window. Her brow furrowed a little. I could tell she was concerned. "Look," she said, "I won't pretend to know your business, but I can see that you're not doing well. You must have come across something real bad, friend," she continued. "I get it, but you know what I do when I feel bad." She patted the passenger side of her pickup. "I do something nice. It does all the difference in the world. If you can't help yourself, then maybe you can help someone else. It's the heart good, you know." A thought crossed my mind. And I hadn't figured this puzzle out if it hadn't been for me just sticking around. It wasn't being smart or strong or suave. It was be straight to the point, presented by two cops having a conversation. So maybe it didn't matter if I couldn't see a solution here and now. There could be a solution elsewhere at any time I just hadn't seen yet. And maybe I wouldn't see it, but maybe the next minute would. Also, by knowing what was to come, who was to say I couldn't stop it? This outcome couldn't be completely predetermined, or else I would have told myself about it in that notebook. I had to believe that there could be a better way. There could be a solution and a beautiful ending. Not just for me, but for everyone. I took my hand off the gun. "I just gotta get something," I said. "Can you give me a couple of minutes?" "Sure," she smiled. "Don't keep me waiting." I rushed back up to the glade and mailed a note to the cross. The next me would get a welcome package. I followed Marianne back to town, but she offered to have me stay in her son's room again, and I couldn't decline. I borrowed his computer, and that's why I'm here writing this down. I need to spell things out in a way another me will understand, and I think that this is the way to do it. So if I'm reading this, hello, I'm glad you saw the note. I hope this sheds some light on things. Maybe you can make it better for the next one. My joints are growing stiffer and my heart is slowing down. It's actually sort of pleasant. The worries start to fade, but the cycle will continue. I'll be gone before long, and I'll make sure that Marianne won't find me. I've called the motel telling them that I'll be back soon and to keep the room. I have the money for it, at least for a while longer. It is so easy to despair and so easy to forget our view. We can only see so far and we can only hear so much. What feels like an endless darkness today can be a warming light by the morning. Sometimes all we have to do is hope, to hold on, to do the best we can and trust in the way that things unfold. We don't even have to be smart about it or strong. Sometimes we just gotta be at the right place at the right time. I don't know how many hours I have left. It's strange to count yourself in hours. It's nice not to know for sure. I'm gonna go for a walk and see how far I'll go. Take a deep breath, as if it's your first. You have all the time in the world. Guys screaming, rain, meat dasher, smiling cat, Nelson Asada, Big Country Alley, Jerry Rainey, Malcolm Black, Gala Magara. I don't care what anyone says. 12,000 subscribers is a big deal. If I asked you how many you know who you can call friends, you might say maybe 8 or 9. The amount of people who truly care about what you have to say is probably even less than that. I, on the other hand, have thousands of fans catching every new episode with fervor and praising me in the comments. It started off just as a hobby, and I suppose it still is. I do plan on quitting my job at Target, though, as soon as the channel really starts to take off. It started off with prank videos, funny animals, and messing around with friends. Anything I thought might get the views pouring in. I didn't think that my big break would be the shaky GoPro footage of me and Josh crawling around the abandoned trailer park on the edge of our hometown. Josh, by the way, was my channel's co-creator. He was also my brother, but the less said about that, the better. Since that first taste of success, my channel became dedicated to urban exploring. Josh and I would take our van around the state, trespassing on abandoned, yet still often private property. We filmed in old hospitals, apartment blocks, schools, that sort of thing. If we didn't find anything too interesting, sometimes we would reshoot a few scenes with a twist, and add in a supernatural element. As safe as this formula was, things were starting to get stale. The last couple of videos were maybe getting a few hundred views each, and we were running out of interesting enough places to explore. The problem was our budget, or a lack thereof. We could barely afford respiratory masks to combat the constant patches of black mold that we would stumble across. To be able to travel some of the most breathtaking locations even within the country, it felt like a distant dream. This is why the email felt like a godsend. I was throwing a quick eye over some junk mail, checking if anything important had slipped through before I deleted it all. And that's when I saw it. The guy's name was a jumbled bunch of letters and numbers, as was their Gmail account. What really caught my eye was the subject heading. Interesting location. I clicked on it, expecting to find another suggestion for a great place to film, which then ends up being in Bulgaria or some other Eastern European country. Instead, the email was composed of a quick little message to me, followed by a set of
Guess who's
Hi,
back?
Alex Flores, a big fan of the channel.
Back
I've
again.
been watching you
back?
for a year
Are
and
you
I
back
love what
again?
you do.
I'm indeed back.
I wanted to share a location with you. I found it
Low-key
recently.
crazy.
Inside, past a cave mouth.
Okay.
I've
Again, I love your
started
channel.
creating a second
Please
base.
keep it up. I got the impression
I'm
from
very
the
You can do
message
that.
that English wasn't their first
Oh.
language, which didn't give me
Fucking-
much hope.
I mean, I saw that, but like,
Regardless, I
is there
found
like
the
any?
coordinates he included
If you
and
actually
pasted
know
them into
of?
Google Maps. The
Like
pin
what?
dropped 5 miles from my house.
I don't know, like some.
I immediately
Oh, well,
rang
you need to
Josh and
level up
told
your
him what
base to a
it
certain level, like 12, I
A
think.
day later, we had all the equipment. that
Let
we
me see what
could
level's my
and a
base.
bag full of provisions.
Base level 10.
Mainly
Max
strong
number of
sandwiches
bases
and
2 out of 2.
on top
Wait,
of
do we
that,
join
had a
guilds?
flashlight, some
No.
semblance of a first aid kit.
Then why does it say I have 2 bases?
A piece of chalk and a spare
shouldn't.
flashlight.
Unless you
So
join.
far, we've
It
never used
is.
the rope for anything, but I find it helps with the professional image. It was during the
Send me
drive
a
to the
picture.
location that I thought maybe I should
Yeah,
have
yes,
checked
give me
out
1
before,
second.
just to make sure that it was worthwhile.
My
Then
pals
again,
completed their
even if it
mission.
did turn out to be a dud,
Good boys
it's not like
they
we
are.
wasted any gas
I
money
know.
at this close of a distance.
Let me see, where's my phone?
We drove into the forest and
Oh, it's on my
path
in my
that
pocket. I'm
headed out.
stupid.
We parked
Yeah.
up and grabbed our stuff.
Funny.
Now I know the area. I've spent most of my childhood exploring these woods. I knew there weren't any abandoned structures in the area, but what I did know was around is caves. Now my mother
I'm
warned me
indeed very
extensively
happy.
never to
I
go
bought
near
myself
it.
a 24
Carved
pack
into the
of
stone
monsters.
base of a small hill was the
Mm,
dark
what?
entrance to a cave system.
Of the coffee monsters.
Following the map on my
Coffee
phone,
monsters?
it took 20 minutes
Mhm.
of walking to get
What
from
the fuck
the
is that?
path to the entrance.
You never
The
had that
first thing
flavor?
I noticed was a
Coffee
scattering of
monsters.
crumpled up beer cans and broken bottles.
Can you say
I
whatever
feared
the
that
hell we were
whatever
saying?
treasure was down there had already been
Coffee
desecrated.
monsters.
But I carried
Coffee.
on. You know, Mom told us to never
Coffee
go near
monsters?
this place.
I don't know what that is.
Josh said abruptly.
Oh no, that's saying you can
Josh,
build
I
2
said,
bases.
shining my torch in his face.
Oh, okay,
24
okay.
man,
So
only
when it
carry
says
one
max
size.
number of bases, that's like the
it's not
max
that.
you can build.
It's just she really didn't like us playing out here. You
Okay.
know?
So I just
I
gotta
don't think
travel
that I
all the way
saw
back,
this place until
get my
the snow
stuff back,
warned us.
take down those
I
bosses I was
crouched at the
talking
entrance
about.
and shone
You
my
should,
light
you
into
can,
the
you should
shadows.
come see my
The
second
cave
base.
went on another few meters and then stopped short.
I think I
of
already
anything
know where I'm set my
interesting.
second base.
I took a few steps towards
Where
it and
is it
saw
gonna
that there was
be?
a thin opening.
It's gonna be at that castle, or the ancient
I
ruins.
grabbed the bag
I
and
don't
moved
think you can
forward.
do that. I mean, I think you
I think a
might, but that
school
would be
friend and
not.
moms went missing
The reason
when
I
she
say
was
you
younger.
might not
I said to
is
Josh,
because
goading
I don't
him.
think you can build it
That's why
anywhere
she was so
like
paranoid.
near special stuff like that.
Josh tentatively followed me deeper in.
But you can try it. And the reason I
Why
don't
is your
think it would be a good
bell
area
here?
is because it doesn't have any good loot.
Squeeze, but
What?
I reckoned that I could make it.
I'm getting hunted
I
right
faced
now.
my
Hold up.
torch towards the
nothing.
opening and saw that the ground underneath
You should
looked
get the
firm
loot
and only
if you
around 2 meters
can.
down. Okay, Josh, start filming. I said as I took
I'm
the
actually
rope
am
from
getting
my
low to
bag.
fade over
I
summer.
tied a random Boy
I'm just
Scout
kidding.
knot around my waist and threw the other end of the cord just out of shot.
Loaded.
Dude, why does
Josh
everything want
held
to
the
kill
small
me?
camera in front
Seriously.
of me and
No
gave
one
me the
likes
thumbs
you.
up. I winked at the camera and threw my
I
bag
said
down.
ride! Not
Josh
freaking chop
immediately
tree.
stopped recording.
Why?
Wait, you're actually going down. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I was actually
Father.
concerned.
I didn't
we
mean to be
are.
so
Don't stop
angry.
recording.
I
said
thought
as
it
I
was
threw my legs
I'm
forward
gonna go
and
in
fell
it.
down
So
to
what's
the
your highest
ground.
level boss? 29, yeah, we're not
A
doing
slight
that.
raise was the worst of it. I grabbed my bag and shot it for Josh. I picked up my
Okay,
torch
where's
and
those
threw my
bosses?
legs
Level 28, you're level
fallen
30.
into a small
Both are not very
cavernous
good.
chamber.
Come
I
on.
could hear the faint dripping of water
Yes,
from the
they're
stalactites
good
at
earlier.
the edge of the chamber was
What did he
open,
do?
brutalized into the rock face. I walked over to it as Josh
caught a
began to
monkey
shimmy down the
Pokemon.
crack.
You caught a
Hey,
monkey?
Josh,
I mean, I have a
Yeah.
monkey too.
I said, casting the beam
Level
of red light down
18.
the tunnel.
Chop down
Josh
trees,
landed
transport
gruffly and
level
picked up
3.
his bag and equipment and walked over to my side. With a sigh, he followed me into the tunnel. He carried on for a few yards before leading into another chamber.
Okay, we can't say nothing about
When
this
we
sub. It's
repeated our
just gonna be like,
maneuver, dropping
oh, you
the
guys been
supplies
grabbing
in
about me?
first before
That's not
crawling in
fair.
ourselves.
He's
This
gonna
cavern
notice.
sloped and uneven. With only
I
one
mean, it's
direction
kind of
to
his
go,
fault
we
for grinding
continued
Yu-Gi-Oh!
east.
too much.
Dishearteningly, we came to a dead end. We dropped the bags again
What
and looked at each
again?
other. Maybe it's a dud, Josh suggested. Probably. I had high hopes. though.
Holy, you
I
guys
said as I took
take
a
up
sip from
so
my
much
water
food.
bottle and leaned against the wall. I felt something sharp dig into my side. What the heck? I muttered to myself, turning around. I shone my torch towards where I had been leaning. Sticking out from the
Let's
wall
keep
was a
them
metal door
working.
handle. I looked at Josh to
Never
make sure
let
he
him
was
sleep
settled,
in.
and then back at the handle.
Up in
There's
one
some rating
desk
notes
and I'm
covered
free.
in rust and sediment. I tried it. It creaked and grinded against some equally rusty
Let's
internal
keep us
mechanism.
working.
I pulled back
Never
and watched
let
as a large
sleeping.
rectangular section of the wall swung open. I turned to Josh, a look of pure glee plastered across my face as I pumped out some spiel for the video, hyping up our discovery. I talked to the camera as I walked into the unknowably
There's a
long,
big old battle
uniform
going on
concrete
here.
tunnel that lay on the other side of the door.
Oh,
The metal door
Are you getting
along the
raided?
perimeter
Oh no,
of
that's
sheer
you.
black cement
what's going
was
on?
covered in sediment
Oh, hi.
which blended into the cave walls.
Hi.
As we entered the corridor,
Hi.
Josh made sure to
I'm
leave a mark
leaving.
on the wall. With
The
most
W base.
buildings, it was never too
I
hard
think
to
that's
find
free
your way
W.
out again.
I'd say myself.
This place,
I'm not
however, was
even gonna
shaping up to be a
probably,
real
like,
maze. I wouldn't have been shocked if we
anything.
came across the Minotaur.
I'm probably the only reason I
It was pitch
chose
black,
to put it
pure
here is because of all the
darkness
iron
other than
ore.
the weak beams of our torches.
I mean, that's fair.
My only worry
More
was
iron
the
better.
footage quality as Josh and I
Iron
descended
does
further
get
into the
a
tunnel.
little difficult to
It
get
snaked sharply left from
and
right,
grind for.
but never split into more than one continuous path.
I honestly
The
need to
walls
set a
were
base
dry
here
and
so I can,
gray,
around this
other
area
than
so I
the
can get some
occasional stain.
loot
I need to get
going.
more of
Completely
these
bare.
tomcats or
I had stopped
Combat.
talking now, letting Josh
A what
lead
now?
me,
For mining.
traversing the corridor
Combat?
from behind. After a
Oh,
few
I
minutes
thought
of
you said
walking, we
Tom.
turned a corner that
No,
ended
I
in
said
another
Tom.
door.
You know
Once we
exactly what I'm
arrived
talking
at
about.
it, I realized that it was the
I said
exact same as the
combat.
first one that we had come
I'll
from,
build tomorrow.
without the obvious aging. It was metal, robust, and covered in
No,
a
he's
thick
kidding,
layer of
he's kidding.
dust.
Fuck,
God.
It
jump.
looked like it hadn't
Oh my
budged in a
goodness!
Calm down,
decade. I
buddy.
let Josh
Shots
squeeze
fired!
past me,
Shots
which was
fired!
difficult in the cramped quarters
Chat,
and get
I
a
think
close-up of
shots
the
are
door.
fired.
Once he had, I told him to open
Really?
it.
I went by the
Perhaps.
More than
freaking
stuff
thing.
he did. We entered a small, white-tiled room with rusty shower
Perhaps
heads
shots
lining
are
the
fired.
walls.
Shots are fired.
Through another identical
Can everything
door,
just
we
leave me
came
alone?
into what
Dear
looked
God,
like
it's
a
not that
locker room.
deep. You don't have to
Hanging
kill
all
him.
around us were jumpsuits and
They
masks.
feel like
You don't have
it,
to
bro.
kill
From
everything.
the same
They don't. You don't have to
rubber
kill
material.
everything they see.
All
What
the
if they
dull
just feel like
amber
it?
color. Josh filmed
That's
me
fair.
taking one of the dust-covered masks down from the wall. I held it in front of my face and made
There
a
we go.
reference
Fast
to the
travel
scene
acquired.
looking.
We're gonna
Before
keep
moving out of the
going.
room, I hung the mask back up.
See how
There was
big
an
and bad
old
these areas
urban
are.
explorer motto: take only pictures, leave only footprints. I followed it most of the time. Beyond
I
the
should
next
keep
iron
me
door was a
working.
flight of stairs.
One day he'll
descending
set
even
me
further.
free.
The steps were concrete and scattered with once sodden, now bone-dry papers. I held the torch level as we walked down them. The hand railing was rusted and the fluorescent light bulbs overhead were shattered. I felt the broken glass crunch under my boots as I neared the bottom. The stairs ended in a lobby that wouldn't have looked out of place in a medical institution. I walked out over double doors that lay on the ground, covered in debris. Shining the light around, I saw that
Oh, that's a
3 different
boss. I don't wanna
passageways
fight
leading up
that.
from this main
Why
room.
not?
Josh was filming
He's too
the rooms
high-leveled.
full of tattered seats as I walked towards the
Do you
map.
want to fight level 30 boss?
I think you
It
mean
had a
that
helpful orange square with "You
Well,
are
that's what I
here"
thought.
written next to it.
my
In
balls.
white paint, it outlined the structure's layout. If it was accurate, then this place was truly massive. I called Josh
Massive.
over.
Oh my god, dude, leave me the
He
fudge
has
alone.
a voice in the camcorder. I think it's a diagram of this place. I told him, my finger following the map's trails. Josh zoomed in as I noticed the symbol key.
Dude, I
Dotted
swear
around
there's
the map
hunters
were small
everywhere.
Annotations. I matched them with the key, trying to figure out which rooms were being shown. Canteen,
going on?
bunkhouse, recreational facility, breaching room.
Yeah, I'm better doing damage to these guys. We're running. We're out.
Josh took
We're
me
done.
footage
Get
while I
out
read
of
through the list
He's
of functions,
coming.
which were printed out on a
He's
fading piece of
coming.
laminate
He's
attached to a
coming
grid.
out.
I got to the end and saw that we were on floor 1 of 9.
Hey,
Holy crap.
I'm
This place is
coming
huge.
out. Oh my god,
What do you
damn,
think
what
this
am I
is
doing?
anyway? Josh asked. I turned to him.
That's what keys are for. Okay.
You
Well,
just
of
figured
course
it
we
out.
don't know. But my best
Low-key
guess would be
kinda
some sort of
funny.
nuclear facility. Maybe a decommissioned
Bro, the Pokemon
bunker,
kit actually,
something
like,
along those
pretty
lines.
scary out here.
You know, the government rarely told us where they
Get
built
pretty
these
black.
things, so it wouldn't be all that crazy.
Right.
Once the scene had exhausted itself, I
Master
took a
Chief,
picture
you
of the
working?
map on my phone and we moved on.
Never
The
let me
place
sleep
was an
in.
absolute gold mine. It was like a
But
mix
one
between
day
a
set
Soviet
me
weapons
free.
silo and an old hospital. We left marks on the Libertine walls to help with the last case scenario of getting lost. I feel more confident now with the map, but we couldn't be
I
taking
wonder
any
where I
chances.
can get more of these Tom
Every
bats.
single surface was covered in grit and grime. I could see the particles dance and shift within my torch's beam.
An egg.
As I walked down these abandoned
Yo, what a
halls,
egg-low you
ducking
are.
into every room without
You got a
locked
fire
door.
type?
I couldn't believe that
or a
nobody
dark
else
type
had come across this place
egg?
before. I was excited.
I got
This
normal
felt like the big
types
break my
so
channel
far.
needed,
That's
and
it?
Josh was recording
Yeah,
every
that-
second of it.
No dark types?
Most of the first floor was rooms
Low
full
key
of
normal
Oh,
type
31.
types?
Okay,
bunkhouse
we're
where
not
the
messing with
workers would
you.
have slept and died
Nah,
in
he
He's
matches.
kind
wants
of
me to
angry.
bend
He looks a
over.
little bit angry right now.
I couldn't help
No,
but wonder
he
what
just,
they were
he,
doing
he
down
just wants you
here.
to bend over and let him clap
I
his
sat on the
cheeks.
edge of one of the beds and pulled out a locked box from underneath. It was heavy and made from solid
Just
leather.
want you to
After a while of trying, I realized that I couldn't
That's
open
all
Why
it.
do these
we
books get so
want.
And I kicked it back under the bed.
When do books
As I
get
stood
so
on it, I
strong?
realized
Dear
every
God.
bed had a similar locked box underneath.
Okay, I got a male and
I
a
tried a few
female.
more,
The
all
female's
with the
gonna get
same issue.
gangbanged by two males.
I shrugged at the camera and I left the room. After
He's
walking
gonna
around the
get
first
real
floor for a few minutes more, we
efficient
came
with that
across another
female.
stairwell. I motioned to the camera to follow me down
We're gonna
as I
start
grabbed the
bang
rotten
banging
wooden
in the
handrail
background.
and descended
Shitter.
further into the facility.
Of course. Why
Two
wouldn't
turns
I?
later, the stairs ended in a narrow corridor. Countless doors, most of them locked, were
Master
dotted
Kate,
along the
working.
walls. I tried to peer.
Why are they
through
actually
small
doing it? Wait,
windows
does it
on the
show it?
doors whenever they had one.
No.
But
Okay,
something
okay, I was about to
reached
say,
out
this is a
from the other
horny
side.
bastard game, then.
When y'all
This floor,
bastards
the
be
second
like,
floor, was a maze in every sense of the word. Josh
y'all
filmed me
bastard.
taking a dozen
It's okay,
corners,
it's okay.
left, right,
I'm-
until we
it's not
came to
happening
another small foyer.
yet.
I sat on one of the decomposing chairs and I tied my shoelace. I
Hee ha ha
shivered
ha
as a
ha.
cold breeze caressed my neck. Judging from Josh's reaction, he felt the same thing.
Judge G.
I looked around
There's
for
so
a
many
vent,
dungeons
but I
out
didn't
here.
see one. I stood up and kept moving. We pushed through a
Master,
series
keep
of
me
hanging plastic
working.
sheets, and on the other side,
Never let me
another
sleep
door
in.
leading into another stairwell.
Up in one day,
I
it'll
took out my
set
phone
me
to check my picture
free.
of the map. And
Wait, what level are you?
realized
You're
that
level
only
25.
showed
No,
the
thank
layout
you.
of the first floor.
No, I'm 25.
I smiled
crazy.
when I realized my error and made a joke about my
That's it?
intelligence, or a lack thereof. To the
Ooh, I did
camera.
not like that damage.
I put my phone back in
Damn,
my
I
pocket
have
and tied
8,000
the door.
pounds worth of iron.
Halfway down this flight of
Cornered.
stairs was an
Darn.
overturned desk and two chairs.
I'm gonna let you
I've already
know,
jumped off
babe.
the
and opened
cliff.
the small drawers
Bro,
on
my
the
bases
overturned
are on the
desks.
other side of the
A
map.
few pens
It's
fell
crazy.
out, nothing of note. I climbed over the obstacles.
Like, if I had to
and then took
walk
the
that,
camera from
that would be
Josh so that he could do
impossible.
the same. Once we were on the other side, I turned and dramatically kicked the double doors open, making a movie reference as I went.
Birthday,
There was a door directly to the left of
never
where we
let
came
me
into.
sleep in.
We ignored
Dude,
it for
the
now,
errors keep
instead
getting more
walking to the
dangerous
end
as I
of the
keep traveling.
sloped corridor.
Well, the further you go out, the
There
more
were two
the
doors
more
and a sign
the higher level
containing
they are.
two arrows, one pointing towards the bathrooms and the other
I'm coming back
towards the
home.
dining hall.
It's getting way too dangerous out
Well, I
here.
am feeling pretty hungry.
He's
I
coming
said to the camera,
out.
rubbing my stomach. I cringed soon after and made a mental note to cut that out.
Holy God.
Through the swinging doors and into the canteen, we were greeted by the largest room that we had seen yet. It must have had the floor space of a football pitch or two. And the
He's
rows of
coming
benches poured into
out.
a mirage the further that they went. I'd like to remind you at this point that we were in total absolute darkness, other than what light our handheld torches
Crazy.
threw out. As we ambled
What kind of
through the
meds
hall,
can I
it was a
make?
wonder that we
Okay.
didn't trip over anything. A small glint caught my eye, and I sat down on one of the sterile blue-gray plastic benches. Josh stood next to me and filmed close up what had lured me over. I admit I thought it was a coin or maybe a hunk of jewelry, but instead
How do I
it was a
fix
piece of foil wrapper.
Fucking.
I picked it up and looked more closely. It was a packet of apple-flavored chewing gum with one bit left.
Master,
This is what they were eating down here. No wonder the place is abandoned. Look at all these emails. I said.
I'm start going
Let me
training
wrap her
arc
up.
now.
I stood and began walking over to the
Oh,
kitchen.
thanks.
As we did, I kept repeating the same joke I had made in my head over and over. I realized it didn't make any sense.
They're all work. I love when they have like a specific schedule like to wake up
But I
at.
didn't feel like reshooting
Bro.
anything either.
The combats don't
We
stop
kept moving
working.
towards the kitchen, and as we did,
They
the
don't
smell
go to
got
bed.
worse. Once we had hopped the counter and actually gone into the area
shall
where
never
we
stop
kept
working.
now long since rotten food, the smell became
That's right.
stale.
Start lighting things.
Josh retreated, burying his nose in his elbow. I persevered long enough to
Okay.
walk into the freezer.
It's about time we start
Its
going on
preserving
training arc.
cold had long since
Bro's going on
faded,
training arc.
and the meat that once hung in there was now a stale and
Children,
black puddle.
It's
I
time
gagged and
we
rushed out.
arise.
Josh filmed me hopping the counter and we started
Me.
to walk back to the door that we came through. I stopped, noticing something
gonna
hanging
come
on one
out.
of the white
Food mill.
Why does medical
It's a
supplies
calendar.
take so long to fucking craft
I
me?
walked over to it and beckoned Josh.
Let's
to
see,
do the
wheat
same.
plantation.
It was left open on March.
We need
and
wheat
every
seeds?
day
How do we get
before
wheat
the
seeds?
27th was marked
Wheat
with a red
seeds? You have
X.
to buy them from a trader.
I flipped it to the front and saw
I
that
got
it was
plenty of
for the
coins,
year
so I'll just
2009.
drag them out here.
We took plenty of footage of my
You're mine
discovery,
now.
and I shared my theory in a more serious tone that this must have been when the place became abandoned.
He's actually getting
After
to
we were
work.
done
That's
filming, we
crazy.
decided to sit at one of the benches and eat. If you're wondering, I had one of those pastrami sandwiches that we had packed and a Dr. Pepper. Now satiated, we exited to the hall. As soon as we had entered it, I turned left. Don't you want to film the toilets? Josh asked, tugging at my shoulder. I'm sure there'll be more around the lower
What are you
levels and we
watching?
can film them. I just want to keep powering forward, I said. And besides, we just ate. I don't want to go gawk over some fossilized, a decade-old human crab. Josh shrank back and we arrived at the door next to the one that we
I have
came
medical
in.
supplies.
It was yet another staircase that we followed down to the 4th floor. As soon as we reached that floor,
Cause that
I knew
means
that
I
we'd hit the
can do
jackpot.
this.
It was like some of the abandoned hospitals that we had
No, no,
seen,
no.
but on
You're not going to work.
steroids.
You're gonna work
The
wrong.
medical
Why
white
not?
halls were littered and rusty and decayed.
No, 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 no.
Fix
You're gonna
that
trade
picture.
with me. You're gonna trade.
Scalpels and
You're gonna
other
trade.
tools
That's
Get back
strewn
to-
everywhere.
I'm just kidding.
A patient-less IV drip
No,
stood at
who
the end
wants
of the
to be
first
traded?
hallway like a ghost.
Hey,
I had
what?
Josh focus on the blade, bunched up sheets that blockaded a doorway while I
Okay, that's
slipped
kinda-
around one of the accessible
Kinda like
rooms.
flavor.
Quit running.
Inside was what looked like a
I'm gonna
dentist's
grab a whip
chair,
and start whipping
only
you
it
if
had
you
a
don't come
large
back here.
iron tri-pan dangling
Stop.
from the ceiling above.
Resisting.
I felt like a kid in a sweet shop as I looked through all the cupboards and drawers.
Alright, you know what? The wandering merchant is useless, to be honest.
No, you have to go to a
I
shop.
found a pizza
Fucking
box-sized silver container.
Where can I
I
find a
opened it
shop?
to click, and inside I found
don't
a
know.
stack of microfiche.
Ask a shop.
Maybe you don't
It
know.
may have been born after the millennium, but I still knew what they were. I didn't see a microfiche reader
Have you
anywhere in
unlocked
room,
the,
so I walked back out into the
Use
halls.
that.
Have you
I suddenly
unlocked
had what I thought was a
the
great idea, and I held the film in front of my face.
small settlement
I held my
teleportation
torch on
thing?
the other side and shined it towards me.
What now?
Instead
There's a
of
small
illuminating the imprinted
settlement. Have
images,
you
I
unlocked it?
momentarily blinded
Oh yeah, I've
myself.
unlocked it.
I
Ooh,
laughed at
one
my
of
own
the traders there,
stupidity and
so
leaned against the wall, rubbing my eyes. And then I heard Josh
Carol,
call me.
the heck is a calorie?
I followed the sound of his voice past another stairwell entry and around the corridor's bend. He was
I have
standing
a-
with his camera in
I have
front
an
of a giant
autistic bird,
obstructed
Down
pile of
syndrome.
dirt that came down from a portion of collapsed ceiling.
Dylan, come look at
Realizing
this.
There was no way through.
This
I
is not
doubled back
okay.
and made my way to the door that we had come through. Looking around, I realized that there was no other passage
Come look at my bird.
from the one that we had already explored. Nor did any of the unlocked rooms have
This is not okay.
Cursing, I found Josh again. There's no other way onto the rest of the floor.
Imaginary
I told him,
technique.
although he had already
Fish.
come to the with a sense of defeat, we left what had been by far the
The
most
animatronic
interesting and
characters here
promising section
do
of the
get a bit
facility
quirky
and
at
carried on
night.
down to the 5th floor. We didn't stay for long. A pipe had obviously burst somewhere.
The
and the ground
animatronics
was
do
covered
become
in
a bit
few
quirky
inches of
at
grimy
night.
and brown water. We
Come
tried
to my base
navigate
right
our
now.
way by hopping
Me?
from one rotting
Yes.
wooden panel to another.
I have an autistic
gave way
bird,
under
Down
our
syndrome
weight.
working
And
for
by the
me.
time that we had reached
Why
the
do you
door
have a
outlet,
Down
our
syndrome
shoes and
bird?
socks were drenched.
I literally
Not
hatched
that I was
it.
paying much
I have
attention.
autistic children
I
now.
reckon that most of
Why
the
are you
rooms in
having
that
Down
section were being
syndromatic
used for
birds?
storage. We quickly
That's
opened the
not
door and
okay.
closed
He's
it,
going to work.
letting in a
He's
small
going to
torrent of
work.
water which accompanied
Oh,
us down
God.
the steps in the form of a fast trickle.
I like
The
this. He's
room that
going
we
to
came
work.
into was promising, as it had a similar medical flare.
Wait, can I
as
make the
fourth
human get to
floor.
work?
We almost turned left when I noticed the symbol on the door to our right. I approached it, my
I can
camera
make a
focused
human
on
get to
it,
work.
and saw that
That's
on
right,
the
get to
door was
work.
the silhouette of a rabbit.
Start chopping wood.
With a strange sense of unease, I grabbed the door handle and barged into the next room.
I have a human
It
working for
looked
me.
like
That's
an
crazy.
interrogation room. From where we were, we could see through the one-way mirror. There was a long mahogany desk covered in
I love
liquid
Power
radio
World.
equipment. Half a dozen swivel chairs surrounded us. It looked like the production control room at this TV studio that I once interned at. In the blank room beyond the mirror was a chair. No desk, just a lone chair facing us. I noticed
Whoa, whoa,
there was
whoa,
no
whoa,
door between this
So,
room and the
you know
blank
what my
room, nor
I
was
just
there
hatched an
any
egg, right?
wall
You know what
leading
this
into the blank room.
my pal skill
We
is?
ducked out and
What?
continued on through the left
Finger
side door.
working.
Jackpot again. It was almost a carbon copy of the 4th floor, except it was as strangely carpeted.
They can just start
Thin maroon carpet was
they can start
taken
jaking
down,
Kinda
it.
weird
and it dragged my
game.
eyes away from the otherwise white walls.
Kinda
He
The
must
first
learn-
room I entered
he
looked
learned at a
like
very
just
good
what I was
age
looking for.
to jake it.
A magnifying glass.
Pause.
Not exactly a
Oh,
microfiche
no,
reader, but I
no.
suppose it wouldn't have worked without electricity anyway. I took the
You
crumpled
learned at a
strip
very
of
young
images
age to
from my
JK.
pocket and held them to the
Hey
magnifier.
bro, you wanna know something
The
funny?
images were
What?
grotesque.
You wanna
I
know
was
something
holding
funny?
98 tiny
Low-key,
pictures of conjoined
Wow.
twins,
low-key
each
kinda
connected
funny.
at the head.
Low-key
The
funny.
pictures were all taken
Yeah,
from
they
various
low-key
angles
kinda
and near
funny.
the end of the rows, various levels of decomposition.
What?
The very last image on the slideshow
You wanna know
that
something
attempt to
low-key
separate the
kinda
pair.
What?
I gagged and I dropped the microfiche. What is it? Josh asked dumbly as I
You
stroked
wanna know
past him.
something low-key kinda funny?
He
Oh my
followed
God,
me to the hall
dude.
where I slumped against a wall
Fudge,
and
dude.
slowly edged
You
down
wanna
on
know
the
something
floor.
low-key kinda funny?
Josh,
I'm gonna mute you.
stop recording. I
You
said,
wanna know
and he
something
did.
low-key kinda
He
funny?
sat next
I'm
to
gonna
me and
crash
comforted
out.
me, not knowing exactly what had got me so worked up.
You wanna know something
In
low-key
myself,
kinda funny?
I knew that it wasn't just the photos.
I hate
I
you.
was starting to let
I
this
hate you. Get him out of here.
You wanna know something
Do
low-key
you want to turn
kinda
back?
funny?
Josh asked.
Oh, he left.
I
He
think
backed
we have enough
off.
footage.
Loser.
Oh,
I smiled. It's
low-key.
fine, I want to keep going.
You know,
I
you
just need
wanna
a
know
break.
something low-key
Ah, you
kinda
loser.
funny?
You
He nodded
loser.
in that direction.
You wanna... Oh, I level up.
He stood, leaving the recorder
You have
next
what
to
now?
me, and he
I'm a
walked
penis.
into
What?
one of the rooms.
You have a penis?
So
Whoa.
I
You finally, I'm telling Santis. He's got a groin.
over from the less than
It's
professional
running.
He whipped it
It's
out.
coming out.
separated
It's
me and Josh
coming
soon
out.
after. Josh came back
It's
out of the room
coming
soon
out.
after, holding a fading binder of documents.
I need to set up a second
Now, I was
mix.
never good at math
At
or
this point?
academia in
Yeah.
general, but I could recognize the symbol in
Coming
front of the
out.
binder as the symbol of pi.
Ang gang
Okay,
guli
where
guli
am I?
guli
Hold
wang
up.
ting ling wang
Interesting
gul
read.
wang
I
gang wang
asked in
wang
earnest.
gang guli guli
Josh didn't
guli wang
reply.
ting ling
He
wang
kept looking
gul.
at the documents intently. Before I
Okay,
could say
we
anything
explored a pretty
else,
good part
he
of
began
that.
to read aloud.
Wang gang
Subject
guli
Alex
guli guli
shows signs
wang
of
ting ling
successful
wang
tether
gul
realignment.
wang gang
He
gul.
has answered
Wang
42
gang guli
of the
guli wang
45
ting wang
questions
gong
of the climb
guli
assessment
gul
accurately,
guli gul.
while displaying little distress.
Alright, well,
He has continued
Can we
to
make a
develop
PAL box?
Tav's
That's a
hobbies
question.
and interests since his brothers had
Yes,
disassembled.
we have the
Ang gang guli
materials.
guli
Dr.
wang ting.
redacted
Oh.
his reported contact with Tav, although this is
Ang
an
gang guli
impossibility.
guli guli wang
Aleph
ting
expresses
ling
connection to the
wang
Red
gul wang
Rabbit,
ting gul.
furthering evidence of tether realignment. I grow increasingly confused the more Josh reads it out. What does any of that mean? I
But
finally asked
we are
him.
settling a new
Who
land.
knows? Josh replied,
New
thumbing through
empire.
the remaining documents. He closes it and reads out the message stamped
Yo.
on the front. Property of the Red Rabbit Group. He says and then shares his theory. And my money is still on some weird government stuff. God knows what they've been doing behind the
I have
public's
built a
back.
breeder station.
I
so
stand,
my pals can
brushing the
fuck.
ceiling flakes from my trousers. I put a hand on Josh's
They
shoulder
may
and
touch
looked
each
into
other in the
eyes.
balls.
God doesn't have anything to do with this.
That's wild.
I said, and then,
Am I telling
actually,
lies?
do you mind
No,
if we do this all
Papa.
again on
You
film?
telling truth? Yes, Papa.
After that,
Yes,
I walked
Papa.
down the dark hallways with a newfound
I'm not
unease.
telling truth. I'm not
I
telling
didn't want to
lies.
admit that I
They
was
can touch
scared, but
balls.
I also couldn't
They can touch each
imagine
other's
what could be
balls
inside of some
now.
of those rooms.
Ah!
Something more terrifying
The
than
sirens,
anything
they're
human
here.
Ang guli 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 wang tong
We turned
ling
a
wang
corner and saw
go
someone,
wang dang go
or at least
wang
that's what we
wang
thought.
guli guli gong
While our
dang tong
hearts
ting
beat out
ling
of our
gang
chests,
go wang ting
fixing our
go.
torches on it, we saw that it was a suit. Looking closer,
It has
we
been
saw
built.
that it was made of rubber and covered
Holy
in
shit,
straps.
they may be
It
fucked.
looked like a gimp suit, we realized. And it was hanging down from the
Yes,
ceiling, its collar
they
caught
shall
around a
fuck
broken
each
strip of
other.
light. I hope you didn't poop yourselves, I
Ooh,
said,
golly
looking
golly
at the
golly
camera from
wang
over my
chong ling
shoulder.
gang go
I
wang
went over to
gang
the
go.
hanging suit and I nudged
I
it.
need to
It swung back and forth, creaking as it did.
make
And the
Ang
closer that I
gang
got
goli
to
goli
it,
goli
the more
wang
the smell
chang
of
ling
vinegar
gang go.
overpowered me. I backed away from it and I bumped into Josh, who
Ar
had
go
turned his
ar
and the
goli
camera's
goli
attention to
goli
the
wang
burn marks on the
chang
door
ling
to
gang
the
go.
left.
Ang
We
go
pushed
go
through it and
oli
descended
oli
to the
oli
second
oli
floor.
wang chang ling gang go.
The first thing that we see is a skeleton, laying and facing the
Wait,
ceiling.
Goli goli
It was a
goli
bleached
wang
human
chang ling
skeleton
gang
dressed in
go.
a coral
Wang
gray
chang ling.
suit. My brother and
God.
I immediately freaked out, and I
Are
dropped
you
my
high right
flashlight,
now?
the bulb
Ar
shattering.
goli goli goli
Josh
wang
handed me
chang
the
ling
camera and
gang
he
go.
approached the apparent body.
We
He knelt
indeed
by it,
found
strangely calm, and then laughed.
new land.
Hey, it's plastic, don't worry. He said, grinning. Probably a lab dummy. And now on the roll of camera, I recorded my brother's interaction with the faux skeleton. He grabbed the skull and with a little elbow grace it came off. He stood up, quoted Shakespeare, and punted the skull. We laughed and I set the camera down.
We're
going to make slaves. I hunted through my bag for a spare torch. I found it and we carried it.
How will you do enough
The
slavery?
first room
Oh
was
god, that hurt.
used to be some sort of operating theater. We walked past the rows of wooden seats which were
That's
arranged
kinda
like
funny.
a small sporting area around a white stained hospital bed. The room gave me a bad feeling, so we quickly walked past the bed and out of the door on the far side.
Now let's have an air battle.
We came into yet another identical hall.
What are my
Shining
Pokemon
lights,
doing?
I saw that there was
Oh,
an
no, what
old
are you doing?
wheelchair into T junction at one
I'm
end of the
having them
hall.
attack.
And at the other end was a door with a
Little Mr.
silhouette
Beast.
silhouette of a rabbit. We paced towards the rabbit door, which we found unfortunately locked. Picking bits of concrete out of the way, we turned to walk up the passageway. We filled the place with artificial lights and saw, to our horror, that the wheelchair was gone. What the heck? Josh said. He had noticed it first. What? I asked concerned. What's wrong? Wasn't there a wheelchair right there a second ago? He pointed out. I stood still for
I
a
hear
moment,
mining. Can I
mulling
see your
over his
base?
question.
That would be amazing.
I quickly realized that he
Sure.
was right.
Okay.
Against our better judgment, we
No, okay,
tentatively
I need to figure out
approached the
what
end of the
Pokemon to
hall.
make fucked first.
Josh filmed me creeping around the T-junction, and that's when I saw
Personally,
it.
it's kind of wild that I can make
A few
Pokemon
meters down
fuck
the
each other.
corridor was the
They be
wheelchair.
groping each other's balls.
I looked back at the camera as I slid towards it. It was rusted beyond repair and the wheels appeared to be buckled. I took a step forward and saw what was
We
laying
win.
on the seat. I find it difficult to describe.
Loser.
It was covered in a similar material
I
to
think
the
some of my
suit
Pokemon
that
have
we had seen
died.
hanging on the floor above. Only it didn't have any straps, or any seams at all for that matter. It was a black box with a weird sphere resting on top. The sphere had what looked like a metal
It's
funnel
time to
embedded
start
in the
over.
front. Only the tube was a snub, barely 2
Must make
centimeters
haste.
long. Dangling from it was a
Ooh,
small
the flip is
string.
attacking us already.
I took it in my hand and I tried to yank it off, but it just kept
Wow,
on
we're
coming.
always on attack now. That's
I
crazy.
felt like a kid trying to pull loose a thread from his cardigan, only to unravel the whole thing. The string that was being pulled out was stained black and wet. Josh came and stood next to me, filming what was going on. Suddenly, he retracted the camera and gasped. I looked around, unsure what got to him. "What's wrong, man?" I asked. That's... He stuttered, pointing at the thing slumped on the wheelchair. "That's a torso." At that, I looked back at the slumped object and studied it. Admittedly, I could see what he meant. It did kind of look like a person with their arms and legs stripped away, but that was impossible. Josh was about to speak again when suddenly, I felt a debilitating pain wash over my forehead, and then my entire skull. I fell against a nearby wall, an exposed pipe digging into my back, but that pain was nothing compared to the hum in my brain. I gripped my teeth so hard that I thought they would shatter, and I looked at my
Have you got
brother
the
behind
machine
my
gun
hands,
bundle
which
yet?
clawed at my face.
For the penguin?
From his reaction, I could
For the
tell that he was feeling
penguin?
the same
Oh, you mean the
thing.
rocket
Yeah.
launcher?
I dropped
Yes.
my flashlight to the ground.
No, but I was
and
about to
its beam
unlock it.
illuminated
Well, I have it
Josh.
unlocked, but I just haven't
I
built
couldn't
it.
see his light, nor the thing in the wheelchair, which was now plunged into darkness. The pain reached such an unbearable peak that thoughts of suicide briefly crossed my mind, and then, as quickly as it came on, it went.
Oh,
I stumbled to Josh and helped him to his feet. We held each other, still shaking and sweating, tears welling in our eyes. As we began to collect ourselves, we heard a voice, not from anywhere around us, but from deep inside of our own minds. "My name is Dave."
I wonder if you can breed humans.
I picked my torch up and looked around. It's
Only
like
one
a
way to
find out.
figure
Humans?
sitting in the wheelchair. It's
There's only one way
light
to find
fell on
out,
a
Chainsaw.
figure sitting in
There's
the
only
wheelchair.
one way to find
It
out.
suddenly looked a whole lot more like a
There's
human.
only one way to
Have you
find
seen
out.
answers? A voice echoed in my mind again.
Yeah, we're definitely like
What?
stone in this area, so we
Whispered
gotta find
Josh.
stone.
I realized that he was hearing it as well.
I'm gonna touch you.
Suddenly,
Keep
the
seeing
wheelchair rolled
I'm sorry, I'm
forward
sorry.
as it
What about?
pushed my unseen nerves.
that. Oh yes, I can look at
The voice repeated
Think
itself
about
as the
you.
wheelchair
that. Military fate ah
Now I
moments.
was certain
Slow
that
did
it was
moments be
source.
like.
The names, ancestors, and day numbers repeated themselves in my mind. They carried an odd.
You know what else is massive?
I reached my hand into my pocket to
Hello?
pull it out, crumpled to in the dimming light, I saw what was written on the rows of images.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night.
I looked up at the thing on the wheelchair and realized that it was indeed human. I extended my
Bro, we're gonna be
arm
having
and
battles
my
here like
foot pushed
24/7.
away.
This could be fun.
It began to float out of my hand
Gully,
and
gully,
over
gully,
in
one
front of
dangling,
the
gongo,
gas.
gongo,
It slowly rotated and then fell to the floor.
I'd say they got
Released
it.
from his mental grasp.
gully, gully, gully,
As he was completely
one
covered, I couldn't have possibly realized
gongo.
how much of a rage he went into when he saw the photos.
Gully, gully,
I only
gully.
noticed when Josh had dropped to his knees. I watched in terror
What are you
as
doing
Josh,
upstairs?
tears streaming from his
Oh,
eyes,
no.
grabbed a large piece of concrete that had been chipped away from the walls. He begged and pleaded with Degas as he lifted the block above his own head and brought it crashing down. I realized what was going on and I dropped to my brother's side. I wrapped my arms around his, trying to get him to stop. They moved with a strength that wasn't his own. Muscles popped and veins burst as he kept driving the stone block into his head again and again. I fell backwards and stared as Josh's head turned to mush. There was no way that he was still alive, yet his arms kept moving, kept grinding his own skull into a pulp. Finally, he lowered the now red chunk of concrete. His arms returned to their side and he didn't stir again.
That's right. Get to work.
As soon as I heard the creak of that wheelchair move toward me, I bolted.
That's crazy.
Screaming, the flashlight in my hand bounced up and down as I ran. This distorted my view and is likely why
love how my
I
new
didn't see
era-
the pipes and plastic in
sorry.
front of me. I
I'm
ran
sorry.
directly onto
I'm sorry,
it
I
and
didn't
gave
mean to
out
twerk
from
off like
underneath
that.
me. I plunged down the hole. and
He's
fell
twerking?
against the hard
Whoa.
rock of the 8th floor.
Why are you saying that?
I had landed on my arm and torch.
Just kidding, it's a joke.
Both were now
Fucking
broken.
joke.
Joke. It's a freaking joke.
In complete
Fucking
pitch
joke.
blackness, I stood up.
Sounds
I
great.
clutched my
Dude,
shattered arm
I have to
and
make
moved
everything
forward.
from scratch
Still
now. That's
Now I'm
content on getting
naked.
away from
Now I'm not
Degas.
naked. I'm gully, gully,
I
gully,
walked
one
into a
dong,
wall.
dong,
and
Get
I
naked.
realized that I
Whoa,
had to
whoa,
calm
whoa,
myself
whoa,
and
whoa.
be careful.
Gully, gully, gully,
The
one
next, by my best
dong,
guess,
dong,
4
go,
hours
one
was spent
ding,
crawling
go.
around the 8th floor in total darkness. I
One
was
gully,
feeling
gully,
along
gully.
the walls,
Am
trying to
I
find a
like-
doorway that led to
I
stairs.
think
Are you
not feeding.
Hi,
I
right
had no
now.
such luck, though.
No,
Although
no.
my hands were now cut up
I'm
from
not.
dragging them against the jagged surroundings.
Gully, gully,
Another
gully.
hour
I have a
into
lot
my
of food
hopeless
in my power
wandering,
box.
I saw it. A
I don't
tiny
think you're
red
really
dot
high right now.
just ahead of me. I cautiously
Hey,
put
what?
one foot in front of the other and I
So
made my
I
way towards
need
it.
a rush
I bent down and I reached out. My hand
you know?
touched Josh's camera,
That
which was
means
still
I
wet
need
with his blood. I recoiled as I realized its implication. I had left it where it was by my brother's body. How did it end up down here?
No,
The possibilities all
I
chilled me to
can
my core.
do
Regardless, out of necessity, I
No.
picked up the camcorder.
I can
After
be
some
done.
fiddling, I managed to switch on the night vision mode.
I can make
I held it to
fuck.
my eye and looked around.
I can
Many
make
people on
walls
the
were covered in
offense
paintings of red
team
rabbits.
set up now.
All around me, swirling into a bizarre mural. I had been walking among them for
That's all I
hours.
hear.
The floor was covered in bits of cloth and broken furniture, which had kept me on uneasy footing since I fell down here. I crept over them as I continued on my search for the stairwell
Make 'em cheat.
door. Now
Make
in a
'em
world
jiggle.
of grainy
Make 'em
and artificial
jiggle.
green. The next corridor I turned into ended in a wheelchair. I
gully, gully,
squinted and
gully,
saw
one
that it
tongue,
was
cling, gung,
moving
go,
forward.
one thing, go.
It was Degas. I turned and tried to run, but my
Gully,
exhausted
gully,
body wouldn't let me.
gully,
I
one
turned left
tongue,
and then right,
gully.
limping
Losing
down
my
the hall. I
sanity
didn't
just
think
hearing
that I
this.
had been down
I need
before.
to low taper
I realized
fade.
too
I
late
need my
that
low
the
taper
handle was
fade.
locked, and I was at a dead end.
Booty, booty.
I turned to see Degas rolling around the edge of the passageway corner. It swung and I was greeted with
Man, this is massive.
my steps in the staircase. Creating a bad fist clenched, I shuffled around to look at Degas. He was directly in front of me. The string from his muzzle began to lift into the air. I didn't want the same fate as Josh, so I took a step
Imaginary
back.
technique. Fish.
The last thing I
Imaginary
woke up
technique.
an unknowable amount of time later. It took me a while to realize that I was laying on the grass amongst a scattering of beer cans.
Oh,
I was in the middle of the woods, right outside of the cave entrance. It was bright out, only a little after noon. I walked and I didn't stop walking until I had reached the road. I had been gone for 17 days. In that time, Josh and I had been reported missing. The police had carried out a search, but
Did I
found
just really
nothing.
give him the last bit of my eggs? That's
The day
crazy.
before I turned up, it had been called off. My family was overjoyed to have me back, but the pain felt of losing Josh was
Other just got shot right behind a
I told the
freaking
cops what
wall.
happened as best I could. I'm not sure how much of my story they believed, but they did bring me with them to find the door at the bottom of the caves. They never did.
Gully, gully,
After
gully,
that, my
one
story
tongue, don't
was
go,
essentially
one gully.
discredited.
Gully, gully. I'm just kidding.
It was at this time that I began to dream of a
The
red
joke,
rabbit. It would dance around me in a meadow
One
and try to
tongue,
lead
gully,
me.
gully, gully, one
I
tongue,
never followed
gully,
it.
gully.
A
One
week
tongue,
later,
gully.
I finally
One
found some
tongue,
time to
gully,
myself.
gully,
I
one
slumped on the
tongue,
bed of my
gully,
childhood
gully.
room, as I had been staying with my parents since I returned.
Fish. Imaginary
After a
technique.
nap, I
Fish.
sat up in bed. I grabbed it, unzipped it,
I
and
need to
emptied
set up
out
a
the
farm
contents.
quick.
It had a few things that we had
Imaginary
brought left in
technique.
it. Unfortunately, my camera was never found. One
Imaginary
last thing
technique.
fell out when I gave it an extra
Imaginary
shake.
Fish.
A document.
Fish.
I realized that Josh must have shoved it in there and didn't live long enough to tell me.
Imaginary
I
technique.
sat down and for the past few hours,
Ow, my
I
keyword.
rapidly threw it.
Why?
The U.S. government sanctioned all of this.
Gully,
They've been
gully, gully,
experimenting
one
on
tongue, long,
victims
one gully,
of creamy
gully, gully,
operatives.
one tongue, gully, gully.
I still don't know how
I
long
know
this
you guys
has
are
been going
hungry.
on, but the founder of the Red Rabbit Group,
I'm losing my
Heinz
sanity
Clown,
too.
was brought to America
But is it
from
a good thing or a
Germany
bad
in
thing? Or is it
1947.
both?
They were studying some form
Troll.
of telekinesis or telepathy
Gully,
or something.
gully, gully,
I
one
need to write
tongue,
more, I have to write
gully,
more, but
gully,
I just looked
gully.
outside my window and realized that
The
the same
gully,
black van
gully,
that was parked
gully,
across the street this morning is still
gully,
there.
gully.
Please, if you're listening, get the message out.
That's right, how you
Whether
build
it's the
those
man in the
slaves.
trench coat knocking on the front door, or the increasing pain that I feel along my now often fresh and raw
Alright.
separation fever. I don't think that I'll be
We
around
all
for much
blood
longer.
after you. Never your family.
Alright, where are my sex Pokemon so you can start making food for us?
Sex Pokemon? Okay, that's not that answer. Onion seeds? Onion seeds.
Okay, now start making me food. Start getting more workers. I need a bed.
First, Phil needs a bed.
I'll have to return to space in a little bit. First, I will need to get some stuff from my base.
It was my first day in the field as a park ranger. My first duty station was in one of the most remote regions in the state. The sky over Montana hung heavy with storm clouds, casting darkness over the endless trees. The mountains lined the horizon and their peaks disappearing into the sky. I had never seen mountains so big, jagged, and imposing. I was eager to make a good impression, eager to prove that I belonged here. This job had always been my dream. But as I drove up the narrow dirt road to the ranger station, a knot of unease
There we go.
began to my stomach. The isolation of this place was palpable, even from my car. The silence of the wilderness pressed in on me, broken only by the wind against the tree branches and the distant cry of an animal. Civilization was far away, and for the first time since taking this job, I realized how truly alone I was going to be. But despite this, I felt confident and excited that I knew training to use. The ranger station came into view, with smoke from the chimney rising into the air. It was nestled at the edge of Pine Creek Forest.
For real gonna make me
The
do this.
station was small, so odds were absurd. Honestly, one of the cabin standing by the entrance was Earl Leonard, a burly man in his mid-50s with graying hair poking out from under his hat, and a weather-beaten face that had clearly seen its share of harsh winters. He didn't smile when he saw me approaching, and he skipped the pleasantries. "You're late," he grunted, glancing at his watch. I swallowed hard, feeling my confidence suddenly turn into nervousness. Sorry, sir, the roads.
Holy
The
dude.
roads are always like that.
I'm
It's the
struggling
middle
to
of nowhere in
survive
Montana,
at all.
kid. He cut me off. You'll
Oh, that's
learn
right. I
soon
need
enough.
PAL bets. Are you
Out
kidding me?
here, you better be prepared for anything. I nodded, feeling small under
They're
his
sleeping
stern
on the ground.
gaze,
That's crazy.
like a child getting a good lecture from his parents. "Well, come on then," he said as he motioned for me to follow him into the station. As I entered, I spotted another ranger sitting quietly in the corner, staring out the window at the coming storm. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with long black hair tied back in a ponytail and a calm expression on his face.
Yeah, bro,
Earl
are you
didn't
taking it?
introduce him immediately.
Yeah, I'm jaking it back
This
here, you
station
know?
was set
Me and
Oh,
my-
you
Few
don't get
desks,
the
a gun
jacket.
safe, a kitchen, a radio room, and
I
sleeping
get
quarters in the
Jacob
back.
too.
No,
Earl handed me a map of the region.
weird, man.
Your
That's
job is to
fucked
patrol
up.
this area. You're going to check for
That's some
signs of
fucked
poaching,
up
illegal
shit.
campsites, and anything else that doesn't belong. And poaching's been a problem around here for a while. Keep your eyes open, learn your area, and don't ever let yourself get too comfortable. I nodded, unfolding the map and scanning the area. My territory stretched deep into the dense forest, far beyond where most people would dare to venture. And him, I
Okay,
asked,
seriously. And
motioning toward
I'm
the man on the
sorry.
window. Earl glanced over.
Forgive me.
That's Daniel Black Elk. He's the quiet type, but he knows these woods better than anyone. If he gives you guidance, you better listen up. His family's been on this land for generations. I extended my hand to Daniel. Tom Carter, good to meet you, Daniel. Daniel's grip was firm but gentle, his eyes never leaving mine as we shook hands. And Daniel Black Elk, he said in a voice that was low and smooth. "Welcome to Pine Creek." Earl wasted no time getting down to business. He spread a map of the area across the table and tapped at it with his thick fingers. "This is your territory now. The Pine Creek region is thousands of acres of forest, mountain, rivers, and lakes. You'll be responsible for these areas, keeping an eye out for anything unusual."
I'll lay it right
I
next to my
nodded, trying
base.
to
Are you
absorb the
serious?
sheer scale of the territory. Anything in particular that I should be looking for? Everything.
Alright, can we go to
Earl said
bed so
flatly.
we can,
This ain't so
morning going.
well-maintained national park. It's rough terrain. Weather changes fast, animals
Sir.
aren't always friendly, and the nearest help is hours away.
Sir.
If you get in trouble out there, you're on your own, so don't get into trouble.
Sir.
His tone left no
What?
room for argument, and I nodded again.
Get
He
to
wasn't
bed.
exaggerating.
Oh, my fault,
The sheer
gang.
remoteness of the place was beginning to sink in.
You do like
What about the
child
poaching?
slavery.
I asked. Who's behind it? Earl leaned back in his chair, a grim look on his face.
I'm in bed.
Oh,
Get in
locals
bed.
mostly. Some of them hunt for sport,
Bed.
some for money. Wolves,
Get in
elk, bears,
bed.
you name it. They know the forest better than most, and they don't take kindly to us rangers poking around their business. I frowned. It sounds like it could get dangerous. It can. Earl said, and I looked out the window, the muscles in his jaw tightening. But there's worse out there than poachers. His words hung in the air like a fog, and for a
We need to
moment,
catch
a
chicken
heavy
out here.
silence settled over the
Bro,
road.
we forget this.
Daniel glanced at Earl but said nothing. There was an unspoken tension between the two of them, something that
Get
I
this,
wasn't
get
privy
that,
to
boom,
yet.
bow.
Like what?
Bro needs to get the
I asked,
blue.
breaking the silence.
Are you serious right now? I'm not in the mood to be fighting right now. Are you serious?
Just keep your
Hold
wits about
on,
you.
dude.
Don't go out there trying to be a hero and get yourself or anybody else.
Die!
Whoa.
The first week
Whoa.
of patrols was
Did
uneventful.
you
The
just
forest got
kill
away
the
to unsettling
depresso? Cause that's
when
pretty
it happened.
depresso. You
The
know
trees
what I'm
grew tall and
depresso,
silent, and the
bruh.
trunks dark and
That's
twisted
pretty
like ancient
depresso, bro.
giants frozen in time.
I know.
Every
Good
rustle
person.
of leaves or a snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. And I constantly found myself
Oh, that's right. I
looking
need
over
deer
my
like
shoulder,
you.
expecting
People
to see
like
something
you.
lurking in the shadows.
A goody
I reminded myself that I
goody
would get
why
used
are
to it
you
with time.
why the fuck are you
Daniel accompanied me on a few of my first
Into
patrols,
my
guiding me through the more difficult terrain. He rarely spoke
What?
unless it was
What's going on?
necessary, but
That's
when he
happening to
did,
you.
it was
You
always to
can't
point out
stop.
something that I would have otherwise missed.
Imaginary
Like
technique.
animal tracks
Probably-
or
Fish.
I want to do
his knowledge of the land was impressive, and though he was quiet, I appreciated his presence.
Tommy.
There was something
I'm
calming about him,
going.
like he was in tune with the land in a way that I couldn't yet comprehend. I
I'm
felt safe
going.
with him. One afternoon, while we were hiking through a particularly
Bro,
dense
okay.
section of the forest, I asked more about him and what his
Imaginary
story was.
technique. Fish.
Okay, you do
Long
that.
before the park was
Sigma,
established,
Sigma,
before the
boy.
settlers came,
Sigma,
my people
Sigma,
would always be
Sigma,
stewards of the
Sigma,
land.
Bro,
Sigma,
sees
We
this
know
now.
its secrets.
Sigma,
Secrets?
Sigma.
I
It's
asked,
Skibbity.
curious. Daniel paused, looking out
Do
at the
you think
trees
you're
with a distant
Skibbity?
expression. The land
Skibbity
remembers. It has its own memory
Do
and
you
its own
need
spirits.
to
There are more
get
things
put
out here
down?
than just man and animal.
I think
I felt a chill run down my spine
I
at his
think
words,
I need to
but I wasn't sure if he was
put you
being
down.
serious or if it was just a part of his
You
culture.
need to be put
Maybe
down.
he was just speaking metaphorically. Still, there was something about the way that he spoke so matter of
I
fact.
am pulling joints from this, but this is all for your own good.
That evening, after we had
this
returned to the
is for your own good.
station, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow felt like I was something
Oh,
following me,
bully.
and every gust of wind carried whispers to my ears. I had been on edge already, and the conversation with Daniel didn't help. Earl brushed off my concerns when I mentioned to him what Daniel had said about there being more in the forest than just man or animal. "Ah, that's just first week jitters," he said. "The forest can get under your skin if you let it. Just stick to your patrols and don't go looking for trouble." We all felt like that when we were new, and don't go listening to none of Daniel's superstitions. The guy knows his stuff, but he can get a little out there, if you know what I mean. I wanted to believe him, but the unease gnawed at me, a constant presence at the back of my mind.
It's so funny,
A few
guys.
days later, I was out on patrol by myself, covering the western section of the forest. The day was overcast,
Why
and
my
the clouds hung low and heavy,
The
casting everything
animatronic
in a dull
characters
gray
here.
light. The air was thick with the sense of damp earth and polluted. The forest was eerily quiet.
Low taper fade. Low taper fade. No.
As I made my way through the clearing, I spotted something unusual.
Low taper fade.
At
Not
first, I
that catch. Not that release. Not that catch.
my heart sank. The animal, like I kept in a deer, had been completely ripped apart. Its flesh torn and shredded in a way that didn't seem natural. The bite marks were too large and jagged to be from any predator that I knew of in the area. I had seen wolf kills before, and this wasn't the same. It was savage and brutal, almost as if whatever had killed it had done so for sport rather than for food. The ground around the carcass was disturbed. The grass flattened and trampled as if there had been some kind of struggle. But what stood out to me the most were the tracks. They were large, far larger than any wolf or bear, and they were shaped different. The toes were elongated, almost claw-like, and they dug deep into the soil, leaving deep impressions. My stomach churned as I took a few steps back, my hand instinctively going to the radio on my belt. "Earl," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I found something. Looks like a poaching site, maybe, but something's not right."
What do you mean, not right?
Earl's voice crackled over the radio. "The animal, it's been torn apart. And the tracks, I've never seen anything like them.
But he
They're
finally
freaking
locked in.
huge." There was a long pause on the other end, and when Earl finally spoke again, his voice
You
was
need to
tense.
shut your butthole and crap your ass.
I'm about a mile west of the old
Yeah,
logging road
clench
near the clearing.
that ass, okay? Or to clench it.
The urgency in his
That's how
voice,
we
and
never
the
read-
jolt of adrenaline
I
Private.
didn't mean to hit
Like-
you. I didn't mean
as I
it.
turned to head
Or
back.
do like
I caught
a
movement out of the
handful of
corner my
rice.
eye.
Just like that.
Something was moving.
But except you can do
From trunk to trunk at a speed that made my heart skip a beat. I froze. My eyes
I'm
scanned
starving
the
to
dense
death.
forest, but whatever it was,
Guys,
it already disappeared.
don't forget to
into the
consume your
shadows.
food, or you will
I
die.
stood there for what felt like an eternity, my pulse pounding in my ears, but there was no further movement. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered. A heavy weight pressing down on me as I made my way back to the station as fast as I could. When I had returned to the station, Earl was waiting for me at the door, his
Got family to
expression
feed.
unreadable. "Show me the site," he said, grabbing his rifle from the rack by the door. I nodded and led him back into the forest.
How's my Pokemon starting?
Encounter.
Seriously.
As we approached the clearing, I pointed out the carcass and the tracks, watching as Earl knelt down to examine them. He didn't say anything for a long time, his brow
That's right,
furrowed
get to the
in
pen.
thought.
Wait,
Finally,
who's
he stood
getting
up, a
adopted?
grim look on his face. "It could be a bear," he said, but I could tell even he didn't believe it. "Bears don't leave tracks like that," I said quietly. Earl shot me a sharp look, but before he could respond, Daniel pulled up to the side in his truck, his face as calm and unreadable as ever. Daniel examined the site for a moment, but Earl again said, "Grizzly, I think, by the looks of it."
Oh, I need a food pen, that's
no
why.
grizzly," Daniel said softly, his eyes locked on the tracks. "That's something else." Earl's jaw tightened, and for a moment, the two of them traded a look. There was something that they weren't telling me, something they both knew but were hesitant to say out loud.
That's right, my children. Eat.
"Well, what is it then?" I asked impatiently, feeling a knot of dread forming in my stomach. Daniel glanced at me. "We should head back. It's getting dark." I wanted to press him for more information, but the tone in his voice left no room for argument. We made our way back to the station in silence, the weight of the unknown pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big
well,
projects,
I have a rocket
if
launcher.
you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Great here.
That night, after Earl had gone to bed, I found myself sitting in the kitchen with Daniel. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the fire crackled softly in the fireplace.
Get back.
"What's really out there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Daniel didn't answer right away. He stared into the fire, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and steady. "Never heard of a Wendigo?"
Maple
I
roll.
frowned.
Hey,
"A Wendigo, that's like an old Native American thing, right?" I asked.
That's right. Chickens
"It's
keep
an old
producing my
legend,
food.
yes," Daniel said, his eyes never leaving the fire. "The spirits of the forest. Some say
Where are
that
you?
it was once a man, a
I'm
hunter
at
who
the
became
ancient
lost in the
ruins.
wilderness,
That's where my new
who
base is.
resorted to
can't make it,
cannibalism to
die.
survive.
I can't make
But in
it.
doing so, he became something else.
Joke,
Something cursed. The Wendigo is a creature of
Ancient
hunger,
ruins, so
always
you're not too far
starving,
from my
always
other
hunting.
base.
It craves flesh, and once it tastes it, it becomes
So ancient
insatiable.
ritual sites?
I felt a chill crawl up my spine at his words, but I tried to keep my voice steady.
Give me.
So you're saying that's what's out there?
If I do
Daniel
say so
finally
myself.
looked at me, his expression serious.
Where are you,
"I
sir?
don't know, but there are stories. The
Oh,
Wendigo
oh,
can
we
mimic voices, lure people into the woods. It's fast, faster than anything natural. And once it sets its sight
yeah,
on you,
fucking
it
fatties
stops.
ass.
It's bad.
Are you
I swallowed
fatties?
hard,
Are you
the hairs on
fatties?
the back of
Are
my
you
neck standing
fatties?
up.
Are you fatties?
Dog, they all
Finds you.
fatties.
Daniel's
They all
gaze was
fatties.
unwavering. "You run.
Why is there no one
Don't
working on the
stop,
wood?
Don't look back.
Oh, that's
You
right, there's no wood
pray
farm.
it
My
loses
fault.
interest."
My fault.
Why is no one working on the
His
wood?
words
Oh,
hung in the
my
air like a
fault,
dark
gang.
omen.
I forgot. There's no wood to work on.
I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from these shadows.
Might as well try it out.
The next morning,
No, he ran
Earl
away.
ordered a full patrol of the area. He was visibly tense, though he
pussy
tried
book.
to maintain his
Pussy book.
usual gruff demeanor. We split up. Earl took the north and I took the west, and Daniel had the east. As I made my way through the forest, the weight of Daniel's story pressed on me like a heavy stone, and I honestly began to rethink my career choice. The forest felt different today.
Hey, where are you?
Sounds of birds and rustling
I'm at this
leaves
ancient ruin site.
That's my new
kept me on edge. Every step that I took seemed too loud, the crunching twigs under my feet echoing through
ancient
the trees.
rituals.
The wind had picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of something rotten, something that made my stomach turn. I found myself constantly scanning the trees, searching for any sign of movement. My nerves were shot, every shadow a potential threat, every gust of wind a whisper of something sinister. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwined overhead like a canopy of twisted arms.
Guess he's
And
back.
I heard it. A low, guttural
Where are
growl
you?
so deep.
There you are. There's my best.
So faint
There's my best video, pal. Hey, you wanna see something cool? You see this penguin?
My hand going to the gun.
Come here, penguin.
I listened, straining to hear it again. For a long moment, there was silence. And then from somewhere behind me,
Alright, let's go test it. Let's go test it.
Fire!
It sounded fast, impossibly fast.
Oh,
I spun around, my pulse racing,
oh,
but there was
there
nothing
it
there,
goes.
just the trees.
Oh my gosh.
I took a step back.
He served a good
Oh my
purpose
God.
for his cause.
The growl came again.
It will.
this time
Well,
louder,
it's dead.
closer.
It'll come back
I
eventually.
turned, my heart hammering in my chest, and I saw something moving between the trees.
Oh my god.
It was a shadow,
This
long and
is
gaunt.
horrible.
Darting from trunk to trunk.
This game is
speed
fire.
Made my stomach turn.
Fire game, yeah.
I couldn't see it clearly, just flashes of pale skin, long limbs, and glowing eyes that burned with an unnatural light. The creature lunged with an inhuman grace. Its body moved serpentines that weaved between the trees. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the shadows. My heart was pounding so hard that I thought that I might have a heart attack. I stood frozen, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, my gun drawn but useless in my trembling hands. For a moment, I considered calling out to Earl or Daniel, but something told me that making noise would only draw it closer.
Okay, I need someone to
And then
work
from
on
deep in the
that so I can get
forest,
more wood,
my name.
more pallet beds for all of them.
The voice was faint.
What is
almost a
this space
whisper,
gonna
but
do for you?
unmistakable. It was Earl's voice.
I don't know, it's
calling
just
to
a
me
sinking
from
campsite.
somewhere beyond the trees.
Bruh.
For a moment, I felt relieved.
yes
I
you
had been
are.
found.
Here's a little
Whoa,
goofy
wait, what is
yes you
that?
are.
Run toward it to get out of there.
Can we not fight right now?
Here's a
Dear
little
So
God.
real, so close.
Here's a little goofy
over
goober.
here.
Hell yes you are.
I took a step forward, my mind racing, but then I paused. Earl shouldn't be this far into my section of the forest. He was supposed to be on the patrol, but the voice, it sounded just like his.
That was big damage, I don't like that.
This time it was louder and more insistent. I took another step, my legs trembling beneath me. Something about the voice was wrong enough. It sounded like Earl, but there was an edge to it. A sharpness that...
But the whole squad's here taking it down.
They want your
Daniel's
toes.
voice echoed in my mind.
I'm telling you, this like area, it's a war zone.
It wasn't Earl, it couldn't be.
Get down with the president. They
The
want
voice
your
was
balls and
closer, but I
toes.
didn't move. I couldn't move. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, and the forest around me seemed to close in. And then from behind me,
fucking dog, cause I'm
Soft
a
at
creamy
first,
titty
but
dog.
getting louder
Oh my
and
god, what am I
closer.
doing?
I didn't dare turn around. Every instinct in my body
He
told
must-
me not to look, not to acknowledge whatever was behind me.
Why?
But the rustling
Why?
grew louder, and I could feel something watching me.
Why do
approaching me.
we shoot
Something
penguins?
predatory. The hair on the back
Of all
of my neck
things,
stood
too.
up.
Why
And
do
they
we shoot?
Pain was
explode.
silent.
Why are penguins explosive?
It whispered, this time directly in my ear. I ran. I didn't think, didn't look back. I just
Why?
ran, my feet pounding the forest floor, my breath coming
Why?
in ragged gasps.
What did they
The
do?
trees blurred past me as I sprinted through the forest, branches whipping at my face, the wind roaring in my ears. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps impossibly fast, closing the distance with terrifying speed. My legs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Somehow I made it to the edge of the forest and I stumbled into the clearing. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. When I finally looked back, the thing was gone. But the feeling of being
I wonder how much
watched
iron is
still
gonna cost to freaking make a gun.
I felt as if I were prey if it had just been playing
God, to
with
make
its
a
food.
gun, that's even worse.
When I returned to the station,
Ring
Earl
of
and
Mercy,
Daniel were
I
waiting for me.
mercy my.
Earl's face was pale as
You know, the
rough
Ring of
demeanor
Mercy
replaced
sounds
by
pretty,
quiet tension that unnerved
pretty
me. He looked
spectacular.
worried.
Pretty
What happened?
spectacular.
Earl asked, his voice tight. I told him everything,
Average
the growl, the
speed of-
creature, the voice. As I spoke,
Pretty
Daniel's expression grew
spectacular.
darker, his eyes narrowing in thought. Earl, however, remained silent, his jaw clenched. When I finished, the room was filled with an oppressive silence. Finally, Daniel spoke. You encountered it a Wendigo. He said,
You want me to sing that one song?
Earl shot at a sharp
You
look.
want me to sing a
Don't
song?
start with that bullshit. It's not bullshit.
What
He
song?
said his tone firm. You saw the tracks.
okay,
You heard the
asked.
voice yourself once too, Earl.
No,
You
no,
heard
no,
something.
no.
You
Please
hold
choose if you do
on.
that.
Quang
I
gong
looked
ding
between them,
ding
confusion
gong.
and fear swirling in
Quang
my
dong
mind.
dong 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 ding ding ding.
What's going on? What do you mean?
Quang
Earl
gong
let out a
dong.
long, weary sigh, rubbing a hand over his face. Yeah, I heard a voice once too calling me. He said, his voice heavy with reluctance. But it's
It's a
just some
joke.
old legend.
Calm down.
I felt a
It
cold
won't
knot
hurt
form in
you.
my stomach.
It's just
And
a
it's haunting me.
song.
Daniel nodded.
It's just a
It's been here
song.
long
It
before the
can't
park was
hurt you.
established. Long before any of us. It's a part of the land, it's tied to it. And once it sets its sights on you. He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't have to. The weight of his words was clear. I swallowed
and
hard.
only one king.
So what do I do? Earl and Daniel exchanged a long, tense look before Daniel finally spoke. We'll stay in groups for a few days until we figure it out.
Okay,
The days
I got
that
temp out
followed
that
were a
for you.
blur of fear and paranoia. Every patrol felt like a death sentence. Every rustle of leaves or a snap of a twig sending my heart.
Happy fun bunch.
The Wendigo was out there watching and waiting, and I knew that it wouldn't stop until it had what it had wanted. Me. But I wasn't going to give it a chance. I wouldn't be caught off guard. One night after a tense day, I sat down with Dan on the fire. The wind blew outside, so the station was quiet. Have you seen it before yourself? I asked, finding silence. Dan didn't answer right away. He stared into the light, his expression distant. Finally, he nodded. Once, when I was younger, my father was a very I saw it right as well. I never spoke of it again. The fire cracked and soft between us. The flames dancing in long shadows of the trees. Outside, the wind howled, and somewhere in the distance,
Eyes are bloodshot red. What does that mean?
I mean, the once protected dolls are not.
and in the morning, I heard one lady shout
Holy crap.
the atmosphere of random I encountered with whatever was lurking in the woods, the Wendigo or whatever.
Holy
Okay, let's check
crap.
out the food box.
Oh, that was way
Patrol
harder than I
never
would have
ventured
hardened my
into the forest
balls.
alone.
Aw.
Daniel insisted on this, but it was clear that tension between him and Earl was mounting with each passing day.
I
Earl was a
legit about to
no-nonsense
die.
type, and all the talk about the Wendigo
Loki.
was getting boring.
Loki, guys.
He masked it
Loki.
with
I
tough
was
talk
about to
and hard
die.
looks, but I could see through it. Daniel, on the other hand, was quiet, reflective,
How
and
about sulfur?
unnervingly calm. It was the kind of calm that made me wonder if he had already made peace with the idea
Are we
that
using
things weren't
organs
going
to make
end well.
our own materials?
We still had a job to do, though, and we couldn't just sit in the
Really
station.
don't want to.
Outside, though, the usual sounds of
It's
nature
just
were
a
gone,
thing we do.
replaced by an oppressive silence. Not even the wind seemed to
Do you have any
move
wheat
anymore.
seeds?
I do
I
not.
often found myself
Actually, I
glancing
might.
between the two men,
Check my
feeling
base.
like I was caught in the middle
I'm
of
not
two
at my base.
friends.
You're helpful.
One afternoon, after
Pretty
busting
help.
up a
I mean,
beaver
I have
dam,
1
we run
week
our way back
on
to the
me,
station
but like,
and come across
That's
another
plenty.
mutilated deer.
that's all you need.
It's another one on
Yes.
the other side.
Good,
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
I'm at the Pokemon fuck Pokemon base.
Standing up and wiping his hands on his pants. This ain't
You should,
no Wendigo, probably just some
when
damn
you're
bear
done being
with
horny in
blood.
there, you should come out and,
Daniel, standing a few feet
you know,
away, was watching
make the deal.
his eyes scanning the distance as if waiting for something.
Alright, I'm gonna
to
start
emerge.
working on my base.
When Earl's grumbling grew louder,
Well,
Daniel
good.
finally spoke up.
Why are you twerking on
You
people's
know that
bases,
it's not a
bro?
bear.
Wow, Skip.
You've seen the
Wow,
tracks.
Skip.
Earl
Wow,
shot
Skip.
him a sharp look.
Wow, Skip.
I've been
Wow,
doing this
Skip.
for 30 years.
Wow,
now.
Skip.
I know a bear when I see one. I don't
Oh,
know
great.
what feeling the kids have with your
I'm
bullshit
literally
legends.
crashing out at this point.
Daniel's expression remained calm, but there was a hard edge in his voice as he responded. This isn't about legends, it's about survival. The Wendigo
You
is
know,
real
the
and it's
freaking
fast.
penguin
Earl stepped closer to
rocket
Daniel,
launcher I
his
shot at it, bro, it almost
Think I'm
like
scared
it
of some
almost
fairy
one tapped the
tale.
boss I was
I've faced
fighting.
real predators, real threats. This thing, whatever it is,
So it's
doesn't
OP,
scare me.
is what I'm hearing.
Really good, bro.
That's your problem, bro.
If you just made your whole loadout out of penguin launchers, I wonder what would happen.
I stood
I
there
don't know.
awkwardly silent,
Want
my
to
eyes
sit out?
darting between the two of them, unsure
No,
what
not
to
really.
say.
Just I mean, it's really
Finally,
good, I know
Earl
that, but
snorted
like,
and stormed off
what
to
happens
the
when you
station.
run out?
I'm done with this shit.
Well,
Earl
I
muttered.
guess you're screwed.
You two can sit around talking about monsters and fairy tales all you want. That night, Daniel and I stayed by the
Never
fire,
mind this one.
flickering flames casting long shadows on the floor.
Whoa,
The silence that followed
chat.
was suffocating. Eventually, I wrote, do you really think that we're being hunted?
Am I losing my sanity? Why can't I find a bed? Okay, there we go.
Bro, I'm getting attacked and assaulted.
The fire with a stick, watching
That's
the embers rise
funny.
up the chimney before he finally responded.
That's been happening to me a lot too.
Yes, it's on me. I think the Wendigo is chosen.
I'm surprised it's just now happening
Once it
to you.
sets its sights on you, there's no going back. It's patient, it waits, it wears you down. I swallowed hard.
On.
And how do you stop it? I mean, how do you kill it? Daniel's eyes shot up to meet mine. For a moment, he didn't say
Oh, thank
anything.
God.
And then he shook his head.
Finally caught one of these black Pokemon.
There has to be a way.
Whoa.
I pressed.
Whoa!
Desperation
Not like that,
creeping into my
mate. Not
voice.
like that. Don't be a
Daniel looked
racist.
away, staring into the
Don't
fire.
be a racist.
Legends
Calm
say that
down.
there is, but it's
Be a
dangerous.
good boy.
You'd have to trap
Be
it
a
first,
good
and that
boy.
alone is nearly impossible.
Be a
My
good
pulse
boy.
quickened. Well, how do you trap it?
If you're not a good
Daniel
boy,
hesitated, as if
I
debating
won't
whether or
be able
not
to
to
do
tell
gully,
me.
gully, gully.
After a long pause, he sighed and leaned forward, lowering his voice. The Wendigo
Gully,
fears
gully,
fire. You would
gully.
need to lure it into a trap with something
Breathe.
flash. And once
Breathe,
it's close enough, you would have to burn it.
Just
But it won't be easy. It's
okay.
smart and it'll know what you're trying to
Everything's
do.
gonna
A chill ran down my
be
spine.
okay.
So we use ourselves as bait. Daniel nodded.
Everything's gonna be alright. After you
We
get
spent the
touched.
next few days preparing the trap.
Of course.
It was a plan born out of desperation, but it was all that we had. We set up in a narrow ravine deep in the forest, a place where the trees were thick and the ground uneven. We dug a deep pit and filled it with kindling, creating a makeshift fire. The idea was simple. Lure the Wendigo into the hole,
That's crazy.
ignite the fire, and hope
That's
that it would
wild.
be enough to
That's
kill it.
wild.
Earl,
Chat
despite his earlier
GPT, chat
protests, went along with the
Nah, a
plan.
couple be like,
His gruff exterior had been
What's
cracked,
up your
and I
ass
could see the
tonight?
fear in his eyes. Though
What's
he had
up
tried
your
to hide it
penis?
behind tough talk.
What's
bro,
up
like
your
some
penis?
girl at like my high school was like talking about like how she has like 4
Just
body
make
counts
sure you
and like
don't
she
screw
said
this
like
up,
sex
Tom.
with like 4 different
Earl muttered as we
dudes.
set the final touches on the trap. We only get one shot at this. Daniel stood nearby.
How is
Jim is
that a
crazy.
good
But there
thing?
was a tension in it. that I
Jim is
hadn't
crazy,
seen
let me tell you.
before.
I got a
He
lot of
knew that he was
stories.
nervous,
Yes.
even if he didn't show it.
Bro, this
The sun
cake
began to
is
set,
not
casting
caking.
darkness across the forest. The air grew colder and the wind picked up.
Bro,
Carrying with it the familiar scent of
why
decay
is
that
cake
made my stomach churn.
so
We took
aggressive?
our positions. Daniel and I
Bro,
studied the
my
pits
Pokemon
while
are
Earl
all
waited a
falling
little further
asleep.
back, his rifle at the ready, just in
They're all
case.
dead.
For a long time, there was nothing but
They all
silence. The forest was unnervingly still, as if holding its
They're all
breath.
going
And
goody
then from
goody
somewhere
goody.
deep in the woods came the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate,
You know,
and
you
not
know, you
human.
know, you know.
My heart
you
raced
know,
as I
you
gripped my
know,
gun, my eyes
You
staring
know,
in the darkness.
you know.
Daniel
No,
keeps
keeps
the
the
ball,
ball.
waiting for our opportunity.
You know how to
to
touch your
fire.
balls. You
The
know how to
footsteps
grip.
grew louder, closer.
Whoa.
I saw my
What? What the
What
fuck?
the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Indeed,
Twisted and
but like,
pale. Its eyes glowed with an
Goody,
eerie
goody,
light,
goody.
and its mouth hung open, revealing sharp, jagged teeth.
You should go
The
to
sight
bed.
of it
So,
made my blood run
you
oh
cold.
right,
we can
that'd
get
be
more work
It was
done.
huge
Yeah,
and
we can get
much
work
taller
done. You
than I had
know.
imagined, with a skeletal frame that seemed
It's also the
barely
time
held
where I
together
can
with rotting
say-
flesh. Its stench filled the air.
What do you mean I can't use the bed without a roof?
Can't use a bed without a roof, bro.
Anticipation as it drew closer and closer to the wall.
Fish. Oh, shaking it.
I felt that our
Not
plan
stay
might
shaking
actually
the
work.
fish.
Imaginary technique.
Just as
Fish.
Fish.
How dare you?
Earl, no! Daniel shouted. But before he could fire,
How
the
dare you
Wendigo
be fishing
moved.
everywhere, bro? That's a gay
Fast,
as...
impossibly
Whoa.
fast.
Good morning.
It dawned.
We have officially left Vex Bolton 2024. But you know what we haven't lost? And what we have left, Jack? What rises through the crops! Even in unfertile soil!
Its claws tore into his flesh, ripping him apart.
She can violate my rights.
Blood sprayed across the forest
She can
floor, and
violate
Earl's
my rights.
screams
Sure,
were cut short.
it's-
She can violate my rights.
Closed around his throat, tearing it out with a swift
Okay,
motion.
let's go to sleep.
I froze, my body locked in place. as I
Good morning.
watched
We
Imaginary technique. Fish.
I'm gonna make you walk like that. The Wendigo stood over him, his mouth smeared with blood, its glowing eyes
Are you sure?
grabbing my arm and yanking me away.
Pretty sure.
We bolted.
Pretty sure, Dad.
as fast as we could. The Wendigo
ready
let
for
out a
my
bones
arrival,
and screech, and they could hear it crashing through the growth behind us.
I am conquesting it. I am conquesting it. I am conquesting it. You need to goon mark. Goon for Viltrum.
The sound
What
of the
are you
Wendigo's
watching at
pursuit
this
I'm not even watching at this
and
point.
its
It's
screeches
just happening.
through the trees.
You're just
And then
existing.
Daniel
I'm
said,
just existing. I don't know what the
I
fuck's
turned
going
just in
on.
time to see him fall, his foot catching my root. Hit the ground hard before he could reach it, the Wendigo was upon him. Go, get to the station. I
Get
hesitated
to the
for a split second, but the sight of the
station.
Wendigo tearing into Daniel's flesh sent me into a blind panic. I turned and ran, Daniel's screams echoing in my ears as I sprinted through the forest. I
that
burst
was
through the
delicious.
first ranger station, slamming it shut behind me. My hands were trembling, my breath coming in
right.
quick gasps.
We'll catch you better.
Bruised,
Your
my face
one
and
more if you
clothes,
can't.
Not mine, but Earl's and Daniel's. I stumbled
looking
to the
for
radio,
deer.
frantically calling for help.
Looking
We need
for
more laborers to
Mayday,
chop our
mayday, this is
wood.
Ranger Carter. We need immediate help at Pine Creek Forest.
We need more people to chop
There's
our
something
wood.
out here, something killing us.
Starving
Please
again.
send help.
That's
It was
why.
static for a moment, and then a voice
I don't
crackled
pee
through the
myself in this
speaker.
game. It's kind of crazy.
You don't pee yourself? That's
I
wild.
just forget sometimes.
I
you
dropped
know?
the radio
It's really
and
easy to
collapsed onto the
forget.
floor, my body shaking with fear and exhaustion.
346
The
seconds.
fire in the
Okay,
heart
we're doing
flickered
fuck is
weakly,
this?
casting shadows on the walls.
The fuck?
The station felt too small, too vulnerable. The Wendigo was out there, somewhere in the
fuck is this,
darkness, and I
mate?
could feel it, like a predator
fuck?
circling its prey. My body trembled as I stood in the middle of the room, trying to figure out what to do next. The fire cracked softly.
Yeah, I
offering
forgot how
cover.
hard it was
I grabbed
without
the
like
rifle from
base and
Earl's
everything
stack,
else I
my
have.
hands slick with sweat as I fumbled with the bullets. The radio sat on the desk, hissing with intermittent static.
I'm sure I can easily
I
go
had
back
no
and
idea
forth,
how
but
long
like
it
it's
would
just
take
a lot
for
more
help to
work.
arrive, or if they would even believe my
What do you
frantic call.
mean?
My breath was shallow and my mind raced with
Like I'm just so
images
used to like
of
the
Earl's
other
body
resources
being
I have back
torn.
at home. All like the laborers I
Daniel's
have.
final screams
And I have to
as
go
the
make
Wendigo
more.
closed in on him.
Not that
And
hard,
I have to do
bro.
more. And I have to do more work because like
It's
we got more
not that
people.
hard. Just look
The
in.
got, like-
it was faint, a soft scratching like nails.
We have more
grinding
people trying to
above
kill
the
us.
It came from the door. My heart
But maybe
pounded in
that's
my
a good
chest
thing.
as I stood frozen, listening to the sound grow louder. My mind raced. The Wendigo was here. The voice suddenly broke the silence. It was faint but unmistakable. Tom, let me in. I froze.
I'm
my eyes
conquesting
wide
it.
with
I'm
terror.
conquesting it.
The voice was familiar.
Alright,
It was Daniel.
we're gonna catch our pal.
Tom. The voice came again, pleading. Please let me in. Help me.
Level 13 boss bet.
It's out here. I'm hurt. Let me in.
I'm conquesting it. I'm conquesting it.
I wanted to believe that it was him. God, I wanted to believe that he had somehow survived, but I knew the truth. Daniel was dead. I had seen it happen. And now the Wendigo was using his
What's
voice
today?
to lure me outside.
That's Friday. Wow.
Tears
Is the
welled
cake
up in my
finally
eyes
done?
as I backed away from the door,
Oh my
clutching the
god,
rifle to my
after
chest.
hours of
You're
labor,
not Daniel, I whispered.
the
my
cake
voice
has
shaking.
been complete.
The scratching at the door stopped, replaced by a low growl.
After
My blood turned to
hours.
ice as I realized the Wendigo knew that I wasn't going
And
to fall for its
hours.
trick. Suddenly, there was a loud bang against the door, the force
I'm
of it rattling the entire station.
conquesting it.
I stumbled backward and nearly tripping over a chair as the door cracked under the pressure.
Okay.
The creature was trying to get
Stop
in.
conquesting it. Stop conquesting it.
Another hit
Okay,
harder this
stop
time.
conquesting.
The door splintered slightly, the
I
weak
can't stop
cracking
coming.
with the force of the blow.
Come.
The voice came again, this time sounding like Earl.
Goody goody goody. Goody goody.
I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound. My hand shook so badly that I nearly dropped the rifle.
Perhaps you need to
No,
go.
You're not real. Bang. The door buckled, and I could see a long, bony claw poke through the wood, scraping along the inside of the door frame. I aimed the rifle, my hands trembling so much that I could barely keep it steady.
Okay.
Get away, I shouted, my voice barely more than a whimper. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, and then there was silence. The scratching stopped, and for a moment I thought that it might
Better
be
than.
gone. But then, from outside the window, I heard it again. The voices.
Decrease.
Come on, son, let's see now. No, you're not real.
Honestly, I really don't care about that
The
one.
voices
So,
continued
can we do this
calling me
one?
to come outside. I turned toward the
Stop
window,
on
my breath
me.
catching in my throat.
Stop on me.
The firelight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the room. My heart raced as I caught a glimpse of Hayden outside. Something tall
Big
and
thing
big between the trees.
come on
I
me.
backed away from the window, my stomach churning with dread.
Come
I knew
on.
the Wendigo was playing
You
with
come
me,
with me,
trying to
baby.
bring me down.
You're about to
I
get
wanted me to
real
open that door
busy.
and step outside into the cold
I'm about to
night
make
where it
these
could
two
finish me.
Pokemon. Fuck.
Suddenly, the radio.
Ranger Carter.
Get over here.
The radio
Come
hissed
on.
with static.
You know you wanna.
Promised a message. But at least they would come here just
Yeah.
to survive.
Oh,
How are you not made on wood?
I grabbed the little ammunition that I could find and barricaded myself
Time
in
to
the
start
back room, blocking
conquesting
the door
it.
with a desk and
I'm gonna
everything
watch
else
your
that I could
stream,
move.
see how the sex
My
works
hands
in
were shaking
Pokemon.
so badly that I could barely
God.
hold the rifle,
I don't
and the
think-
constant scratching at the walls made it nearly impossible to focus.
Not enough cake. Hold on.
Come on, kid, it's cold out here. Let me in.
Something's going on.
I clutched
Love
the
is
rifle
blood
tighter,
machine,
my
but
back
says
pressed
3
against the wall as
pounds.
the temperature inside the cabin seemed to
No
drop.
doing it.
The voices
No, they're
continued
not
on for what felt
doing
like
it.
hours. My breath fogged in the air and I could feel the cold seeping
You should
in through the
stream it
cracks
so
in
you
the
can see.
windows.
I am streaming.
Suddenly, there was a loud
Oh,
crash
on-
from the
on
filling
Discord.
station.
Yeah.
The sound of splintering wood filled the air, and I knew that it had finally broken through the door. My heart pounded
Why am I
in my
out here?
chest as I heard the slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the
I
station.
found another King Packo if you want to come get it.
Oh, yo,
Step
can I?
causing
Yo,
the
hold on.
floorboards to creak under its weight.
You know what? I'm
Was
currently
inside.
watching these two make out.
I held my breath, my hands shaking as I gripped the rifle. My
You know,
footsteps
no,
grew
no,
louder and
no,
closer. I could hear its breathing now, slow, ragged, and unnatural. Like it
Come on,
was savoring
show
the
us-
fear
show us
that
the
it could
thing.
sense in me.
Ah, yes.
The creature was
They don't
hunting
really
me and
do
knew
anything.
exactly where I was.
That's boring.
Suddenly,
I
there was
mean, they're
silence.
making an egg
The
somehow.
footsteps stopped right outside the door to the
But
back
I'm
room.
gonna go take that
For a
king
moment,
bit.
I thought maybe
I'm
that
just
it
kidding.
hadn't
Alright,
seen me.
I'm gonna battle him so I can try to
Then
weaken him.
slowly, the door
Stop
began to
the
creak.
bots
A
up!
makeshift
Stop
barricade
the bots
groaning
up!
under pressure.
I'm choosing, I'm
I
choosing,
raised
I'm
the
choosing.
rifle.
They're the same. It's literally the same area that we fought him.
Revealing
I
the
know.
dark,
I
hulking
know.
figure of the
I
Wendigo.
know.
Its eyes glowed
I
in
can't
the
stop
darkness,
conquesting
piercing
it.
through the
I can't
dim light like
stop
two burning
conquesting.
embers. Its mouth hung open, revealing its sharp,
Okay, coming.
twisting teeth.
Tell me, Bobby.
For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and then the creature lunged. I fired the rifle, the deafening crack echoing through the small room. The bullet hit the
Why are you
window on the
attacking me?
shoulder, but it barely flinched.
Bro, it was still cooking
Let
us.
out a bone-chilling
After all of
screech,
the
its
grinding.
long twisted arms reaching for me. I fired again this time.
I have the
hitting his
perfect
head
weapon.
chest. The Wendigo staggered back.
Wait for
but was still
me!
coming.
I'm coming in
I
hot.
scrambled backward, trying to reload the rifle, but my hands were shaking so badly that I dropped the bullets. The Wendigo lunged.
I'm very good damage this guy.
Okay, what happens when we make these two posts?
My face,
Fuck.
as its claw sliced through the wooden
Right?
desk. I grabbed the
I'm really gonna
rifle
need your
and
help
swung it
over
like a
here.
bat,
I'm coming. I'm going
It let out another scream
Oh, it's
and
the-
staggering back toward the door. I used the brief moment of reprieve to grab more bullets and reload the rifle, my heart racing as the creature began to recover. Just as I had raised the rifle to fire again, the faint sound of gunfire his hands. The Wendigo seemed to sense the approaching rescue as well, and turned its head toward on its own eyes now. The sound of the helicopter.
Low-key understanding it right now.
And he would.
The creature let out one final ear-piercing shriek before returning to multitude, disappearing into the darkness.
Open it.
I collapsed to the floor, my entire body shaking with adrenaline.
That's it.
The cold air from the shattered door.
Okay, I can fight.
Within minutes, the helicopter had touched down outside the station.
Get over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Watch this happen.
They found me hovering around.
Holy shit.
Chest, my eyes wide and shot.
That was Love's health. Dear God.
The mask moved beside me. I yawned, but I wasn't sure if I could do it myself. I was alive, but barely. The others, Earl and Daniel, were gone. As they helped me to my feet and led me outside, I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see the eyes of the window.
Whoa, what? Chat, I didn't mean it.
They transferred me to a new post
I think he's a baseball bat.
a far cry from the isolation of Pine Creek Forest. This area is more populated, filled with tourists and families enjoying the safe to overwhelming international park. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a way to leave the tourists of Pine Creek behind. But the truth is, you never really escape something like that. The Wendigo may be far away now, but it still haunts me. Every rustle of wind, every gust of wind that covers the trees sends a shiver down my spine. Some nights when I'm alone, I can still hear the voices of Daniel and Earl calling out to me from the dark.
How?
Sometimes I even swear that I see something moving between the trees, just out of sight.
Friend just one taps me. That's great.
Did you die?
Yeah, it just one taps
Just
me.
to not venture too deep into the darkness.
I'm telling you, it literally didn't do nothing.
Really lets you go.
And I just died.
Where's your playlist
Okay,
taking
after
you?
this, I think I'm gonna
Down
get
the
off.
highway? To the mountains? Or just into daydream mode while you're stuck in traffic? With over 4,000 hotels worldwide, Best Western is there to help you make the most of your getaway. Wherever that is. Because the only thing better than a great playlist is a great trip. Life's the trip. Make the most of it at
Got
Best
the
Western.
fucking thing.
Book, direct, and save at bestwestern.com.
I caught his ass.
Nice. You have to give me a bit.
I can't remember the last
I
time
have to make
that
my
I
way
left
up
the
there.
house. I do know that I ran out of my medication a few days ago, but the apathy that I was feeling just kept telling me to stay in, lock the door, and go back to bed. Not like I could afford it anyway. With no insurance to speak of and barely $10 to my name. Heck, the last grocery delivery that I got is barely hanging on, despite
Nice
my
stuff you
depressed
have here.
appetite forcing me to
If you take
ration
any
it.
of that, I'm actually
Nice
like,
stuff you
I had
have
about
here.
12 different voicemails
Low-key,
from
this
my
is
mom
pretty nice
asking
stuff.
why I wasn't responding, begging to know
you
that I was
take
still
any of my
alive.
stuff, like I'm done.
But I just
Again.
couldn't.
Low key.
It wasn't worth
this
it
is
because she
banger
wouldn't
stuff.
believe me anyway.
High key.
Hell, I'm surprised she hasn't
Low-key,
flown over
it's
here yet to
kinda
drag me
banger.
out. I can hear her now. You know that you're better than this, Daniel. Get
Gully,
up.
gully, gully, wong,
Yeah,
wong, wong.
great
I'm just
motivation there.
kidding.
It was the voice in my head.
The fuck? Give me my balls.
It would be better for me, for everyone, if I just took myself out of the pool.
If you want to fight me,
It's
just
not
fight
like
me.
I contributed much. Just a struggling writer who posts horror stories on the internet. Not like it was enough to keep the lights on. Then again, I don't know if anyone would notice if I stopped paying rent in this shithole of high-rise. Other than these slumlords that are letting me drive like a damn vampire.
How do you
Even eviction wasn't worth the trouble.
So I have to go
The cops didn't care about things out here. And this guy was already on the shit list. Must not have paid his dues to the police union lately. Loud discordant tones rang from my phone, sitting on the charger beside my bed. I don't even know why I bothered to keep it charged
for a little
bit.
Not my nuts.
Not like anything was looking up in the world recently. I figured it was just another silver alert.
What? Are you tired?
Some old dementia patient taking the keys.
I hate staring at a screen all freaking day.
My grandpa made it over to Mexico.
But sir, you love it.
Unlike his decaying brain, though,
Yeah, but
I
too much
found
is
the idea
horrible
of being
for me.
outside terrifying. Just the slightest hint of stepping out of my apartment was dread-inducing. With the insane amount of things that could go wrong at every moment. Hell, just going to the grocery store can get you shot these days. Why risk it? Not the point. Check my phone. The sleep in my eyes wasn't leaving. Taking every chance when I tried blinking it away. Desperate to put me back under its dreamy spell. My hand darted out, limbs heavy, still not awake, and pulled my phone to my face. It wasn't even dark out, despite the blackout curtains making it look like it was the dead of night. No, the phone read 2:37 p.m., with the alert notification in full right below it. Emergency nationwide alert. All persons. Do not, under any circumstance, look at the sky. Please close all windows, doors, and any other way to view the outside world. Please shelter in place until the alert has been lifted. If you are not in an area to shelter in place, please carefully move to the nearest building with adequate shelter. Repeat, do not look at the sky under any circumstances. If you or someone near you has made this mistake, immediately administer the following emergency procedures. 1. Restrain the exposed. Rigid, stronger bonds are recommended. 2. Do not attempt to reason with the subject. They will tell you that they're unaffected. 3. Terminate the subject through dismemberment or immolation. Use both to be safe. 4. Remain hidden until this alert is lifted. The hell's going on? I mumbled, still in my half-asleep state. I'm barely through the message when a call starts coming through from my mom. God, I don't want to speak to her, but with something like that coming through, I want to think that it was a prank. Some joker hacking the system for some kicks, like Max Headroom back in the day. I don't know though, so I better at least set Mom at ease. Guess it's the best time to let her know that I'm alive. Take a deep breath and answer the phone. I hit the button, with Mom's voice coming in almost immediately, frantic and screaming. I barely make out what she's saying. Oh my God, are you okay? Are you safe? Don't do it. Don't look out, please. She was tripping over words and sobs started coming between. Your father, oh God, your father. Mom, what the hell is happening? The sleep is shaking out with my fears spiking instead. She never sounded like this. Mom is always the tough, no-nonsense type, more likely to curse at a problem and beat it into the ground instead of walking away. I barely ever heard the woman cry, much less utter the word God without it being in Sunday school reference. Where's Dad at? What did he do? He was outside doing yard work. You know how your dad is. Next thing I know, he's bashing at the door trying to get in. He's changing. I swear that his eyes are gone. He's practically foaming at the mouth, but it's like all his teeth are they're growing or something. They keep getting longer in his mouth and sharper. I don't know what to do. What do I do? He's trying to say something, but I can't understand the words. The words are coming out more forced now, sobs more pronounced, and her breathing was cut short in fear. Whatever apathy that I had about talking to her before was gone. Now full of fear that this may be the last time that I speak to her. Mom, you need to hide. Go in the bathroom, there's no windows or anything. Grab a phone, a charger, a knife, and whatever you can. Don't look out, do you understand? Jesus, is that me talking? I haven't had this kind of command in years, not since I burnt out around my mid-20s. Adrenaline is one hell of a drug. Mom, I need you to confirm. Do you understand me?
Yes.
She stuttered.
Winston was out there with them. He's gone.
Ah, shit, their dog. Stereotypical bulldog name aside, he was a good boy. Probably got spooked about what had happened with Dad. No, I can't talk to her about that right now. Got to keep the confidence going or she'll break down completely. We'll find him later. He probably ran off.
No, he's gone. Your father has him. He's making something with the body. Like a statue or something.
She was muttering now. Mom, are you moving? Are you going to hide? I asked again, pressuring her to keep going. I need you to hide in the bathroom, the one connected to your room, okay? Lock every door on the way and keep yourself safe. Please, Mom. Glass shattered as she screams, a garbled sound coming from nearby. There's a brief thud as Mom drops the phone, making it hit the hard wooden floors of their house. I can hear Dad's raspy voice speaking with something unintelligible through a warped mouth.
He has me, please. Talk to him, help.
Her sobs were punctuated by scrapes along the floor with periodic thumps, shattered glass tinkling and crunching on the ground.
No, Jeremy, please. I don't want to go out. Come and see.
A hiss was barely audible over her screams. Dad's voice. I could recognize it anywhere, even through these strange noises that he was making.
Worship with us. No, please stop. Don't make me look.
Mom's screaming pleas are cut short. Complete silence on the other line before she suddenly begins to whisper.
Praise be.
Mom, please, are you okay? I was screaming into the phone now, holding it to my face on speakerphone to try and get any attention possible. Instead, I only got silence, punctuated by the occasional scream in the distance. Nobody answered my cries. I finally hung up, knowing that nothing would come from staying on the line. My only thought was that at least I had peace of mind knowing that my parents were already gone. It's not some mystery that I'll never know the answer to, so at least there's that, I guess. Now I know it's not a prank either. Something really messed up is going on. Okay, be logical. The alert said don't look at the sky. Dad was outside when it happened, so that confirms something there. Restraining them makes sense now, but destroying them? Good God, that's bad if the government is recommending it. Maybe there's something on the news. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I found the remote, flipping it to the local news on my hijacked cable. The anchorman was sitting there, worry on his face, as voices from behind the camera clamored in nervous agony. I get it, I got to hear my parents die. How many of these people have loved ones that they have no idea about? How many were there out of some sense of duty, trying to keep anyone who watched safe? We have yet to know if anything can cure the result of what's happening. What we have heard from the CDC and World Health Organization is that this is not an isolated event. This is happening worldwide, with the same symptoms presenting regardless of nationality, race, sex. Nothing is discriminatory about this. If you look at the sky, you are dead, effective immediately. If someone you know looks at the sky, immediately seek safety and isolate them. Restrain them if possible. This has a 100% infection rate and will not pick and choose who receives its horror. We hope to have a representative from the CDC on soon to speak. He was stammering, barely keeping it together. The phone ringing nearly made him jump from his chair, the sweat on his brow drenching his perfectly groomed hair. Well, yes, that seems to be them now. Professor Sigurd. Yes, this is Professor Sigurd. Please, if you're listening, we beg you to not go outside. Don't look out your windows. Don't do anything that could expose you to a clear view of the sky. Something is changing, people. He was frantic, terror in his voice, but also menace. He knew something that the rest of us didn't yet. Please, if somebody you know is exposed, isolate and restrain them. They will try to expose you as well in any way possible. Explains what my dad did, I guess. The professor kept going though. The only thing that affected beings want to do is reinforce their numbers. They'll do it through any means, even working together. The only thing that we know is that they speak of or worship for whatever they see. He continued on. I'm sorry, Professor, can I ask a question? The anchorman said, holding a hand up like he was commanding the caller to stop. What the hell is up there? Well, as of now, we still don't know. We're attempting to see how we can view it without causing an infection. It's a drawn-out process of trial and error. He replies, shaking in his voice. It's currently unknown, though we have tried to see it through cameras and other means. But nothing comes up. It's like filming a clear sky. So recordings of the phenomena will not cause infection. The anchorman tries to clarify, a look of relief spreading across the nervous lines drawn taut on his face. We have only tried digital recordings, but yes, the infection will not take hold when viewed through recorded video. That said, we have yet to commence live viewing, only trying pre-recorded as of now. Please, use discernment and do not try anything that could expose yourself or others. Still rambling on, he sounded more panicked than before though. Something else was creeping in. I want to stress and to feel that I cannot do it enough to stay hidden from any of these things. They are no longer your loved ones. They are no longer the people you know, worked with, or grew up with. They are monsters, plain and simple. I turned it off. Not like I had planned to go outside anytime soon anyway. So no worries about looking at the sky for me. Now just to lock the doors and wait for things to play. Mom's screams keep bursting through my mind though, making me jump as if she were right next to me, shrieking for her life as I passed away. It all felt so real, I just had to try. Get on my phone and let it go deep softly. I called her number. The steady and consistent tone sound as I waited for her to speak. I knew she wasn't going to hear, so why the hell was I doing this? It's only going to go to voicemail, and then I have to hear her sounding happy. But the screen changed, video popping up as she answered her video call. The ceiling was visible only, their fans spinning lazily above. A spatter of red on one blade still dripping down steadily. I was holding my breath without realizing it, but whatever air was still in my lungs began hissing out slowly as I whispered, hoping against whatever terror was causing this. Mom? Mom, is that you? A whisper barely audible over the phone speaker. Suddenly the screen is hectic, something picking up the phone and flailing around the room. Moments of chaos pass, finally settling on a face. What remains of a face at least. It was definitely Mom, or was at one time, but now the entire upper half of her face was gone. Like physically there was still the space, but the skin where her eyes and nose once were was gouged out, scraped raw to expose the bone and muscle in her skin underneath. Her eyes were totally gone, nose cut off at the base, yet I could still feel her staring at me.
Come and see.
She whispered again. No, this wasn't right. This wasn't my mother. This wasn't anything how she could be. There's no reason for any of this.
Come and see. Worship with us. The seal is broken.
I didn't even realize that I was practically smacking the shit out of my phone screen, shaking hands and doing my best to hit the dang cancel button for the call. The red button finally connected, the disconnect tone hitting right as Mom began to turn the phone screen away from herself. The open door flashing before me as it began to reveal the open sky. My eyes clenched shut as I tossed the phone away, praying for it to end. Why did I try that? I should have known. I should have known that it was going to end badly. Jesus, what's happening out there? I got my answer almost immediately. A loud explosion shaking the building, causing windows to rattle. Whatever had exploded, it was close. Screams coming from outside that could be heard, even up here on the 15th floor. Another loud boom shook me again, this time getting even closer. Close enough that the window in my bedroom shattered, bringing the noise outside in, screams echoing from below. Good God, what is going on out there? I could hear nothing but screams and chaos coming from below. The Atlanta streets in a frenzy, violence ringing through the air. People begging for their lives, pleading for their loved ones, all punctuated by that same phrase, come and see. As much as I don't want to, there might be something useful on TV, if it's still active. The screen came on, same channel as before, but the anchorman was now replaced by a woman. A small crying at the bottom of the screen reading out a new message. Martial law. All emergency services are suspended. That was fast. It had only been, 15 minutes? Honestly, time is a foreign concept right now. I threw my phone somewhere under the couch while I was trying to get away from Mom, so no telling what it was. The television didn't have the time either, just more warnings coming across the screen. Those same instructions to dismember or kill anyone affected by the thing in the sky. We're going to go live to Devin outside. The new woman on TV was stammering out, looking around nervously like she had no idea what to do. He's volunteered. Volunteered, yeah, that's it. He's volunteered to go outside and film the sky for us live to see what's up there. 1 second, we'll switch to his feed. The screen cut out to the anchorman from before, and now screaming and red-faced as others were dragging him somewhere. He was fighting back, but it was basically useless against the number of people around him. Whoever was recording was following right alongside, saying nothing while some messed up film was about to go down. The pale fluorescence around them made the beige hallway seem like the most mundane corridor to hell that there could be. Finally, they had reached a heavy metal door with the group setting Devin down and pushing his back against it. The camera was shoved into his hands, changing POV to show the scared man who was previously recording. Before Devin could beg for mercy, they pushed him backward through the door, the camera falling with a thud next to him on the ground. They slammed the door shut as Devin's sobbing and bleeding face is captured for the world to see, still lying on the concrete. Please, please, I just want to go to my family, please. He was choking out between pain to sobs. Liza, please, please be safe. I'll be there soon. I didn't realize until the screen began to blur, but I was crying now. Jesus, I felt empty for so long that I almost forgot what I was. Between seeing my own family and hearing what's on the streets, can't say that I didn't feel for the guy. Hell on earth, but he probably has no idea where his family is. I was almost rooting for him like I was watching some underdog at the Olympics when he left the camera behind, keeping his head down and running fast. There is a small car parallel parked right down the street. I'm guessing that it's his because he dug keys from his pocket before jumping in. Car starting with a jump before it was swarmed on all sides. People. No. The blood all over their faces said otherwise. Monsters. That idiot. A woman's voice cut in, feed switching back over to the studio news desk. The woman was beating her fist on the table, anger overflowing in her voice. Oh, sorry folks, technical difficulties. We'll be right back. The screen flashed out instead, taken over by the emergency alert system, same as before. The people down at the station must have lost the battle with their own sanity, turning on each other, not surprising. It took me a few minutes of searching and grasping blindly under the couch, but I finally found my phone again. There was a missed call from Mom. I'm assuming just to try again for her original goal, but I know what she is now. I'm not risking that. Let's see if there is anything else out there though. Twitter was a cesspool as usual, with plenty of conspiracies floating around. Reddit wasn't too much better. some claiming that it was the end of the world while others said it was some Russian attack. Meanwhile, everything around the world was going through the same nightmare. People turning into monsters outside our doors, but we're arguing on the internet about who's behind it. Nobody even knew what the heck it was. All of this complaining, all of this blame being thrown around, and nobody can even know because just looking up is enough to turn you into one of those things. The worst part is that it doesn't show up in photographs or videos. Not digital anyway. There was talk of trying analog recording methods, a lot of discussion about how digital can't capture it because of cybernetic cloaking or some shit like that. There's no telling what's true and what's not at this point. The analog idea got me thinking though, God, where is that thing? I ran to the closet to throw open boxes still packed from moving over 2 years ago, desperately searching. Finally I found it, my old Polaroid that Dad got me for Christmas one year. This thing was vintage and he found it in great condition. I double checked it was good to go, grabbing a pack of photos for it and loading them in. Camera open, the daylight seeping in from cracks under the window. I tested it out. The shutter gave a mechanical hiss, bulb flashing bright against the relatively dark room, and a small picture zipped right out of the camera's front. Alright, take it out, flap it around for a second, and I'm good. My tiny studio apartment was all there, caught on grainy film against the backdrop. In a world that was an ending, this rediscovery was the Alright, step up. Don't look up, just put the camera through the window and press the shutter. Don't even think about it. Just thinking about it is the only thing I can do. Okay, start slow and steady. 2 hands nervously reaching from the side of the curtain, turning my head as far as I can. Trying to hold the bulky camera steady enough to stop the picture. I didn't even know if it was a picture. Moved it toward the ground now. I could hear the bulb hiss, that same shutter sound before I turned it back in. Looking with fear at the undeveloped photo jutting out from the slot. Pick it up and give it away. Color began to fade slowly, revealing the lush greens and browns of trees below the manifold. Around the street, these things are just brown. On their faces, all reinforced to open their eyes, looking up at the bright, cloudless sky above. Even in the grainy photo, I could still catch the fear in those people's eyes, some seeing their final moments against their will. Others were right in the midst of their own agony, gouging their eyes out with fingers, scratching any semblance of sight from their face with whatever they could find. I dropped the photo upon noticing a child with what looked like a shard of broken mirror from a nearby car, readying it in front of his left eye for something that I knew wasn't going to be good. Hell, I don't want to do this. I don't even want to try seeing what's in the sky. What if I can do something good though? Maybe contribute something good. Solve a part of this big, messed up mystery of a situation. I can try, right? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Stick the camera through the curtains again and keep it steady. There weren't any taller buildings than mine nearby. The city is starting to level out into suburbs just outside of my window. This is it. A clear shot of the sky beyond, but will it work? Will it turn me into one of them? I mean, hell, I'm probably dead at this point. Still too scared to leave my apartment. Still fiction or paying bills like there's even going to be a tomorrow. My finger clicks the shutter, that same bulb flash and hiss as it imprinted outside onto the film. Deep and steady, careful not to bump the photo as I bring it back in, making sure to keep looking away from the crack in the curtains. The world outside going straight to hell. I got it. I got the photo. Now just to give it a little exposure so that it develops. Jesus Christ. I see it. Clear as day, I see it. It's showing up on the Polaroid, this giant. It looked like a man up top riding a horse like he was heading into battle. The horse was beyond dead though, skin and nerves flayed, exposing the dark red bloody muscle underneath. It was in motion as it was captured on the grimy photo, legs mid-pump, propelling itself toward Earth. No telling how big the damn thing was, but it was larger than the sun in the sky, threatening to blot it out at any moment as it cast a shadow over the world beyond. The rider was even more terrifying than the skinless horse, a charred, barely hanging on body with missing limbs. The foot was barely attached, jostling alongside the horse. Meanwhile, the face had its eyes gouged out, much like those below, but it looked like his wounds were cauterized, terrible burns marking the top of his visage as his jaw hung open, one side dangling down further in a lopsided grin. I wanted to throw up, wanted to scream and open the window wide to show myself that it wasn't real. I could hear something nagging at the back of my mind the entire time, a guttural, whispered voice struggling to speak through a destroyed throat. Come and see. Everything else in my head was screaming, telling me not to listen to that thing. It sounds so welcoming though, to look to the sky and let all my worries go to see the giant figure on the red horse. No, I can't let go now. I actually did something. I got some kind of answer right. I did something good. Who am I even asking at this point other than the voices in my head? At least some are telling me better. It's better than most days. A scream pierced the air from outside, waking me out of the trance that I had been in. Anne reached out to the curtain in front of me to pull it back. No, can't do that. I pulled my hand back fast, like touching a still hot pan on the stove, dropping the Polaroid in the process. From lower down, the scream quickly died out, joining the now steady whispers growing loud enough to hear even this high up, all beginning to sink in their strange beckoning. Come and see. They must have gone through most of these street-level buildings already, which means they'll probably move up here soon. I can at least get the picture on the internet. Maybe someone can do something with it. A tweet, a Reddit post, anything. Hell, I'll put it up on TikTok if it gets the attention that could help someone. It only took moments after I had snapped a picture of the Polaroid to post it, and not long after that for comments to start flooding in. Hey, stop spreading disinformation. Cool picture, who drew it? Nice Photoshop, jackass, but the world is ending. I told you all to repent. Standard run-of-the-mill BS, of course, nobody would believe it. Why believe the insanity happening right outside your window when you can make up stuff on the internet? Jesus Christ, I might jump off the roof before I even get a chance to look at the thing. The flood of notifications started to make me just want to end it all, knowing that there wasn't going to be any hope for anyone in this shitstorm of death. And when he opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, "Come and see." Oh, you've got to be kidding me. As many Sunday school lessons and church sermons that I've been dragged to in my life, all the Southern evangelical hellfire that I've heard, there's no way. It fit though. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, except this is the second one. Jesus, what was the first? The pale horse, I think. No idea where he is, but the second was the red horse. The one that was always brought up in sermons about the end times. Endless war and bloodshed to really bring everything together. We really, truly are screwed, I guess. A crash from below takes me out of my focus, remembering millions of Bible verses that I had to study back in school despite how bored I was. Hell, Revelations was one of the few that held my attention for longer than a second. The whole thing was like a metal album on the most hardcore hallucinogens possible. Seeing it firsthand is much more terrifying. It's the end of the world outside. A bloody horse and an undead rider are hurtling through the sky, and I feel whelmed. Maybe it's just the lack of meds in my brain deciding that it's not the worst thing that could happen. but the end of the world feels like a damned relief. Or at least it did until the noises started going downstairs. Crashes at first, mixed in with some of the few sporadic screams left in the streets. And then it started getting even closer though, working from the street through the thin walls of my building. Screams below my feet outside my door. They were finally coming after us. My phone let out a loud siren again, another alert coming through during the chaos. I looked down seeing if there was any message for safety, shelter, an answer to any of this. Come and see. That was it. The emergency alert was just the same thing. Everything's over. I don't know what to do. I'm safe in here, I think. I don't want to risk opening my door because they might come in here. No, stay here. Stay in safety. Don't look outside. Come and see. A voice, but not from the streets below me or even outside my door. It sounded clear enough to be right in my ear, standing right beside me, pushing me to go look. Why not, right? I had already seen the picture, not like looking at the actual thing could break me much at this point, right? No, I have to figure a way out. Don't think about looking at the dang thing. Just get out and try to find shelter elsewhere. The basement. There's a basement level that has sewer access, I think. Can't see the sky if I'm underground. Can't get exposed by those things if there's nothing to make me look at it. It's perfect. There's no rhyme or reason to it. My BPD brain just suddenly said, you can get out of here. And next thing I know, I'm just rolling with it. The energy is here, so I'm not letting go. I don't want to die as much as I'm okay with the world ending. A knife, a flashlight that barely works. Wasn't much to choose from in my empty apartment. I have to give myself some credit. At least I wasn't a hoarder. It took all of 5 minutes to get ready and then 1 minute for all my hopes to get to the basement to fly right out the window. Noises grew louder, the screams advancing up the building along with something new. The smell of smoke. Oh shit, is all that I can whisper shout to myself as things get worse. I braced myself standing in front of the apartment door, eyes closed tight, praying to whatever God would send this hell to us that they weren't going to be right outside just yet. Reach for the knob, get ready to turn, fling, and run. Jesus, the knob was hot and the fire was already close outside. There might not be any way down. They're probably trying to flush us out. I grabbed a towel off the bathroom sink, wrapping it around the knob this time and pushing it open. Flames were already lighting up the dingy hallway, lights flickering out as fire tore through the electrical system. Whatever fire safety system that they had in the building wasn't doing anything. An alarm ringing without any sort of sprinkler even attempting to help. Smoke was rising high, covering the ceiling before the flames could take it first. Only time was keeping it from burning. Alright, change of plans, run the other way. The stairs are on the other end of the hallway with only hopes guiding me to see if they would still get me down to ground level. Bursting through the emergency door was like hitting a wall of heat. Fire already rising up from the ground floor under the winding stairs below. No way down, only up. Screams echo behind me from the hallway. Creatures running through to pull out flaming bodies, tossing them from windows to see the sky outside. There's nothing that could get me back there. These damned things already swarming this floor in droves to take more for their own. No, this was it. Face them or burn below. Neither are any kind of fun way out. Hell, both are going to be painful, and I would rather not do any form of pain. Come and see, come and see. One of the things was practically chanting with glee back in the hallway. Maybe it was better if I took myself out, not give them the chance to get a new recruit. The knife in my hand could probably get right through my neck easily. Maybe if I went through the ear, it would keep me down. My only worry is that they'll get to me before I can actually die. No, the knife wouldn't work worth a damn. The only other option is up there. The stairs above me were clear of any flames, just smoke rising slowly to build up above. There was a roof access door up there. Usually it's where the teenagers would go to smoke without getting caught, but it would make a good place for a final bow. 26 floors and I'm on 15. I better start running. Except before I can get moving, one of them sees me. It screams, running for me in a frenzy while still repeating the same verse fragment. Come and see, come and see. It was in my head at this point too, screaming on the outside and the inside. There's no escaping it. As soon as it began after me, more joined, running from rooms at the opposite end of the hall, pouring toward me in a chorus of the damned. Down below, more ran up the stairs, flame covering their bodies like living funeral pyres, all coming to attend my wake. No time to hesitate now, I guess. The stairs were taken 2 at a time for the next 5 floors at least, but that was about when I started feeling how out of shape I was. The adrenaline was going wild, but my lungs were burning. Floors above were no better than mine, with creatures already starting to flush through from the roof down. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people up there when everything went to shit, considering it was easier than smoking on the street for most people. Rising flames kept anyone from escaping though, leaving them to either jump to their deaths or be forced to look outside by the demons. The air was getting thin up here as the smoke continued rising, making me cough through labored breathing. Floor 22 now, screams echoing behind me as the same creature that saw me initially kept following. Maybe it's some sort of hive mind that they have, because this thing was forming a whole group to run after me, just a couple of flights of stairs behind. Some of them were on fire, spreading the blaze around to others as they packed in tight at the narrow steps. They didn't stop though, all frothing past each other to get at me. Keep climbing, keep climbing, keep climbing. Gritting my teeth and taking the deepest breath that I could finally do, it got me to the roof access. A huge red door with an emergency light blaring above it, loud buzzing from the fire alarm letting everybody know that the world was screwed. The damn thing was already swinging open and closed hard. Wind outside, fighting with hot, flaming air inside to see who would win. Come and see, worship with us, for the time is near. So many voices down below on the stairs, all screaming out in the same terrifying rumble. Eyeless faces smiling up at me in bliss. They weren't afraid, weren't driven by any kind of hunger or goal. They were just happy. It's these same looks that I would see in the adults during church services. Those same smiles of being assured in their place in the world, even after they had stepped out of that building and acted like a whole different person than they claimed. That same fake smile stayed though, making the damaged half of their face look even more terrifying in contrast. The chorus of hell continued as I ran out of time to open the door. They were almost upon me when I finally got up the nerve, walking close and closing my eyes before stepping out. I can visualize the entire roof in my mind after being up here so much. Straight ahead is the AC unit for the building. To my right is another, shorter building that could interrupt my fall. My left was the best destination. Over the side, right down onto the paved street below, still probably teeming with these terrors. I don't have a choice. The voices grew louder behind me, screaming, "Come and see!" So loud that it began to make my ear buzz with static, deafening its power. Run, run, keep running. It's all that I can do to keep moving, but I eventually hit the edge, barely stopping myself from falling right over. Stop for a moment and make sure you do this right. Climb up, take a stand, don't face the road though. No, if I see what's below, it's going to make me stop. Don't stop, I can't stop. I have to end this myself before they can end me. With my feet on the concrete edge, the wind beginning to hit me hard, almost knocking me off balance and into the pavement below. I opened my eyes to see the creatures pouring out of the access door running behind me. I stepped back, falling backward to face the sky above, losing any stability and giving myself to gravity. Come and see. The voices rang out again. The sun was bright, but in the moment I fell back to the ground with nothing but the high sky above me. Their words echoed louder, and I saw, finally I saw, while a loud and thunderous chorus all combined into one singular voice, ringing out once more, "Come and see." I beheld a red horse galloping through the sky with immense speed. War sat upon him, a massive sword held in frail, decaying hands, slicing the air as more and more on earth cut each other down, brother killing brother. My last sight before gravity turned me on my head was the horse, his eyes burning bright with the heat of the sun, pure hatred burning in its face. As my body turned, seeing the creature began to make me feel at peace. This was our fate, but was it a bad fate? The Messiah will be here soon, and the horseman is just bringing his good news. War will be a blight on the earth no more, with no humans left to foster aggression toward one another. Now we would all come together in worship, spreading the good news of what's to come by opening the eyes of others. My eyes are open now, though these eyes cannot yet comprehend the beauty of what I've seen. No, I'll need to open up my real eyes, the ones underneath these, and then I'll be able to see the true beauty of what's to come, the true salvation all this bloodshed will bring, the coming of a new kingdom built in the bodies of the damned. The last fading thought that I have is the same phrase that brought me terror just moments before. My lips part, pushing words out in a whisper against wind, trying to rip them through my throat. 3 final words before the pavement meets my head. The old me's plan working perfectly as I hit skull first, spilling my brain over the concrete. My lips still manage to finish the final word though, twitching as the rest of my body falls to the ground. Come and see.
We all have secrets, don't we? Even when we were only kids. Most secrets are stupid things at that age. Things you look back on and you laugh about. My secrets, though, they were stranger. How could this have happened? I heard that a lot in the months after. My mom whispered it a lot as we watched the paramedics wade out of the water, a stretcher carried between them. It was written in the newspaper, beneath the pictures of me and my friends. Bold, like an accusation. A question no one could answer. Then, once again, after the funeral, when Robbie's dad slid to the floor in front of us all, and just sat, crying. I heard him say it as a couple of the other dads helped him up and took him home, his broken voice fading into the distance. I remember the awkward silence that followed. Nobody wanted to be the first to speak. How could this have happened? We lived in one of the safest towns in the entire country. Whole population was hardly 2,000, and I knew every name, even at my age. The most heinous local crime had been perpetrated by my own uncle, drunk driving his new Chevy into some parked cars on Main Street. And then everything changed in a single night. I walked back through the remains of our town. The streets are always empty now. Silent homes with dark windows. Fallen leaves clung to every surface. The mist was so thick, it soaks you through. I left Matthew's house about an hour ago. I took the hill road that winds down to the bay. Moonlight filtered through the trees. You can see the whole valley on the first few turns. The forest is reclaiming this place. Branches hung over roads and abandoned homes. Weeds started taking backyards and driveways. Hurts to see it. I tried telling myself it's just something that happens. Towns fade away, folk leaving for 100 different reasons. But this was our town. This was my home. You understand? I ended up at my parents' place now, if I can still call it that. They moved years ago, and I've been trying and failing to sell it for them ever since. Nobody's interested. Even the few who come to see it, they never call again. Whole town's the same. People, they just don't want to come back. The phone was ringing when I came in the door. I had that sinking feeling in my stomach as I reached for it, knowing it would be Matt's wife, Celia. I know why she'd be calling. "He's gone," she'd said, her voice more tired than anything. After a moment, I'd started to say I was sorry, but she'd already hung up, and I don't blame her. She'd read about what happened to us when we were boys, and she was smart enough to realize there was more to it, more than Matt would ever tell her. Took it to his grave in the end. I think she hates me for being part of the secret that hurt him so much. I don't blame her for that either. I put the phone down and sat watching it, waiting for something else. I don't know what. Eventually I made some coffee, and I let it go cold. I took my coat off and kept it on my lap, breathing heavy like I'd run a marathon. Matthew, gone at 59. At least I saw him before the end. What the cancer left of him anyway. I'd known Matt since kindergarten. When we looked so alike, people thought we were brothers. I thought of the three of us together, me and Matt and Robbie, boys with their whole life ahead of them. And then I had to stop, because I could feel tears coming on. And that's when I started writing this. God knows why. I suppose I got a story to tell and no one to tell it to. Honestly, I didn't even know if I could do it. If I could finally speak about what happened. If the spell was broken. But here we are. I guess there's no one left to hide it from. When I was 5 years old, my imaginary friend saved my life. I know. Stupid. Just give me a minute. She was the same age as me. Short, dark hair and olive skin, bright eyes, and a smile. She came to my bedroom window, and she would sit on the ledge, just swinging her feet. We whispered to each other so my parents didn't hear, talking till the sun sank, and the air grew cold. I never saw her anywhere else, and I never even knew her name. In my head, she was always just the girl. From my earliest memories of her, I understood she wasn't a person like me. I saw her vanish once after leaving through the window. She disappeared before her feet touched the grass. I accepted this, as only a young child can. That line between reality and fantasy hadn't really been formed yet at that age. How long had I known her? What did we talk about? I don't honestly know. How much do you remember from that age? But the first time I can really remember any details about one of her visits, well, it was before the fire in '68. My parents were away for the night, so I was staying with my aunt and uncle. They had no kids of their own, so I got a sleeping bag in the spare room. The girl's voice woke me up in the dark of night. I remember I wasn't scared, just a little surprised, seeing her anywhere other than my room. But there she was, sitting on the floor, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Get up, Jamie," she whispered. "Quickly." I remember sitting up and rubbing my eyes. I coughed, and I realized there was a smell of smoke in the air. "There's a fire downstairs. You need to get out," she said, pointing to the door. I heard the crackle of the flames, saw the light of the blaze shining onto the lawn outside. "Quickly, Jamie, the back door," she pointed. I ran to the hall, shouting for my aunt and uncle as I ran to their room. Truth be told, it's all a blur after that. I remember seeing my aunt sit up in bed, heard my uncle shout, and then a crash from downstairs, and all of us coughing. My eyes started stinging, and there was a blast of heat, before we rushed into the chilly night air. The three of us made it out all right, but it was too late for that house. Not even the arrival of the fire department could save it. I didn't find out what caused the fire till years later. It seems my uncle had too much to drink, started cooking something, then forgot about it and went to bed. It would be a lie to say it wasn't like him. My parents took me home in the morning. There was a coldness between our families that I never felt before. It was the final straw between my father and his brother. To my knowledge, they never spoke again. His wife left him soon after, and he disappeared from town. God knows whatever happened to him. Anyway, the next night back home, my friend visited again. I was lying wide awake, wondering if she would. "You saved lives last night," she told me. "You're a hero." Now, I wasn't sure of that, but I was a young boy and it made me feel good, so I took it. I remember her leaning back out the window and looking up to the sky, a half smile on her lips, as always. "Remember, James," she said, "I'll always watch out for you, but you have to keep me secret, okay? If you tell anyone about me, I can't ever come back." "I won't tell anybody," I said. "You promise?" Her eyes twinkled. "I promise," I said. "Swear?" Her smile grew wider. "I swear," I said. She gave a little laugh, face lit in the moonlight, and then she was gone. Seasons went by, birthdays and Christmas, Halloween and Thanksgiving. Mom walked me to school on weekdays, and Dad drove us to church on Sundays. 3 years passed like this, safe and familiar. My closest friends in those years were Matt and Robbie. I already knew Matt when we started class together. His family only lived a street away. He had one sister, 2 black Labradors, and too many cats to count. He was confident and outgoing in all the ways I wasn't. So we made a great team. Robbie, we first met in school. He was always the biggest kid in class. He could pass for a few years older, and he acted like it too. His family had only arrived in town at the start of the year. They moved into the old house by the lakeside. Robbie's father was a strange one. The man was nice as pie with other parents around, but cold as ice otherwise. Half the time he treated his son like the boy didn't exist. Other times, like Robbie was a stranger. His mother was nicer, but spoke to us even less than her husband. She had a strong accent and a scar on her cheek that she covered up with too much makeup. Matt, Robbie, and I, we did everything together. It got so there was no point planning anything without planning for 3. I still treasure these memories, I do, but they've grown bittersweet. There's a touch of pain with every memory now. It was the next June when I saw the girl again. My mom was watching TV downstairs. I think my dad was out front working on the car. I was in my room reading. There was only the nightlight on beside my bed. I was drifting off in the summer night heat. My memories of the girl had faded as the years went by. I'd begun to doubt myself. Had she even been real? Maybe I dreamt her. 8-year-old me looked at 5-year-old me like it was 100 years ago. I didn't think I would ever see her again. I was too old to believe in something like that, wasn't I? But all of a sudden, poof, she was there. Real as you or me. "Hello, Jamie. Do you remember me?" Her voice rang out, and I got the scare of my life. I was about to call for my dad when I did recognize her. She had aged as I did, but not so much that I didn't know those eyes. More than anything, though, it was the aura she brought that triggered my memory. How do I explain it? It was like being with her had a dreamlike quality, like being a little drunk and a little sleepy. The whole world felt further away except for her and her voice. I remember, I replied, trying to sound surer than I was. I sat up, and my book fell to the floor. Shh, she said. Don't let anyone know I'm here. She was real, I thought, not a dream or my imagination. I've come to help you again, James. I know when you're in danger. I can feel it. I can't always tell exactly when or how, but I know it's close. Now you and your friends are in terrible danger, she told me. Matt, Robbie? How? I asked. I was staring at her, still amazed. In fact, I'm sure my mouth was hanging open, likely looking like an idiot. I've kept you safe all these years, she said. You know that, don't you? I'll keep you safe this time too, but I need your help. I don't understand. What's gonna happen? I asked. I can't be sure, not yet. All I know is that you or your friends will be hurt, and only you can stop it, she said. I heard the back door. My father was coming in and heading upstairs. She swung her legs back out the window. Remember, James, like before, keep me a secret, she whispered. I will, I said. You promise? She replied, a seriousness in her eyes. I promise, I replied. Do you swear? She said, smiling. And I smiled back, suddenly remembering our words from years before. I swear, I said. The rest of the summer was like any other. Hot days filled with swatting flies as we hiked through the forest, jumping in the lake, and riding bikes till we could hardly see home. Every day, I found myself thinking about the girl. Should I tell someone about her? What danger could we be in? In the end, I chose to keep quiet. She'd saved me once before, hadn't she? Surely she deserved a little trust. That was the same July Robbie ran away from home. He went off into the hills for a night until Officer McKinn found him. He was eating Pop Rocks and trying to make a fire. We knew something was wrong with him the day before. Robbie was muttering under his breath and cursing like his father. He never told us why he did it, never once even spoke about it. It wasn't long after that, Matt brought up the three of us going camping again. The previous year, we had stayed overnight on the small island out on the lake. It was only 50 yards from Robbie's house on the shore. So, it was just safe enough to get past our parents. Even at that age, we could have waded over, but we used our canoes to get to the island. It felt like more of an adventure that way. After a campfire and enough candy to make us all sick, we shared a tent for the night. Robbie's dad told our parents he would keep an eye on us last time. Said he'd come over for regular checks and watch our campfire. He didn't actually do any of that, but because we didn't want to cause trouble, we told our families he did. Well, August soon arrived. The days were growing shorter and nights colder. It was the last week that would be warm and dry enough to camp out, so we got the okay from our parents for that Saturday. The girl came to see me the night before. All I could make out was a hushed voice in the dark. her silhouette in the open window. "It's gonna happen tomorrow night, James. On the island, I'm sure of it." "If we know that, can I just stay away?" I asked her. She shook her head. "Whatever is gonna happen, I know only you can stop it. You're still brave enough, aren't you? If you don't go, it will be worse for your friends. I'm certain of it. Just do as I say when the time comes, and trust me."
Bro is still
You can
playing
do
Power.
it, James.
That's actually
I
crazy.
believe in you. Do you trust me? I do. I swear. I promised. I lay awake half the night after she'd gone. I wanted to wake up my parents. I wanted to call Matt or Robbie. I wanted to tell someone, anyone. But even the thought of doing so, it made my throat tighten. What would they say? What would they think? What if I made things worse, like she said? And then whatever happened would be my fault, and the girl would never visit me again. I left for Robbie's house after dinner, grabbing my backpack and saying goodbye to my parents. When I reached the back door through the kitchen, the girl was there, waiting for me. "Jamie, take a knife from the kitchen. A sharp one," she said, pointing back to the house. "What? Why?" I asked. "Jamie, stop it. You're the only one who can save your friends. I need you to be brave. I don't think you'll need the knife, but what if you do and you don't have it?" she said urgently. I hesitated. I didn't really want to do it, but I snatched a knife from the drawer and I rushed out. I'll put it back as soon as I'm home, I thought. Maybe nobody will even notice. I rode my bike to the lake, the sun low but still warm on my face. When I got there, Matt and Robbie were standing by the canoes. They were looking impatient or angry with each other. I wasn't sure which or why. As for me, I couldn't hide my nerves. I kept touching my pocket where the knife was, no matter how much I tried to stop. We paddled across in silence, the plastic oars cutting through the reflections of the sky. The sun sank between the hills, and giant clouds moved overhead. We pulled our canoes onto the shore, walked into the trees, and picked a spot for our tent and campfire. Looked like the same spot as the year before, but I couldn't be sure. That's when the girl spoke to me again, although I couldn't see her. "Jamie, say you're going to collect firewood." Her voice drifted in the wind. I froze. I looked at Matt and Rob starting on the tent, but they gave no sign they heard her. I mumbled something about going for wood, and then walked off. Neither of them answered. That dreamlike quality which came with her had returned, but it was sharper somehow. It felt like 1,000 threads tightening around me. And then I heard raised voices, Robbie and Matt. I dropped the sticks and I ran back. They stood facing each other, a gun in Robbie's hand. I remember how strange it looked. Too big and awkward for his thin arm. We found out afterward he had stolen it from his mother. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Because of him," Robbie said, shaking. "Look, he's got a knife. He was gonna kill us." I looked down and saw the glint of a blade in Matt's hand, his sleeve pulled down to cover it. And then the gun went off. I flinched from the sound, heart racing. Matt fell. There was
Imaginary
a
technique.
in my ears.
Fish.
I saw Robbie scramble for the gun where it had jerked out of his hand.
Low-key kind of funny.
And then her voice again.
That's not funny at this point. It
"Use the
got dumb.
knife, Jamie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's going to kill you." I looked down at the blade in my own hand. It was like an awful dream. All I had to do was what she asked, and I could wake up and
But
be
at this point,
safe.
like, you just spammed it so much, like, I just lost the
eyes
humor
were
into
fixed on the
it.
body between us. I saw his face as he realized what he'd done and realized it was forever. He hadn't meant to fire. I knew him, and I knew that. You have to stop him. The knife felt strange in my hand, almost weightless. But I saw Matt, and I knew I didn't have it in me to hurt anyone. No matter what I was told, no matter the consequences, I couldn't do it. And so I threw the knife on the ground. James. Her voice was so sharp, I recoiled. What are you doing? Pick it up. No, I said. My words were weak, and I held back crying. I can't. I heard Robbie then, pleading and desperate like me. No, I won't do it, he was saying. He threw it away. He threw it away. And then it broke. The dreamlike state fizzled out, and we were just two scared boys in the dark. Ugh, what a disappointment. Her voice had changed. She laughed. Two cowards failing me at the last moment. This could have been perfect. Well, we'll just have to make do with what we have, she said. Robbie stared at me, confusion showing. We both had heard her, I realized. She wanted us to. You can hear her, he said. There were sounds now from the opposite shore, raised voices. Robbie glanced away, terrified. The gun hung limp in his hand.
What the fuck?
My eye was drawn to the barrel, and I found I couldn't answer him. I'd frozen up with shock, and I couldn't even move. The girl spoke again, but not to me. Matt's dead, and you killed him, Robbie. What are your parents gonna say?
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? No, I didn't mean it. I didn't, he said. Oh, but you did. You killed one friend, and you were gonna kill another. Jamie saw it all. The girl laughed. But you...
I have to go.
You said he was gonna hurt us.
Imagine.
You said I
You're
was
the
the
neg-
only one who could stop it.
You're the niglet.
I heard more shouting.
Goodbye.
People